10,000 years ago, you failed your heavenly tribulation and feigned death for millennia. 10,000 years later, the heavenly Tao Golden List was unveiled, exposing all. The 10 strongest figures ascended the list, each receiving rewards. Among them were the greatest powerhouses of past and present, the Demon Emperor, the Empress of Qinzhou, and the Emperor of the Demonic Beasts. Yet countless lamented, if only the carefree immortal emperor from 10,000 years ago were still alive, he would undoubtedly rank first. As the announcement of the top-ranked figure drew near, the world held its breath. The heavens revealed a towering silhouette, a man standing against the sky, clad in white robes, wielding a 3-foot azure blade. Only when his profile turned slightly and he uttered that arrogant declaration did the crowd recognize him. Above the heavens, below the earth, all are but ants, even the heavenly Tao itself. First place, the carefree immortal emperor, realm of heaven and earth. The world gasped in shock. He had not perished 10,000 years ago. In that moment, the heavens and earth trembled, and chaos engulfed the world. As you gazed at the heavenly Tao Golden List, a helpless smile crossed your face. Seems I can't keep pretending anymore. On this day, a celestial screen descended from the heavens, visible to countless people, bearing 4 golden characters, Heavenly Tao Golden Ranking. The secluded Empress Lu Qinghan opened her eyes to observe the outside world, her face revealing astonishment. When the Heavenly Tao acts, how could it be stingy? Perhaps these rewards will allow me to break through the heavens and earth. Speaking of the golden ranking, a flicker of longing passed through Lu Qinghan's eyes. If he were still here, the first place would undoubtedly be his. It's just a pity he was born at the wrong time. Had the golden ranking appeared 10,000 years ago, Xiaoyao would surely have surpassed the heavens and earth. Lu Qinghan sighed. In her heart, the eternal first place would always belong to the carefree immortal emperor. At this moment, far away in the divine beast holy land of the demon realm, the 4 immortal emperors transformed from divine beasts shared the same confidence. In the sky, 4 majestic figures stood tall, 3 men and 1 woman. Among them, a man dressed in a cyan robe with dragon horns on his head gazed at the golden ranking and spoke calmly. This golden ranking is truly mysterious. I can't see through it. The 4 of us, as the strongest among the demon race, should rank within the top 4, right? Fortunately, that one is already dead, or else we would surely be overshadowed. The white-robed man smiled faintly. The other 3 nodded slightly upon hearing this. If the carefree immortal emperor had not died, he would undoubtedly have been the first place. The voice of the primordial chaos sounded again. 10th place, Qinzhou's Empress Lu Qinghan, early stage immortal emperor. Reward, primordial liquid of the 5 elements Tao and the everlasting life pill. The moment the rankings were announced, countless people were shocked. In the demon sect of Mazhou, Demon Emperor Qianzhong, who had been in seclusion for 5,000 years, was forced to emerge due to the heavenly Tao Golden List. Staring at the golden list in the sky, his eyes widened in shock, and his breathing quickened. It's actually the primordial liquid of the 5 elements Tao. To break through the heavens and earth, one must possess a complete great Tao law, proving oneself as an emperor through the Tao. Only then can one achieve the breakthrough. The reward for 10th place was actually primordial liquid, an unparalleled treasure. With this item, Lu Qinghan's breakthrough to the heavens and earth is imminent. A trace of envy flashed in Qianzhong's eyes. If I can obtain the primordial essence of the 5 elements Tao, I will surely break through the heavens and earth. I only hope that my reward will surpass Lu Qinghan's. I am confident I will be either first or second, definitely not below the top 3. At the divine beast sanctuary, the azure dragon saw the reward and exclaimed, "Hiss! It's actually the primordial Tao essence. The reward for 10th place is already this good? Truly remarkable. And that everlasting vitality pill is also excellent, a 9th grade elixir, extremely rare, capable of instantly restoring injuries. Swallowing it during battle has wondrous effects." The black tortoise was astonished, and the other 2 were equally shocked. This was merely the 10th place reward, yet it was already so generous. The rewards for higher ranks were simply unimaginable. This made the 4 even more excited about how generous their rewards might be. After all, they certainly wouldn't be lower than Lu Qinghan's. Damn it, how did that woman end up in 10th place? Could she really be stronger than me? Lei Zhentian, also at the early stage immortal emperor realm, was thoroughly displeased at this moment. If Lu Qinghan was ranked 10th, did he even stand a chance? What terrified him most was that Lu Qinghan had received the golden list's reward, and her strength was likely to surpass his in a short time. He had a feud with Lu Qinghan, a deadly one. If Lu Qinghan's power increased significantly, she would surely come for revenge, and he might not be able to defeat her then. That was the real trouble. Lei Zhentian gazed at the golden list, clasped his hands, and prayed. "Please, I must make it onto the list, or I'm done for." Distributing the reward for 10th place. At that very moment, the voice of the primordial chaos resonated, and a golden light instantly shot toward the direction of Qinzhou. Inside the Empress's palace at this moment, Lu Qinghan stared at the 2 jade bottles in her hands, utterly astonished. It's actually the primal essence. With this essence, I can break through the heavens and earth within 5,000 years. Lu Qinghan exclaimed excitedly, feeling more thrilled than when she had broken through to become an immortal emperor 300 years ago. With this primal essence, her strength could greatly improve, and she would surely break through the heavens and earth within 5,000 years. Once she reached the mid-stage of Immortal Emperor and grasped the fundamental laws of the 5 elements, she would immediately seek revenge against Lei Zhentian. This golden ranking list is truly amazing. It's just a pity that my own strength is too weak, only placing me at the very bottom. How much more incredible must the rewards be for those ranked higher? I'm so envious. Meanwhile, in the city of Yanxia at the southernmost part of Qinzhou, inside the Fortune Inn, Li Lan gazed at the sky with a faint smile. That little girl has obtained such a great reward. It shouldn't take more than a few thousand years for her to break through the heavens and earth. At this moment, the voice of the primordial chaos continued to resonate. 9th place, Thunder Immortal Emperor Lei Zhentian, early stage Immortal Emperor. Reward, Primordial Thunder Dao Liquid, 10,000 Thunder Sword. Upon hearing this reward, Lu Qinghan, who was just about to begin seclusion, was greatly alarmed. This is bad. With such a great reward, Lei Zhentian will surely come to kill me in a few days. I must start my seclusion as soon as possible. In contrast, Lei Zhentian, upon hearing the reward, immediately brightened up and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Lu Qinghan, didn't expect this, did you? My reward is better than yours. Just listening to this, it's clearly an extraordinary immortal artifact. You're doomed this time. Once the reward was distributed, he immediately launched an attack on Lu Qinghan, aiming to catch him off guard. He planned to seize the opportunity before Lu Qinghan could fully refine the essence of the 5 elements Tao, thereby ensuring his own ascension to the pinnacle of the world. Countless onlookers, upon seeing the reward for 9th place, grew even more eager for the subsequent prizes, especially the 4 Divine Beast Immortal Emperors and the Demon Emperor. All of them were at the peak of Immortal Emperor realm, each just a step away from breaking through to the ultimate realm of heaven and earth. Even early-stage Immortal Emperors can make the list, so why couldn't they? Thus, they are eagerly anticipating what rewards they might receive. When the time comes, it will be a race to see who can break through the heavens and earth the fastest. Everyone wants to be the first to transcend. At the Fortune Inn, Li Lan frowned slightly, aware of the enmity between Lu Qinghan and Lei Zhentian. Since he ranks 9th, the 10,000 Thunder Sword must be extraordinary at the very least, a heavenly Tao immortal artifact, right? Magic treasures come in various types, divided into those naturally conceived and those artificially forged. The former always surpass the latter in power, an insurmountable gap. Their ranks, from lowest to highest, are Spirit Treasures, Supreme Treasures Natural, Immortal Treasures Natural, Emperor Treasures Natural, Immortal Divine Artifacts Natural, Heavenly Tao Immortal Artifacts, Heavenly Tao Sacred Artifacts, Chaos Immortal Artifacts, Chaos Emperor Artifacts, and Chaos Immortal Divine Artifacts. The last 3 types of treasures can only be naturally conceived. No one can forge them at present. Each type of treasure is further classified into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. Lei Zhentian has obtained the immortal artifact, and it is bound to spark a great war. I wonder if that girl can handle it. Announcement of 9th place award. Announcement of 8th place. Chapter 3, 4 Divine Beast Immortal Emperors can't even make it into the top 4? 8th place, Xuanwu, Immortal Emperor Perfection. Reward, Ancient Xuanwu Essence Blood. The moment the 8th place was announced, countless people were shocked. This span was too big, right? The front was still an early Immortal Emperor. How did it suddenly reach Immortal Emperor Perfection? This Xuanwu Immortal Emperor is only in 8th place, so who is in front of him? It's not possible that the 4 Divine Beast Immortal Emperors couldn't even make it to the top 3, right? What is this ancient Xuanwu Essence Blood? At this moment, the Xuanwu Immortal Emperor was already dumbfounded when he saw that he was in 8th place. I'm only in 8th place? This golden ranking is messed up, isn't it? The Heavenly Tao is. Xuanwu was just about to curse the Heavenly Tao when he stopped. He hadn't broken through the Heavenly Emperor yet, and currently didn't have the ability to fight against the Heavenly Tao, so it was better to keep a low profile for now. However, when he heard the rewards at the back, his heart blossomed again. Ancient Xuanwu Essence Blood, with this drop of Essence Blood, he would definitely be able to increase his strength greatly, and he would definitely break through to Heavenly Emperor within 5 years. Even Xuanwu was only 8th, so he shouldn't even be able to enter the top 3, right? The White Tiger was incredulous. The arrogant confidence from earlier dissipated at this point, and the remaining 3 looked at the golden ranking with worry. Their strengths were all about the same. Xuanwu ranked 8th, should they not be 7th, 6th, 5th, and as a result, none of them made it into the top 3. This was too humiliating. We can't even get into the top 3, so who exactly is up there, besides the Demon Emperor? Who else is stronger than us? Xinglong opened his mouth in doubt. Although they didn't know everyone in the Xin Dust Immortal realm, the few strong people they did know were not as good as them. What was going on with this ranking? And the next rankings were announced consecutively, surprising the 4 Divine Beasts. 7th place, Green Dragon, Immortal Emperor Perfection. Reward, Ancient Green Dragon's Essence Blood, Wood's Great Tao Source Fluid. 6th place, White Tiger, Immortal Emperor Perfection. Reward, Ancient White Tiger Essence Blood, Golden Ice Tao Source Liquid, Tiger's Whistling Heavenly Formation. 5th place, Vermilion Bird, Immortal Emperor Perfection. Reward: Ancient Vermilion Bird's Blood, Pure Source Crystals of the Fire Tao, and the Immortal Sword of Flame. The 4 Divine Beast Immortal Emperor's perfection didn't even make it into the top 5, which caused them to be incredibly shocked, wondering if the golden ranking was messed up. No way, the 4 of us couldn't even make it into the top 4? Xuanwu said in shock. The 4 Divine Beast Immortal Emperor perfections couldn't even get into the top 4, this was going to be laughed at by the world. What's going on with this golden ranking? It's a fake, right? Xinglong couldn't believe this was real. Earlier, he was still confident that he could take the top 4 places, but in the end, they couldn't even enter the top 3, it was really a slap in the face. There must be something wrong with this golden ranking, the Heavenly Tao is blind. White Tiger cursed with his mouth full. Boom! A heavenly thunderbolt instantly struck down, splitting his body with a scorched black color, and he fell to the ground and fainted. The remaining 3 saw this and sighed. Vermilion Bird said helplessly, "It seems that our strength is too weak, we can't even enter the top 4. I really want to know who exactly are the top 4, surprisingly they are more powerful than all of us, besides the Demon Emperor, who else is there?" Xuanwu looked towards the golden list, and the remaining 2 also looked up. Just who was it that ranked ahead of them? At this time, the voice of Hongmeng sounded. Today's announcement is complete, the top 4 will all be announced tomorrow. Full of anticipation, the results would only be announced tomorrow, the 3 of them were speechless. This golden ranking was deliberately trying to whet their appetites, right? Forget it, let's take the rewards and close the door first. With these rewards, our strength will definitely be able to increase drastically. The Vermilion Bird was quite speechless. The remaining 2 nodded, and after sending the White Tiger back, they each went into seclusion. Devil State, Devil Sect. Xian Chong, who was expecting his first place, was dumbfounded. This is it? We have to wait until tomorrow? Just 10 people, can't it be announced in one day? It has to wait until tomorrow, this Heaven's Way has something wrong with it. Of course, he didn't dare to say it, but could only curse a few times in his heart. Then we can only wait until tomorrow, and I don't know who the first place will be. If the easy Immortal Emperor was still alive, then the first place would definitely be his, and right now, he felt very hopeful. It's a pity. Xianchong sighed, he actually quite admired that person, it's just a pity that the heavens envied him and he fell to the heavenly tribulation. If he was still around, who could rival him? He still remembered the words that person had said. That was a wild statement that made the Heavenly Tao tremble with anger, and made people in the world upset but didn't dare to refute it. For the day I am on earth, all the world is a mole cricket, and so is the Heavenly Tao. Other than him, I'm afraid that no one would dare to be so wild, and he was worthy of these words, which truly subdued everyone at that time. It was only after his death that the crowd was able to catch their breath. Until now, no one had been able to become him or surpass him. He was a true legend. In the Kai Lai Inn, Li Lan, who was hailed as a legend in the Devil Emperor's heart, was currently drinking fine wine and nibbling on a roasted chicken leg, getting drunk. Not announcing it so soon, it's so meaningless, going back. Li Lan watched the golden list slowly dissipate, somewhat unfulfilled. Still thinking to see if the golden list will expose him. If it is exposed, what is the reaction of those people? But it turns out that he has to wait until tomorrow, really uninteresting Heavenly Way. Xiao, check out. Li Lan shouted, full of alcohol. His favorite was the feeling of being drunk. He intentionally sealed his cultivation just to experience the feeling of a mortal being drunk. This feeling was very mysterious, making him feel happy, forgetting everything, and being happy as an ordinary person. And he didn't worry about anything happening to him when he was drunk. His cultivation was sealed, but his physical body was a heavenly emperor. No one in the world could hurt him. Guest, the silver you placed here earlier hasn't been spent yet. Xiao hurriedly ran and helped Li Lan. Guest, this way, your carriage is inside. Xiao helped Li Lan to the backyard, where a plain carriage was parked. That was Li Lan's exclusive parking space. After Xiao helped him to the back and sat down, he ordered the horseman to send Li Lan back safely. Li Lan lived on a mountain. That place was located above a village. It was clean and far away from the crowd, very cozy. It was the location he specially chose after he faked his death. It did not take long for the horseman to deliver Li Lan, and, familiarly pushing open the door of his house, placed him on his bedstead and left in a hurry. Even though there were many things in the house that he didn't understand and looked expensive, he didn't dare to move a muscle. Because everyone knew that Li Lan was an immortal. After all, with his looks, he had never aged. Uncle Li, do you want a daughter-in-law? Xiao, I see that you've been alone for so long, it's time to find a daughter-in-law. Not long after the horseman left, outside hurriedly came an honest and simple man. He seems to be very familiar with Li Lan, familiarly pushed open the door into Li Lan's room, saw the drunken Li Lan, gently shook each other's shoulders, softly said, Uncle Li, do you want a daughter-in-law? The drunken Li Lan, which heard clearly, said in a daze, yes, you send it. Okay look, you wait I will bring it up for you right away. Well. Go. Chapter 4 Roll. The night was late and quiet. Li Lan woke up in a daze, immediately unsealed, his cultivation cleared the drunkenness, and the whole person was instantly sober. Getting drunk still feels so comfortable, keep drinking tomorrow. Li Lan smiled faintly. Suddenly, he frowned and his pupils shrunk slightly as he heard a strange movement in his own kitchen. He used his divine sense to probe over and was stunned. There was actually a gorgeous woman cooking in the kitchen. Where did this come from? With a thought, he dashed to the kitchen and looked at the woman's busy back, and coldly shouted, "Who are you and what are you doing in my house?" The woman's body shook violently, the bowl in her hand fell down. The moment it was about to touch the ground and shatter, Lilan used his spiritual power to catch it and slowly placed it in the basket, his gaze coldly looking at the woman. The woman slowly turned around, and at the first sight of Lilan, her pupils shrunk. What a handsome man! That Hanyu didn't lie to me, this man is really handsome. For a moment, the woman was mesmerized by Lilan, but soon, she thought that as an empress, she would have to take revenge in the future, so how could she be tempted by male sex? At once, she forced herself to hold back again. I was brought by Zhang Xianyo, he said that you promised to be my lover. When these words came out, Lilan froze. When did he promise to be her prime minister? Although this woman looks a little bit of posture, but he has seen the nymphs are better looking than her, and then how the lack of daughter-in-law will not find such awe. Thinking that it was brought by Zhang Xiaoxiao, he immediately understood, it must have been when he was drunk, that Xiaoxiao came over and he agreed to it in confusion. That was my drunken ramblings, you go back quickly, I don't lack a daughter-in-law. Lilan shook off his hand and gave an expulsion order. Please. The woman suddenly knelt down, if I go back, I will die. Lilan looked at the woman with a calm face, waiting for her to follow. Seeing Lilan's indifference, the woman began to act, fabricating an extremely tragic life, claiming that she was sold out, and if she went back, she would definitely be beaten to death by her parents, pleading with Lilan to give her a place to stay. It was fine for her not to be Lilan's daughter-in-law, she only begged to be able to stay here for a year, and once the time was up, she would leave right away. Lilan was silent, the woman's heartbeat accelerated, but the former suddenly opened his mouth. What's your name? My name is Chen Ling. The woman froze and immediately opened her mouth. Alright, you stay, just find yourself a room to stay in, but you can't get in my way. The woman looked up at Lilan, not expecting the other party to agree. Before she had time to thank him, Lilan disappeared in thin air. As expected, the other party was an immortal cultivator, his strength should not be much higher, after all, living here, it was a yuaning that topped it all. Chen Ling scanned her surroundings and muttered, the aura here is too abundant, in a year's time, with my experience in my previous life, I will definitely be able to break through to transformation spirit. She was a great emperor powerhouse in her previous life, died 5,000 years ago, and only resurrected yesterday by taking over this body. The reason why she wanted to stay was because of the aura of this place. She didn't expect a barren place, but it had more abundant pure aura than her previous cave. This place looked like a piece of immortal land. My good disciple, you wait, betrayal of the teacher's revenge, I will let you fall into 1,000 robberies. Chen Ling spoke in a cold voice, she was killed by her own disciple's betrayal. This revenge, she could not forget. For now, let's pretend well first, we can't let that person get suspicious. Returning to his room, Lilan took out a pot of good wine and drank it to himself. It's really fate, your daughter even died and took over a new body, and ended up coming to me. Lilan muttered, lamenting how marvelous fate was in the world. He was born with chaotic divine pupils, which could see people's past and future, and just now, he saw Chen Ling's past with a single glance. Surprisingly, she was the daughter of one of his deceased people. That old man, he was in 20,000 years ago to recognize, later because of some kind of thing parted ways, he also from time to go to find that old man, later heard that he died, and never went there again. I didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence under the sky, that the deceased's daughter would come to him. Since this was the case, then let's help. The other party just wanted to stay here for a year, it was just because they were interested in the spiritual chi inside this ultimate spirit gathering formation that he had spent countless resources to build. This little thing, it doesn't matter, and looking at that woman, it seems that she didn't recognize him. It wasn't strange, he didn't leave a few portraits behind, plus after he broke through the Heavenly Emperor, his appearance was much more evil and handsome, people who weren't very familiar with him wouldn't be able to recognize him at all. Rumble. Right at this moment, clouds suddenly darkened outside, and electricity flashed and thundered. Lilan immediately frowned as he sensed an immortal emperor aura. Qingzhou had always had an immortal emperor aura, it was Lu Qinghan's, and this aura wasn't hers, it was an alien immortal emperor. He flashed to the sky dome outside, looking at the rolling thunder in the sky, and had a few guesses in his heart. Lu Qinghan. Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out, accompanied by a man's rough voice that was deafening. I am the Thunder Immortal Emperor, get out here and die. It was Lei Zhentian, he had come. Li Lan's gaze was icy cold, he could guess what the other party was coming over for, it wasn't to kill the other party early and take it over while Lu Qinghan hadn't yet refined the source liquid of the 5 elements Great Tao. His backbone was that immortal weapon, the Thunder Immortal Sword. Lei Zhentian's voice spread all over Qingzhou, causing people to be on edge. It wasn't long before Lu Qinghan's voice also rang out. Lei Zhentian, one of your defeated men has come to seek death again? The two conversed across the air, their voices spreading to every corner of Qingzhou, causing hearts and minds to quake with fear and trepidation. Chen Ling in the room was kneeling on the ground at this moment, her face filled with terror and yearning. Immortal emperors were truly terrifying, one day she would also become an immortal emperor to make up for the regrets of her previous life. She suddenly thought of Lilan, he should also be kneeling right now. Spinning around, she revealed a helpless look, there was no way, under an immortal emperor, all were ants. Unbeknownst to her, at this moment, Li Lan was standing on top of her head, standing with his arms folded, completely unaffected. Lu Qinghan, I don't think you're crazy, I'm the knight, how can I be your defeated, today you'll suffer death. As soon as the words fell, Li Lan saw a figure fly to the female emperor palace. Inside, Lu Qinghan came out to meet the battle, and the two of them immediately fought. The heavens and earth changed drastically, visions came out frequently, the entire Qingzhou shook violently as if it was the end of the world, countless ordinary people were shocked and prayed to be able to survive. Immortals fight, mortals suffer. This saying is not wrong at all. Every time these great powers fight, the most casualties are bound to be mortals. After all, in the eyes of the immortals, the death of mortals is harmless. Li Lan didn't mind his own business, but he also slightly released a trace of aura to stabilize the vibration of his mountain, so that the people of the village below weren't that uncomfortable. He was more familiar with those people. And after those old people felt the vibration dissipate, they immediately kowtowed towards the top of the mountain. It must be Immortal Li manifesting his spirit, he is truly divine. Uncle Li is too powerful, fortunately I found him a daughter-in-law so that he didn't go down alone. Li Lan was also quite helpless when he saw the crowd's reaction. The matter of him being an immortal cultivator, these people all knew. After all, a person who hadn't undergone a change in appearance for decades was a cutie. Could all guess what he was. Since then, those people worshipped him as an immortal, and brought delicacies and wine up at every festival, and he didn't take them for nothing, and from time to time, he looked after their illnesses, and taught some children to cultivate immortality, and came out of this big mountain. The life is cozy, otherwise he lives alone in the wild mountains, how boring ah. Black night to dawn. Lei Zhentian and Lu Qinghan fought all night long, and it was only on the second day that they stopped. Li Lan also watched the whole night, it was boring anyway. Hey, Lu Qinghan still can't be beaten. Li Lan sighed. At this time, Lu Qinghan was seriously injured, her breath was depleted, and she was incapable of fighting again. She was at the same cultivation level as Lei Zhentian, but the other party had an immortal weapon, and their battle power had greatly increased, so she couldn't fight anymore. Ah, Lu Qinghan, today is the day you die. Lei Zhentian laughed coldly, raising his thunder immortal sword high, preparing to give Lu Qinghan one last blow to end her life. Lu Qinghan closed her eyes in despair, floating through a lifetime of walks, finally resting on a handsome face. That was what Li Lan once looked like. Easy, I've come to accompany you. A tear slipped from Lu Qinghan's eyes, ready to die. Scram! To add on to the realms, body refining, foundation building, Jin Dan, Yuanin, transforming into a deity, Mahayana, transmigration, ascension, human immortal, true immortal, earthly immortal, Xianxian immortal, celestial immortal, Dala golden immortal, Dala heavenly immortal, quasi-saint, saint king, saint venerable, great emperor, immortal emperor, heavenly emperor. Chapter 5, announcing the top 4. Suddenly, the heavens and earth changed, and an incomparably terrifying aura swept over. Lei Zhentian flew out backwards, just about to open his mouth to roar at who was sneaking up on him. A flying sword flew in rapidly, stopping a centimeter in front of his left eye. As long as he moved a little, it would immediately penetrate his pupil. Lei Zhentian's pupils contracted violently, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the sword's blade. The aura of death came to his face. He was sure that if he dared to move a little bit, he would surely die. Senior, I have no grievances with you, why did I make a move? Lei Zhentian said in horror. He could be certain that the person who had struck out was definitely above him in terms of realm, and even this sword appeared to be stronger than the immortal weapon in his hand. You are not allowed to take half a step into Qingzhou within 100 years. If you do, you will die. A brilliant voice resounded through Qingzhou. Hearing this, Lei Zhentian nodded his head repeatedly. Senior has a point. Senior promises not to step in again within 100 years. Swoosh, Lei Zhentian flew away at once, not daring to stay for a moment. Lying on the ground, Lu Qinghan stared at the sky with wide eyes, somewhat in a trance. What a familiar voice, it seemed like him. Easy, is that you? Lu Qinghan shouted loudly, her voice echoed endlessly, but no one responded to her. After 100 breaths, there was still no one responding to her, which made her feel disoriented and laughed to herself. How could it be him? He's been dead for 10,000 years, it's just me hallucinating. It could be that she was too tired, or her life was in danger and she had a mental problem, causing her to hallucinate. That person had been dead for 10,000 years, how could he come back? Lu Qinghan took out more than life Dan and swallowed it, immediately recovered full strength, stood up and bowed toward the void with fists. Thank you for senior help, my daughter will never forget, and will certainly repay in the future. Still no one responded. Lu Qinghan's heart completely died and continued to close the door. Mountain top hut. Li Lan stood with his arms folded. It was indeed him who made a move just now. Little ninja, this is the last time I will step in to help you. 100 years, you should grow up. He didn't have much affection with Lu Qinghan, it was only the other party's wishful thinking, making a heavenly oath that she was not married to him in this life. Also did not ask his opinion, this time out has been his goodwill act, her own karma has to be her own solution. Li Lan glanced at the kitchen, that Chen Ling is still absorbing the spiritual qi, after a night, she unexpectedly already refining the body too. Worthy of being the reincarnation of a great emperor, still a bit of strength, but he is not here to stay for free. With a thought, Li Lan appeared in the kitchen and spoke in a cold voice, hey, it's morning, where's my breakfast? The sudden voice startled Chen-Ling and she stood up. Seeing that it was Li Lan, she gritted her teeth in anger, but thinking that she was a parasite, she could only force a smile and said, "I forgot, I'll do it right away." But she looked for a moment. This kitchen even a little bit of food or not. Last night the only remaining rice has been made porridge. This do a ghost of breakfast Go to the village to buy if there is no more food. There is silver on the table. I want to eat breakfast within half an hour. The words fell. Li Lan had already disappeared, only the broken silver placed on the table. Chen-Ling's teeth itched with anger. After a year passes, when I break through the spirit of transformation, I won't serve anymore. For now, she could only endure and continue to play alone. She picked up the broken silver and walked down the mountain. When she came back, there were 2 or 3 more children beside her. Coincidentally at this time, Li Lan was lying on a chaise longue in the courtyard sunbathing, and when the 3 children saw Li Lan, they immediately yelled, "Immortal Masterly! We're here!" Li Lan sat up, and when he saw the 3 children, he immediately smiled. "Here we are, quickly let me see how well you have practiced in the past few days." "Aha, I'll go first." One of the stronger little boys stepped out, and publicly punched a set of fists. Chen-Ling, who hadn't yet gone into the kitchen, saw this scene and was slightly stunned. She didn't think that Li Lan would even teach these children of the village to practice boxing. As immortal cultivators, many of them rarely interacted with mortals after breaking through foundation establishment. There was an old saying in the immortal world, the difference between immortals and mortals, and after entering the immortal, one was destined to not have a single relationship with the mortal world. Many people would cut off their relationship with the mortal world and focus on cultivating immortality, and it was rare to see a person like Li Lan teaching a mortal to practice boxing. Soon, the boy finished his set of punches. Chen-Ling was a bit disappointed. In her opinion, the set of punches that the boy had just performed was mediocre and devoid of any charm. She instantly lost the heart to watch on, and went inside to make breakfast, lest she be scolded later. "Hey, it's still too bad, it needs to be like this to be right." Li Lan was a little disappointed. The foundation of these children was too poor. It was much harder to make them become immortal cultivators. However, he had plenty of time. Slowly teach his. He sat on the recliner, casually changed a plate of spiritual fruits, eating and pointing. It wasn't long before Chen-Ling came out from inside. She had made breakfast, and just when she was about to open her mouth to speak to Li Lan, she froze. She stared with wide eyes, her pupils shrinking slightly as she looked towards the boy who had just practiced boxing. At this moment, his boxing style had become very different. Incorrect. The fist was still the same fist that he had just practiced, but at this moment, it was full of divinity, and every punch and palm pulled the aura, emitting a terrifying aura. How is this possible? Chen-Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. She traveled through the world and acquired countless techniques, knowing that the techniques of this heaven and earth are divided into yellow level, Xian level, earth level, heaven level, king level, emperor level, holy level, immortal level, emperor level, heavenly path level, and chaos level. And the fist technique performed by the child at this moment, surprisingly had the divine flavor of a saint level gungfu. Even she only had 2 saint level gungfu, relying on those 2 saint level gungfu to slowly become a great emperor. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had misread, but as she continued to look, the boy remained the same. It really was the divinity of a saint-level gungfu. How could this be possible? Could it be that the set of fists taught by Li Lan was a saint-level gungfu? It couldn't be. A cultivator living on a remote mountaintop actually had a saint-level gungfu? She didn't believe it until Li Lan saw her. "Hey, have you made breakfast?" Hearing this icy voice, Chen-Ling's face instantly clouded over and she forced a smile. "It's done." "Okay." Li Lan nodded and looked at the 3 children. "You guys go down the mountain first, just practice as I just said, and come back up tomorrow." "Aha, goodbye, Immortal Masterly." "Right, those fruits on the table, you guys take them and eat them." "Thank you, Immortal Masterly." The 3 children picked up the fruits and ran down the mountain. Li Lan walked into the kitchen, and Chen-Ling mustered up the courage to ask, "That, I still don't know how to address you." Li Lan spoke indifferently. After faking his death, he used this name all the time. No one knew his real name, except for those who had been there. After repeating this name a few times, Chen-Ling continued to speak. "May I ask, was the fist technique you just taught those children a saint-level technique?" "How could that be? I'm just a mountain man. How could I know such a powerful gungfu?" Li Lan smiled, and after serving a bowl of porridge, he drank it, nodding his head slightly. "Not bad. From now on you'll be in charge of the 3 meals a day, and at night then you must have meat and wine." Chen-Ling nodded sluggishly. Her mind was still focused on that boxing technique. She could not be mistaken. The divinity was very uncomplicated. Was this Li Lan hiding his fists? She was just about to open her mouth to continue asking questions. The sky outside was suddenly covered in dark clouds, lightning flashed and a loud thunderclap interrupted her words. "The golden list is now available. Continue to announce the top 4. Chapter 6: 2 Old Monsters. Chen-Ling ran outside and looked into the sky as the golden list appeared once again. "I wonder who the 4th place is that can be ranked ahead of the 4 divine beast immortal emperors." Chen-Ling muttered. Countless people in the Shin Dust Immortal realm tilted their heads to look at the golden list in the sky, and they were incomparably looking forward to it. Just which immortal emperor could rank ahead of the divine beast immortal emperors? If you ask me, the Devil Emperor is definitely in front. He is also an immortal emperor perfection. But other than the Demon Emperor, is there any immortal emperor perfection in existence? Could it be that there are old monsters who haven't appeared and everyone doesn't know that they've broken through to immortal emperor perfection? Or even heavenly emperors? Other than the 4 divine beasts, the only immortal emperor perfection that everyone knew about was the demon emperor Qianchong, and the rest were unclear. Divine Beast Holy Land. Xinglong and the others once again came to the Sky Dome and looked up at the golden list. I'd like to see who else can make it to the top 4 besides the few of us. I recognize the strength of that demon emperor guy, it's reasonable for him to be ranked in front of us, but who else is there? Xinglong spoke in a deep voice. The 4 of them were recognized as the strongest, but as a result, they couldn't even get into the top 3. The more they thought about it last night, the more angry they became, and the more they felt that this golden list was unreasonable. White Tiger sighed, things have come to this, there is nothing we can do, we can only look at who the 4th place is announced in the golden ranking. Perhaps there really are certain old monsters that don't come out of the world. The Shen Dust Immortal realm was vast and boundless, there were countless hidden 10,000-year-old monsters, it was always impossible for them to know all of them, there were always some old monsters that had been in seclusion for 30 to 40,000 years that did not come out of the world, it was not strange. But I have to say, the rewards of this golden ranking are really top. I've already swallowed Xuanwu's essence blood, in less than 100 years, I'll definitely break through to Heavenly Emperor. Xuanwu grinned. The ancient Xuanwu essence blood contained the source of the great Tao, as well as infinite spiritual power, enough for him to break through to Heavenly Emperor. The remaining 3 nodded in agreement when they heard Xin Wu's words. They had all swallowed the essence blood and their strength had increased greatly. They all had a premonition that they would definitely break through to Heavenly Emperor in less than 100 years. Our rewards are all so good, then how good should the top 4 be? The vermilion bird looked towards the golden list, expecting the 4th place to be announced. At this moment, the sound of Hongmeng rang out, causing the 4 of them to be physically and mentally shaken. Here it comes. 4th place, Lord of the Underworld Luo He, Immortal Emperor Great Circle. Reward, Ghost's Great Tao Source Liquid, 1 billion fierce ghost streamers. What? Surprisingly, it's the Lord of the Underworld. When did that old thing break through the Immortal Emperor Great Circle? Xinglong was shocked. He had just visited that old thing 2,000 years ago, when the other party was only in the middle stage of Immortal Emperors, but now he was already in the Great Circle of Immortal Emperors, which meant that he was only 1 step away from breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor. The white tiger smiled helplessly. It's true, one by one, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, we're kind of embarrassed, still thinking that we're the strongest in the world, but it turns out that the truly strong ones don't come out to show off. This Luo He was an Immortal Emperor great perfection, no one knew it at all, he was really too low profile. If it wasn't for the exposure of this golden ranking, they were all kept in the dark. The 4 divine beast Immortal Emperors were completely convinced, the saying that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens was indeed correct, one should never take things lightly. For this 4th place, they admitted it and were convinced, but even Immortal Emperor Great Perfection was in 4th place, who would be in 1st place? Could it be that it was the Heavenly Emperor realm? That couldn't be, there hadn't been a Heavenly Emperor in 10,000 years, this was something that everyone knew. Just who would it be? Underworld. This was a special place apart from the 9 states, where there were billions of ghost cultivators, all of whom were ghosts with nowhere else to go, surviving here. At the top of that underworld mountain, there was a grand underworld hall where a handsome, evil, black-robed man sat cross-legged. He was the lord of the underworld, Luo Ming. He snapped his eyes open, revealing a hint of surprise. I didn't expect that my cultivation, which I've hidden for 10,000 years, has been exposed by this heavenly Tao golden ranking, so let's not hide it anymore. Luo Ming smiled faintly and lifted his own shielding, restoring his Immortal Emperor Great Perfection realm. Looking at the golden list outside through his divine sense, his eyes erupted with surprise color. Ghost Tao Source Liquid, 1 billion fierce ghost streamers, these are all top quality good treasures, especially the latter. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the whole world who got it. The heavenly Tao is really generous. More let him feel surprised is, his own this Immortal Emperor Great Perfection is only the 4th place, to know that he is only 1 step away from the Heavenly Emperor, originally only need 20 to 30 years can break through, now with the rewards is more confident that can be within 5 years to break through. This is not even able to enter the top 3? Those 3 people in front of him, what kind of gods are they? The ones he knows are already in the back, and there is a Devil Emperor Qianchong, he has not announced until now, should be in the 1st place. Announcement of 3rd place. Devil State, Devil Sect. Qianchong looked at the golden list, listening to the sound of the Hongmeng, and stared with wide eyes. 3rd place, Lord of the Chaos Realm Su Xia, Immortal Emperor Great Circle. Reward, Destruction Avenue Source Fluid, Chaos Reincarnation Technique, Soul Devouring Blade. And who is this Lord of the Chaos Realm? Why haven't I heard of him? He's actually an Immortal Emperor Great Circle like me, and he also gave the Destruction Avenue's source fluid. Qianchong was surprised. Another Immortal Emperor Great Perfection that he didn't recognize, the Luo He in front of him. Nowadays, these old monsters weren't used to coming out and showing their faces? Without this golden list, no one would really know about it. Now there are only 2 people left, I can still take 1st place no matter what, I don't believe there's anyone better than me. Qianchong muttered. If even he couldn't get 1st place, how powerful should the 1st place be? Could it be the Heavenly Emperor? This shouldn't be the case. If it was a heavenly emperor, the visions of transmigration would have appeared a long time ago. Ever since the death of the loose immortal emperor, the visions of breaking through to heavenly emperors had never appeared again. So currently there was no heavenly emperor at all, and it wasn't known who exactly was in the top 2. Anyway, he was definitely on the list. With the release of the 3rd place reward, countless people looked forward to who exactly the 2nd place would be. The 4 divine beast immortal emperors had their gazes fixed on the golden list. 2 old monsters had already appeared in the top 4, and who would the 2nd place be? Other than the demon emperor, could it be that there was still an old monster hiding and not exposed? It was a pity that one wasn't there anymore, or else this list wouldn't even need to be looked at to know that the 1st place would definitely be Immortal Emperor Easy. Lu Qinghan looked at the golden list and felt regret for this. If you're still alive, then you must be 1st place. Lu Qinghan murmured in her heart, the 1st place would always be Li Lan. That invincible stance was unrivaled. Nowadays it was mostly that demon emperor. Because his name hadn't appeared until now, with his strength, it was more than likely the 1st place. Right at this moment, the voice of Hongmeng resounded once again, and countless people's bodies shook as they hurriedly looked at the golden list. But when they heard the name that was announced, they were completely dumbfounded. How could it be? It was actually him. If it was him, then who was the 1st place winner? Chapter 7, 2nd place, Demon Emperor. 2nd place, Demon Emperor Qianshong, Immortal Emperor Great Circle. Reward, Pure Source Crystal of the Devil's Way, Blood of the Ancient Devil God, Devil's Sword. The 2nd place was actually Demon Emperor Qianshong? Lu Qinghan's eyes widened in disbelief. The hallowed Demon Emperor is only in 2nd place, then who is in 1st place? It seems like no one is left. Currently everyone knows that there are 4 divine beast immortal emperors as well as the Demon Emperor. These 5 are Immortal Emperor Perfection, and the latter is even the Great Perfection. Those 2 old monsters were the ones that everyone didn't know about, belonging to the type that pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger. If it wasn't for the golden ranking, no one would know about the 2 of them. The Devil Emperor who had the most hope of taking 1st place was only 2nd, so how strong should the 1st be? Could it be that he was still an immortal emperor? It was also true that after the death of the easy immortal emperor, there was no more heavenly emperor Thunder Tribulation, and no one had broken through to the heavenly emperor. Thinking of this, Lu Qinghan sighed. She missed Easy even more. If he was there, he would definitely be number 1. Divine Beast Holy Land. No way, the Demon Emperor didn't even take 1st place? Xinglong looked at the golden ranking with disbelief. Everyone thought that the Devil Emperor had the most hope of taking 1st place, but it turned out that he was only 2nd. What kind of god was that 1st place, to be able to suppress so many people? The White Tiger was surprised. It's too outrageous. Even the Demon Emperor can only be 2nd. The 1st one shouldn't be the Heavenly Emperor, right? He thought of an impossible but otherwise very unreasonable result. After all, the 3 Immortal Emperor Great Rounds were all pressed underneath the 1st place. If it wasn't the Heavenly Emperor, it really couldn't be justified. But since the death of Easy, the Thunder Tribulation to break through the Heavenly Emperor hadn't appeared, who would quietly become a Heavenly Emperor? This golden list had said that it was the strongest in 50,000 years, and they had lived for just 50,000 years, when there were no Heavenly Emperors, and there wasn't even a single Heavenly Emperor dating back to 300,000 years ago. All the Heavenly Emperors all died in that catastrophe 500,000 years ago. None of them were spared, and since then, the aura had weakened by a large amount, and everyone fought and killed every day in order to grab the aura as well as the resources. By the time they were born, there was even less aura left, and the resources had been appropriated by those great powers, holy places, and 10,000-year-old families for a large portion of the time, and they were able to come to this day, and become immortal emperors, all because of their strength to fight. It was also during that era that the free immortal emperor appeared, this brutally unreasonable demon with heavenly strength, pressuring all people, demons, devils, ghosts, and immortals to all gasp for air. He was the most promising to break through to the heavenly emperor, only to die in a thunderbolt, and in the 10,000 years since then, no one had broken through to the heavenly emperor. Impossible. Xuanwu hurriedly shook his head. It definitely can't be a heavenly emperor. I haven't seen a heavenly emperor in 50,000 years. The first place winner must be an immortal emperor great perfection. Breaking through a heavenly emperor would inevitably attract a lightning tribulation. It was impossible for them as immortal emperors not to know that. It was true that no one had broken through to a heavenly emperor in 50,000 years, and the most promising one had died, which made it even more impossible. Green Dragon and White Tiger also nodded in recognition. It was indeed unlikely. You guys say. Vermilion Bird suddenly opened her mouth, and the remaining 3 looked over as she raised her head to look at the golden ranking. Could it be possible that Immortal Emperor Prosperity didn't die? When these words came out, the 3 of them immediately stared with wide eyes. After freezing for a while, they shook their heads. The Green Dragon spoke. It's impossible. Everyone watched that Thunder Tribulation. Easy was struck by the thunder, and instantly flew away in ashes. We searched for several months, and we couldn't find a single trace of the divine soul and fragments of his flesh, and we didn't even find a storage bag. His magic treasures all flew away in ashes along with the Thunder Tribulation. Xuanwu also spoke. That's right, back then it was the entire Xin Dust Immortal realm that came out. They all wanted Easy's magic treasures and techniques, but as a result, not a single hair could be found. How could Easy be alive? Your idea is unrealistic. That's right, Easy is dead for all to see. The might of the heavenly Tao is not something he can resist, his soul has long since been dispersed. White Tiger nodded. Vermilion Bird's eyes looked at the golden list and continued to speak. Then don't you guys think it's strange, since no body was found, why was it judged that he was dead? At this question, the three froze once again. In short, it's impossible for him to be alive. If he's still alive, I'll directly change back to my original body for you to ride for 3 days. White Tiger swore. The other two laughed, but only Vermilion Bird looked at the golden list with some anticipation. First place, just what kind of god will you be? To suppress so many immortal emperors, you can't be an obscure person. With $= line forbidden alternative text and phylum 7 $02A0AEB1 LBD EB14629X58S23D6 IK8M6A025.E hashtag D0I0H2630U8WLE5 TS8 GD3013 WCCVKZDR5 P851Y 5MD.3 Devil State, Devil Sect. The Devil Emperor Qianshong, who was sitting inside the Devil God's Hall, was in a daze at this moment, looking at his name on the golden list in disbelief. I'm actually only in second place? Qianshong let out a question. He really couldn't figure it out. At his Immortal Emperor Great Perfection realm, he could win against any of the Divine Beast Immortal Emperors single-handedly, but he was only in second place? Who in the world didn't know that he was powerful? How many people thought that he would be number one, and he only came in second? This golden ranking is a fake, right? Qianshong was incredibly confident before the rankings were announced, thinking that he could definitely take first place, and after the results came out, he was slapped in the face, only second place. Even though the rewards were rich, he couldn't even be happy. How can it be? I'm only second, who can be first? Qianshong muttered. Looking at the entire Xian Dust Immortal realm, he was the most qualified to be first, that one was already dead, and it was so hard for him, the second, to be able to be first, but he ended up being second. This wasn't fair. There must be something wrong with this golden ranking. It was impossible for anyone to surpass him, no one. There was only that one who could, but that one was already dead, so there was no one at all. Qianshong was very angry and looked up at the golden list, desperately wanting to know who was in first place. Just who could step on his head? Mountain Hut. Chen-Ling looked at the second place on the golden list and was surprised. The Devil Emperor is only second, isn't he recognized as the strongest? Recognized by who? How is he the strongest? At this time, a voice sounded behind her. She turned around and saw that the person coming was Li Lan. She immediately laughed. You are at least an immortal, don't you know that Demon Emperor Qianshong is the strongest person today? But how come I heard that he used to be the second most powerful person in 10,000 years? Li Lan laughed. He recalled the Qianshong of that year, who kept coming to challenge him, but was beaten by him every time, and every time there was an immortal tomb, a secret realm or even a grand competition, he was always the second, never being able to compare to him, and not being able to compare to him in terms of cultivation, and was laughed at by the world as the 10,000-year-old second. Shoo! Chen-Ling was so frightened that she hastily made a silencing gesture, looked around and whispered, don't talk nonsense, be careful of being overheard by others, immortal emperors can't be insulted, and demon emperors can't be insulted even more. Hearing this, Li Lan laughed. Back then, had he insulted Qianshong less? You don't know, back then, it was the easy immortal emperor who kept pressing on Qianshang's head, and he was called by the world as a 10,000-year-old, but... Speaking of this, Chen-Ling paused for a moment, revealing a sad expression as he looked towards the sky's golden list, but that immortal emperor Easy died 10,000 years ago. Li Lan slightly froze when he saw this expression of Chen-Ling. The other party shouldn't recognize him, even if they did, they had heard of his name, why would they reveal such a lost and sad expression? You seem sad? Li Lan asked suspiciously. Chen-Ling hurriedly shook her head and laughed. No, I just remembered something. In short, the strongest today is Demon Emperor Qianshong. If Immortal Emperor Luce didn't die, then he would definitely be number one. What Li Lan didn't know was that Chen-Ling had always viewed him as a role model in her previous life, following in his footsteps before she was able to become a great emperor. Immortal Emperor Easy had always been her faith, and without Easy, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to become a great emperor. What if he didn't die? Li Lan laughed as he looked towards the golden list. Chen-Ling murmured and spoke, I wish he hadn't died, but this is unlikely. After all, everyone watched his soul fly away. If the easy immortal emperor didn't die, then I'm afraid that this world would be shaken once again. Li Lan was silent, just looking at the golden list and waiting for the voice of Hongmeng. With the second place rewards handed out, the first place, which countless people had been waiting for, was finally going to be announced. Rumble. But just at this moment, the heavens and earth changed once again. Chapter 8. A magnificent figure. As countless people were looking forward to the announcement of the first place winner, the heavens and earth changed once again, and the divine and demonic silhouettes reappeared on earth for countless people to see. This surprised everyone. There's still a vision for this first place announcement, this is too dignified. It really makes me look forward more and more to who the first place actually is. No one else has this treatment, this first place even has a vision. The 9 immortal emperors didn't have any visions, but as a result, after arriving at this first place, they even had visions. Is this the treatment of the first place? One couldn't help but let the 9 immortal emperors who were on the list show envious eyes. Just who was it that could have such a vision? As the lightning flashed and thunder rolled, the golden list unexpectedly began to grow larger, only stopping after it had grown 3 times larger. Suddenly, the canopy changed, and images unexpectedly appeared, similar to some sort of projection. Within the canopy, mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared, battle fires burning the sky, as well as the screams and hisses of humans and demonic beasts, and with just a single glance, one could recognize that this was some kind of great battle with heavy deaths and injuries. Everywhere is a bloody corpse, everywhere is hissing demonic beasts, humans are killing each other or fighting with demonic beasts, extremely tragic. But most people were not familiar with this battle, they had never seen it before. And at this moment, the divine beast Holy Land. The 4 divine beast immortal emperors were astonished, and Xinglong was the first to speak in shock. Do you guys feel familiar? The other 3 nodded heavily, they all felt familiar, but couldn't recall. But just then, the 3 were startled as Xuanwu pointed towards the light screen. Xinglong, that's you. Xinglong looked violently at the light screen, his pupils contracted violently, only to see a huge green-colored pale dragon lying on the ground, the dragon scales on its body broken and dying, as if it was about to die. It was this scene that made him completely remember, shouting, "This is the immortal sword battle, the one from 20,000 years ago, a great battle that all 5 races, human, immortal, devil, demon, and ghost, participated in, only to snatch a Heaven's Path immortal artifact." Xinglong's words caused all of the other 3's long-ago memories to return, and they all thought about it. I remember, back then, when the 4 of us went to seize the immortal sword, it could be said that the entire Xin Dust immortal realm came. It was a melee, none of us had broken through to immortal emperor yet, we were only in the great emperor realm. That battle was fought in the darkness of the sky and it lasted for a year before it ended. Xian Wu's eyes widened as he remembered everything. That battle was truly the most fearful nightmare he had ever had in his entire life, because there was only one protagonist in that battle, and that was Easy, who fought alone against the world's group of heroes, eventually capturing the immortal sword, and even breaking through to become the first immortal emperor in that battle. Can't forget, how can we forget this great battle? The White Tiger was puzzled, but that great battle has already passed for 20,000 years, why did the Heavenly Dowry release this scene? Could it be that the first name is related to that great battle? It was his words that caused the other 3 to suck in a breath of cold air, a name appearing in their minds at the same time. Easy Immortal Emperor. The 3 spoke in unison. The White Tiger's eyes widened as he took a few steps back, shaking his head. Impossible, that person died a long time ago, how could it be him? If it's really the loose Immortal Emperor, then it's really outrageous. Xinglong swallowed his saliva and continued to look at the canopy, in which the figures of Xuanwu, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger emerged. It was already confirmed that this was that immortal sword battle, that the first place was one of the people in that battle, and the 4 divine beasts could now be ruled out. The Vermilion Bird stared intently at the golden list. Could it really be the loose immortal emperor? He really didn't die? Although at first she questioned that immortal emperor Easy didn't die, but thinking about it made her feel outrageous. If the other party didn't die, why haven't we heard any news about him for 10,000 years? At this moment, the figure of Demon Emperor Qian Chong appeared in the canopy. Only to see him sitting in front of the mountain of corpses with a disheveled face, without any semblance of life, he laughed to himself. Sure enough, a 10,000-year-old is a second in his life, and in the end, he is still no match for him. Seeing the Demon Emperor in this state, countless people were shocked. Even the Demon Emperor couldn't do anything to the other party? Who else could this person be besides the Easy Immortal Emperor? But he had been dead for 10,000 years, so it couldn't possibly be him in first place. Xianchong looked at the canopy and was doubly shocked. Is it really you? Could it be that the Easy Immortal Emperor is not dead? Thinking of this possibility, Xianchang's first reaction was not fear, but ecstasy. You're not dead, right? You're still alive. If it's really you, then I still have an opponent. Xianchong laughed like a child. For 10,000 years, he was very lonely. Not many people remembered his 10,000-year-old nickname anymore because he became number 1. He had fought all over the world and had no more opponents. No one could defeat him, which made him feel bored and lonely. He longed to fight, but no one could arouse his desire to win anymore, and the only person who did died, but not at his hands. Being invincible for too long made him think of Immortal Emperor Easy from time to time, and I don't know if it's because he's or not, but he actually thought that Easy could be resurrected to beat him up. But in the end, he would be disappointed, because Easy had been dead for 10,000 years, he wouldn't come back. But now, he saw hope. As the Heavenly Tao released this image, it was highly likely that Easy had returned. It was highly likely that his opponent was still alive. Xianchong stared at the image with unblinking eyes, inwardly hoping beyond hope that it was him. If it really was him, then number 1, he was convinced. Other than Easy, no one was number 1 in his heart. Xinzhou, Female Emperor Palace. Looking at the various images in the canopy, Lu Qinghan was greatly shaken. Back then, she also participated, but only watched from afar because she was too weak. Going up would be a death sentence. It was from this great battle that Easy broke through to Immortal Emperor, I remember. Lu Qinghan said excitedly. This great battle, she couldn't forget it, and from that moment on, she deeply fell in love with that man that she had only met a few times. It was also this great battle that made Immortal Emperor Easy become a target, but no one was able to defeat him, and from then on, he was invincible all the way until that heavenly calamity. Could it be that it was him who was still alive? Lu Qinghan remembered today's voice, that was Easy's voice, and coupled with this heavenly canopy, it convinced her that Easy was still alive. You must still be alive, right? An invincible existence, how could you be destroyed by a heavenly tribulation? Lu Qinghan said excitedly. She couldn't wait to tell the world that Immortal Emperor Easy was still alive, but she couldn't even guarantee it until the results came out. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in the canopy, and there were even many geniuses who died back then, causing countless people to feel sorry for them until a sword appeared. A long sword with a silver-white body and a koan pang engraved on its blade appeared on the screen, and those who had participated in the battle back then recognized it. The koan pang Immortal Sword. Even from the image, one could feel the terrifying aura of the koan pang Immortal Sword. It was the first innate immortal sword to appear in 50,000 years, a treasure that was above Heaven's Path immortal artifacts and below Heaven's Path sacred artifacts. It was an immortal sword that countless people had fought to the death to snatch. They only remembered that the sword fell into the hands of that legendary figure. Right at this moment, the koan pang Immortal Sword in the canopy began to fly rapidly, skimming across the long sky to the dome of the heavens, and was finally steadily grabbed by a white robe. That was a magnificent figure. His left hand was behind his back, his right hand was holding the koan pang Immortal Sword, his long hair fluttering, his white robe hunting in the wind. Just a back figure made people feel incomparably terrifying. The moment she saw this figure, Lu Qinghan's breath caught in her throat. She recognized it at the first moment and felt her body dry up. Easy Immortal Emperor! Lu Qinghan shouted excitedly, like a female fan who had seen her idol. If the others were to see the titular female emperor reveal such an excited and shy appearance, what would they think? The four divine beast immortal emperors looked at this back, incomparably emotional. Even after 10,000 years had passed, when they saw this back again, they could still think of the oppressive feeling they felt back then, one person fighting hundreds of millions of people without dying, and even breaking through the immortal emperors, capturing the immortal sword, and creating an immortal legend. Xinglong shook his head and sighed with emotion. Who in the world is worthy of white clothes? Only Immortal Emperor Li Yiwu. This sentence really isn't wrong. This sentence, which was uttered by him at that time, was later known by the other immortal emperors and circulated amongst the immortal emperors. It was important to know that back then, whenever they saw a white robe, they would subconsciously think of Immortal Emperor Lu's, and they would chicken out until 3,000 years after Immortal Emperor Lu's death, when they slowly eased up and weren't afraid anymore. Unexpectedly, this image once again reminded him of the nightmare from back then. The other three also had bitter smiles on their faces. The loose Immortal Emperor was truly a nightmare for them. Just then, a sentence rang out from the canopy, causing the four of them to smile bitterly once again. Chapter 9 First Place Easy Immortal Emperor Lilan. The magnificent back figure that appeared in the canopy caused countless people in the Shin Dust Immortal Realm to gasp in awe and excitement, and many recognized that it was the Easy Immortal Emperor. This is the loose Immortal Emperor, giving me an incomparably terrifying oppressive force just by his back. Could it be that the first place is him? It can't be, he's been dead for 10,000 years, how could it be him? And right at this moment, the Easy Immortal Emperor in the canopy slightly turned his head sideways, revealing half of his peerless face, which was enough to charm countless young girls in the world. His eyes were extremely cold, and even through the canopy, one could feel the dense and terrifying extreme killing intent. The day I am on earth, all the world is a mole, and so is the heavenly Tao. These incomparably overbearing words resounded through the Shin Dust Immortal Realm, causing countless people to be shocked and appalled both physically and mentally. For one day in the world, all of the world was a mole cricket, even the heavenly Tao. What kind of boldness was this for a person to dare to say such heaven-defying words, knowing that under the heavenly emperor, the heavenly Tao was the greatest? How could he dare? But on the contrary, this person is the free immortal emperor, is that legend, and he has truly done it. The day he is alive, no one is his opponent, all beings in the world are all ants. It was only him that dared and deserved to say these words, no one else could. This is too domineering, no one but him can really do it. AI, it's a pity that the heavens envy the talented. The only one who had hopes of breaking through to the heavenly emperor died just like that. If Immortal Emperor Luce is still around, then he must be the first place, right? I don't recognize whoever is first besides him. The loose Immortal Emperor really grew up with me in my childhood, his legend will never fade away. Such overbearing words, only the loose Immortal Emperor dared to say it in 50,000 years. Unfortunately, he died, but he also made it, and for one day in the world, no one was his rival. These words uplifted countless people and left a colorful mark on the path of immortal cultivation. Divine Beast Holy Land. The four divine beasts simultaneously shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Although this sentence is overbearing, he really did it, it's just a pity that he died. Xinglong regretted. Lilan was the only one who had done it, everyone in the world was an ant, and he had suppressed everyone in the world with just one sword. I haven't convinced many people in my life, he's the only one. White Tiger laughed helplessly. Xuanwu looked at the figure in the canopy and sighed, heaven envies the talented. It's already this time, do you guys still not believe that Immortal Emperor Easy is still alive? Vermilion Bird spoke with a faint smile. The remaining three were physically and mentally shocked and shook their heads again. They believed their eyes more. That daze did see Li Lan's soul flying away. It couldn't be fake. There are times when the eyes aren't always true, and they can deceive us. Vermilion Bird looked towards the canopy and spoke faintly. The other three also looked over, with mixed feelings inside. They were afraid that it was Li Lan, and thinking that it might be Li Lan. Because besides him, there was really no one else who could claim first place. Devil's Sect. All the world is a mole cricket, ha, only you dare to say that. Xianchong laughed out loud and became depressed as he laughed. For 10,000 years, he hadn't had the courage to say this sentence because he felt that he couldn't do it. After all, he had always been the second. In his heart, the only one worthy of saying this sentence was Li Lan. No one else was worthy. Since it's all like this, then the first place, it really is you, right? At this moment, Xianchong incomparably hoped that the golden list would say that the first place was Immortal Emperor Easy. Female Emperor Palace. So handsome, so domineering, I love it. Lu Qinghan was like a wistful young girl at this moment, looking at Li Lan in the sky almost drooling. All under heaven are mole crickets. Who dares to say this? Only Li Lan dares to say it, and only he did it. But what was the heavenly Tao doing releasing this image? It's so hard to guess. At this time, Lu Qinghan was 100% sure that the first place was Li Lan. He didn't die, he was still alive. But how should she find Li Lan? The world is so big, I don't know if Li Lan has gone incognito or changed his appearance. How should she find him? This is a difficult task. Underworld. Luo Ming looked at the easy Immortal Emperor in the picture and smiled faintly. Back then, I didn't participate in that war, yet I can still hear your name. It's just a pity that you died early, otherwise I really wanted to spar with you. He had been in seclusion in the underworld back then and rarely paid attention to the outside world, yet he could often hear about the loose Immortal Emperor, making him more and more interested in him. When he wanted to challenge Li Lan, there was bad news about the other party, the breakthrough Heavenly Emperor dying from the heavenly tribulation. It made people sigh. A generation of invincible immortal emperors had died under the heavenly tribulation. That period of time also made a lot of ghosts afraid and didn't dare to break through. After all, even the invincible loose immortal emperor died under the heavenly tribulation. Wouldn't they be more dangerous? Mountain Hut. Chen Ling looked at the back figure in the canopy, revealing a look of yearning admiration as she murmured, "He's really handsome and domineering." Hearing this, Li Lan grinned and spoke, "Then don't you think I'm more handsome than him?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ling instantly turned back, her eyes filled with killing intent, looking at Li Lan as she spoke in a cold voice, "I'm warning you, you're not allowed to denigrate Immortal Emperor Easy." But soon, thinking that the other party was stronger than her, she forced herself to hold back her anger and apologized. "I'm sorry, I spoke excessively just now. I still hope that you won't kick me out." Li Lan looked at the unpredictable Chen Ling and smiled in his heart. He didn't realize that he was so important in the other party's heart. Was it because of her dad? "It's fine, keep looking. Maybe the easy Immortal Emperor is really still alive." This time, Chen Ling did not retort. She also hoped that the easy Immortal Emperor was still alive. She looked at Li Lan with a slight sideways glance. Just now the easy Immortal Emperor revealed half of his face, and she surprisingly and bizarrely felt that Li Lan was a bit similar. Li Lan was also very handsome, but his temperament was not like Immortal Emperor Easy. In her heart, Immortal Emperor Easy was a mysterious, domineering person with an invincible temperament, not this kind of countryside village boy like Li Lan, living in the middle of these barren mountains and wild ranges, which didn't fit the temperament of Immortal Emperor Easy at all. As the picture in the canopy slowly dissipated, the voice of Hongmang once again sounded. 30,000 years ago, an immortal emperor with invincible posture was born. He was 10 years old to build a foundation, 18 years old Jindan, 30 years old Yuan baby. 20,000 years, he proved to become an emperor, with the sword to prove the road, to become the sword road leader, the emperor in the fairy. 20,000 years ago, he fought hundreds of millions of people alone, captured the Kuanpang immortal sword, and successfully crossed the threshold to become an immortal emperor. He once claimed that if he was alive for one day, everyone in the world would be an ant, and so would the heavenly Tao, and in the following 10,000 years, he did it. No one was his rival, he was invincible. Unfortunately, 10,000 years ago, when he broke through to the heavenly emperor, he encountered a thunderbolt, and his soul was accidentally dispersed. Hearing this, the crowd burst with regret, and the four divine beast immortal emperors sighed, so it turned out that Immortal Emperor Easy was really dead. Xianchong was instantly despondent and shriveled up. His opponent would not appear again. Lu Qinghan was even more disoriented as he sat paralyzed on the ground, his heart as dead as ashes, slowly shedding tears. It turned out that he was really dead. Even the heavenly Tao had said so, so could it still be a lie? Countless people sighed. They thought that the easy immortal emperor wasn't dead, but it turned out that he was still dead. The words of the heavenly Tao could be false? Hearing this, Chen Ling lowered her head in disappointment. So he really is dead. The hope that she had just had all but vanished at this point, completely shattered. She smiled to herself. Yes, that day it was said that he had already lost his soul. How could he still be alive? She was very lost, slowly walked towards the house. Since the first was not Li Lan, she was not in the mood to listen. Only Li Lan looked at the heavenly Tao, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. This heavenly Tao knew that he was alive and was deliberately tricking everyone, right? In the next second, the voice of Hongmang did not stop and continued to sound. But miracles always appear. The easy immortal emperor has a life-preserving secret treasure. He utilized the secret treasure to save his life, and broke through the heavenly emperor, and managed to live. For 10,000 years, he used the name of faking his death to retire from the world. No one knows, no one is looking for him. From then on, he will be an ordinary and uncommon person. Anyone he meets could be the loose immortal emperor. First place, easy heavenly emperor Lilan, middle heavenly emperor. Reward, Space Avenue Law, chaotic reincarnation fist, ancient Koan Peng bloodline. Chapter 10. The immortal world is shocked. The loose immortal emperor surprisingly didn't die. At this moment, all over the Xian Dust Immortal realm, countless people were looking at the golden list, and when they saw that the first place was Immortal Emperor Easy, they were greatly shocked. How could it be? Immortal Emperor Easy didn't die. You're kidding, didn't you say that he fell above the heavenly tribulation? Bad, this one unexpectedly didn't die and even broke through to the middle stage of Heavenly Emperor. He's coming back to continue suppressing. Retired from the Jianhu? That means that it's highly likely that the easy immortal emperor is one of the people around us? Ha ha ha, those immortal emperors should all be scared. The easy immortal emperor they feared the most didn't die, and he's even stronger. This first place was something that everyone hadn't expected. A person who had died long ago hadn't died and had become the first, even the only heavenly emperor in the immortal world. But this first place, more than anything else, convinced them. After all, this person had suppressed the world 10,000 years ago. Many people didn't believe that he was really dead, and now that they saw that he didn't die, they recognized him as the first. Easy Immortal Emperor returned. What they want to know more is whether those immortal emperors, who were once in the same era as Easy, have felt afraid? Female Emperor Palace. Sitting paralyzed on the ground, the disoriented Lu Qinghan's face was like ashes. She had thought that Immortal Emperor Easy hadn't died, but after hearing the words of the Heavenly Tao, she despaired. He really was dead. AI, after all, it wasn't what I wished for. Lu Qinghan sighed. But in the next second, the voice of the Heavenly Tao continued to ring out, and her eyes widened violently as she dashed to the sky, looking at the first place on the golden ranking list that hung high above the sky, her eyes filled with shock. The first place was Easy. He didn't die, he didn't die. Suddenly, Lu Qinghan thought of this morning's events. Easy didn't die, so that wasn't her hallucinating. It was the real Easy that saved her. That voice was definitely Immortal Emperor Easy. Thinking of this, Lu Qinghan coldly shouted, 5 great warlords. In an instant, 5 silhouettes appeared out of thin air, kneeling in front of Lu Qinghan, clasping their fists and bowing their heads, speaking in unison, my subordinates are here. Immediately bring people to search the entire Qinzhou. All those surnamedly, with particularly outstanding looks are invited to the palace for me. Upon hearing this, the 5 men spoke in unison, subordinate obeys the decree. Brushing the 5 people away, Lu Qinghan revealed a smile, brother Easy, I will definitely find you. Magic State. Looking at the first place on the golden list, Xianchong smiled. Ha ha ha, I knew it, you're not dead, you're still alive and well. Xianchong threw back his head and laughed. How could the hallowed Easy Immortal Emperor die so easily? This not only didn't die, but even broke through to the Heavenly Emperor, and has now reached the middle stage of the Heavenly Emperor. It really surprised everyone. You really didn't let me see wrong. The only Heavenly Emperor in the Xian Dust Immortal realm, even faked his death and retreated into the jungle. This is to lie down? Xianchong showed a bad smile on his face, and shouted in a cold voice, the 10 great demon generals listened to the order. As soon as the words fell, 10 figures instantly appeared within the demon god hall, all exuding a horrifying aura. Surprisingly, they were all sacred Zun perfection, and each of them was only one step away from breaking through to the great emperor. Lord Demon Emperor, my subordinates are here. The 10 men spoke in unison. Topograph 1,000,000 copies of this portrait for me. With a wave of his hand, Xiande threw out a scroll on the ground. The scroll spread out on the ground, revealing a handsome face dressed in white robes, holding a 3-foot green blade, with icy cold eyes that seemed to be able to exterminate everything through the scrolls. Just this glance caused the 10 Saint Perfection demon generals' bodies to tremble, not daring to look directly at them. This is the portrait of the Easy Immortal Emperor. A few people have it, you guys take it and topograph 1,000,000 copies, then send it out to the millions of devils and lead them to search for this person. Remember, you must not tell anyone that this is the Easy Immortal Emperor, only the 10 of you know about it, or else you die. Chen Chang's icy cold voice resounded through the demon god hall, causing the 10 demon generals to tremble and hurriedly bowed their heads and shouted, yes. No wonder this portrait could cause their bodies and minds to tremble. It turned out to be the portrait of Immortal Emperor Luz. They had just heard the golden list as well. That one was surprisingly still alive, and was even already in the middle stage of the Heavenly Emperor, the only Heavenly Emperor. Go! Xianchong waved his hand. One of them put away the portrait, and then the 10 of them lowered their heads and arched their backs as they slowly backed away until they had retreated to the doorway before disappearing. Xianchong looked outside, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Easy, I will find you. The battle between you and I is not over yet. Since Easy chose to retire from the rivers and lakes in the name of faking his death, he didn't want to be disturbed. He didn't let the 10 great demon generals go and reveal too much for this reason. Divine Beast Holy Land. Hiss. Immortal Emperor Prosperity actually really didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he also broke through to Heavenly Emperor. Xinglong was shocked and sucked in a breath of cool air. Everyone thought he was dead, but it turned out that he had only faked his death and had even become a heavenly emperor. The concealment from everyone was really deep. Xuanwu spoke in surprise. Just what kind of secret treasure was it that allowed him to escape from death under the heavenly tribulation? 10,000 years of time, and he's already in the middle stage of heavenly emperors, worthy of being him. His natural talent is truly terrifying. 10,000 years had passed, and they were only immortal emperor perfection, not to mention any heavenly emperors. On the contrary, Li Lan, not only did he not die, he even utilized 10,000 years to reach the middle stage of heavenly emperor. With this strength, I'm afraid that he doesn't even put the heavenly Tao in his eyes. This was because according to the legend, it was learned that the heavenly Tao seemed to be at the heavenly emperor realm, or perhaps heavenly emperor perfection, and was still able to restrict Li Lan. How is this possible? The white tiger stared at the golden list with wide eyes. The loose immortal emperor hadn't even died yet? The nightmares that once came to mind once again, this invincible worldly true god hadn't died, then wouldn't they be suppressed again? In the end, it's still him who is suppressing us. The vermilion bird shook its head and smiled bitterly, looking very doomed. Anyone else would be in despair, having thought that they were relieved and wouldn't be suppressed by the easy immortal emperor again, but in the end, not only did that person not die, he was even stronger. It was really a case of creation and destruction. However, Vermilion Bird thought of something and looked at the white tiger with a bad smile. White tiger, tomorrow you can remember to change back to your original body and give me a ride for 3 days. Upon hearing this, the corners of White Tiger's mouth twitched up. He had forgotten that there was such a thing. Fawning and rubbing his hands together, he smiled. Sister Vermilion Bird, can you let me off the hook for once? No way. After saying that, Vermilion Bird directly left, leaving behind the windy White Tiger and the laughing Qinglong Xuanwu. Kai Lai In. The old man storyteller looked dazedly at the golden list in the sky. His body trembled slightly, and his turbid old eyes unexpectedly shed a drop of hot tears. Not dead, easy immortal emperor, he's not dead. Great, great. The old man shouted excitedly and began to dance around. Everyone else thought he was crazy. Everyone was surprised that immortal emperor Easy was not dead, but none of them were as excited as the old man. After all, they weren't from the same era as the prosperous immortal emperor. They had only heard stories and weren't too familiar with them. And the old man is different. He grew up listening to the story of the free immortal emperor, has been familiar with the back as when the storyteller, every day to tell is the story of the free immortal emperor, as the so-called storytelling, certainly to understand before saying. It is because he more and more understanding of the free immortal emperor, more and more worship Li Lan, over time there is a feeling. This kind of feeling is not what love affection, very subtle, just like an author writing a book for many years, he will naturally have feelings for the characters. The reader is the same, read a book for a long time, will also have feelings for one of the characters. That's why the old man showed a different state from the others. Suddenly, the old man stopped and looked inside the inn, wanting to look for someone, the one who had said that the easy immortal emperor wasn't dead. Unfortunately, it was not found. Chapter 11 The Great Power to Come. Hut in the Mountains. Chen Ling turned back violently, his eyes looking at the sky's golden list in surprise, his body trembling slightly. What? Easy immortal emperor, he didn't die. What had been laid down long ago for 10,000 years was unexpectedly false, that peerless worldly easy immortal emperor did not die. Thinking of something, she fiercely looked at Li Lan and took a few steps back, shocked. Could it be that you really are the loose immortal emperor? Li Lan's words just now were very odd. Could this person really be the easy immortal emperor? Moreover, the looks did bear a slight resemblance to the loose immortal emperor. Thinking of this, Chen Ling was incomparably excited. That idol was close at hand. Are you stupid? How could I be the loose immortal emperor? Have you ever seen an immortal emperor living here? If I had that ability, I would have already been living in a large palace like a female emperor. Li Lan sneered. Hee, you didn't believe me before when I told the truth, but now you believe me only after hearing that I'm not dead, so I'll have to tease you. At those words, Chen Ling immediately had a gloomy face, and when he thought about it, it was really like that. That was the loose immortal emperor. How could he possibly live in this barren mountain range? Alright, it's me who thought too much. Chen Ling lost her mind. However, on second thought, the fact that the loose immortal emperor was still alive was already a very good thing, and there would definitely be a chance to meet in the future, so she was not so lost at once. After thinking clearly, Chen Ling walked into the kitchen with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Li Lan was speechless. How did this girl become a great emperor? Is it so easy to fool? Suddenly, he frowned slightly, and his right hand changed into a green jade pendant while it was emitting a bright light that seemed to be warning of something. What exactly is this jade pendant trying to tell me? Li Lan looked at the jade pendant in his hand, doubly puzzled. This was the secret treasure that saved him. At that time, he remembered that he was struck by the heavenly tribulation. This jade pendant emitted such a green light that sucked him in, and surprisingly, it took him to vanish into the void space, allowing him to reshape his body and soul, and be resurrected. Even within the space of the jade pendant, he was able to continue to break through to heavenly emperor and there would be no heavenly tribulation, perfectly shielding the heavenly Tao. Moreover, it contained a large amount of spiritual chi, and even blocked time. All sorts of things could be kept fresh when put inside, and he had planted spiritual fields inside, with all sorts of spiritual medicines, spiritual fruits, and spiritual trees, so he could take them out to eat them from time to time. The reason why he came here to settle down, for the sake of purity, is only the second reason. The biggest reason is this jade pendant. He broke through the Heavenly Emperor in the inside and then came out from the jade pendant. As a result, this jade pendant guided him to come here. After he came here, the jade pendant didn't light up. He thought that there might be something odd here, so he settled down, and a full 10,000 years passed. The jade pendant didn't light up again, until just now. What exactly is this jade pendant that Mom and Dad left for me, and what is the reason for bringing me here? Li Lan muttered. This jade pendant was worn by his parents when he was born, and he discovered the wonderful use of this jade pendant when he was 3 years old. Relying on his unique physique, the easy Kunping body, as well as the rich spiritual chi in this jade pendant, he was able to rapidly become stronger and become the easy immortal emperor who suppressed the world. But when he was 10 years old, when he built his foundation, his parents left without saying goodbye. He searched for 10,000 years without finding it. Even after he became an immortal emperor, he searched for it, and found nothing, and then he completely died behind him, and did not look for it again. But 10,000 years ago, the jade pendant suddenly glowed, letting him see hope. Perhaps his parents are still around. They were the ones who helped him escape the heavenly tribulation and become a heavenly emperor. Distribute the reward for the first place. Up to this point, the Heavenly Tao Golden List has been fully announced. Aura is about to reach its peak. A whole new era is coming. 3 years later, the Supreme Golden List will reappear in the immortal world. With the sound of Hongmeng, the Heavenly Tao Golden List slowly disappeared into the sky, and the dark clouds receded, restoring the sunshine of the past. At this time, Li Lan had 3 more treasures in his hand: an ancient book, a drop of essence blood, and a piece of crystal clear Heavenly Tao Law. He didn't look at it much, but put it away in his jade pendant and looked up to the sky, frowning slightly. The aura was about to reach its peak? Over these 10,000 years, he had indeed sensed that the aura of the immortal realm was becoming less and less, and it was simply a world away from the time he was born. Nowadays, it was very difficult for immortal cultivators to quickly ascend their realms. In the past, even those with ordinary qualifications could become Jindan by relying on that aura. Now, not to mention Jindan, foundation building is stuck a whole lot of people. It really should be the saying that the times make the heroes, not that these people's qualifications are not good, but that they were born at the wrong time. Li Lan can be sure the future of the Heavenly Emperor will be more than just him. The Great Emperor, Immortal Emperor, these will increase, by virtue of his Heavenly Emperor in the middle, may not be able to lie down all the time. There was also that Supreme Golden Ranking, which appeared after 3 years. This was to promote everyone's efforts to become stronger. If you want to be on the list, you have to become stronger. The battles will be more frequent, the world will change greatly. But it doesn't matter, as I said, for one day in the world, all the world is a mole, and so is the Heavenly Tao. Li Lan looked at the sky, his eyes cold. Hearing such a counter-heavenly statement, the Heavenly Tao did not send down a punishment, or perhaps he agreed. After watching for about 10 breaths, the jade pendant stopped again, no longer glowing. Li Lan was doubly speechless, not understanding what exactly this jade pendant wanted to do, put it away and walked into the house to continue drinking fine wine. At this time in the Xian Dust Immortal Realm, some people had the same idea as Li Lan, that the future would change drastically. Not more than 2 days later, the female emperor palace in Qin State sent out news that Lu Qinghan declared that she was going to be in seclusion for 100 years, during which time no one was allowed to disturb her, and that she was going to use this 100 years to break through to immortal emperor perfection. By noon, in the Demon State's Divine Beast Sanctuary, the 4 Divine Beast Immortal Emperors Perfection had all declared that they were going to be in seclusion and would not come out of seclusion until they were heavenly emperors. Causing countless people to be surprised. How could so many immortal emperors all close their doors at the same time? Could it be that something big was going to happen in the future? It wasn't until the afternoon that the demon emperor Qianshong, the underworld Luoming, and the lord of the chaos realm all sent out news that they would not come out of seclusion until they broke through to the heavenly emperor. In the evening, almost all of the immortal emperors and great emperors in the immortal realm announced that they were in seclusion to impact higher realms. The mountain hut. Li Lan was located in the celestial dome, his eyes flowing with chaotic chi, vaguely seeing a glimpse of the future, but it was extremely blurry. This caused him to frown. This never happens with the chaos divine pupil. There is only one possibility: the changes in the future have gone beyond what I can see. The future will be a chaotic battle. From the glimpse of the vague future he only saw that soon, the aura would really reach its peak, and then immortal emperors and great emperors would emerge one after another, and people would usher in a brand new great power of immortal cultivation. He, on the other hand, seemed to be inextricably linked to this great power, as he saw his own threads of karma, which were already like a spider's web, entangled and unresolved. All the world is mole crickets, no matter who or what it is, come one, kill one. Li Lan stood with his arms folded, declaring in a domineering manner, this was the bottom line from a heavenly emperor. Chapter 12 Stealing Fist Technique, Marrow Cleansing Pill. The next day. Early dawn. Li Lan was lying on a chair blowing a cool breeze, seemingly resting with his eyes closed, but in actuality, he was absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. His physique was extremely special. He was able to absorb spiritual chi at all times. He didn't need to purposely run his gong methods. He would absorb it himself, and it was still in large quantities. Master, master. At this time, the children's chirping voices rang out once again. Li Lan opened his eyes and sat up, looking at the 4 or 5 children running over. He instantly revealed a smile. Master, this is the pickle my mother asked me to bring. It's delicious. And mine, the big pork that father gave me. It's also delicious. Mine. The 5 children each took out something they had brought from home, and without thinking about it, they knew it was something their parents had specially explained. Good. Li Lan smiled as he accepted the food and turned back to shout, Chen-Ling, come out. In no time, Chen-Ling came out from inside. Her aura was already at the 7th level of body refining, and it wouldn't take long for her to break through to foundation establishment. Cultivating from Immortal to the 7th level of body refinement in 4 days, aside from the fact that she was the reincarnation of a great emperor, the aura of this place was the key. If not for this spirit-gathering formation laid down by Li Lan, I'm afraid she wouldn't have been able to go that fast. What's wrong? Chen-Ling asked suspiciously, and immediately understood when she saw what Li Lan was holding. After staying for a few days, she had gotten used to the fact that every day was just cooking, and the rest of the time could be used for cultivation, and she wasn't afraid of being disturbed. This kind of life was not bad. Most of all, she felt that Li Lan was not quite right. Leave it to me. Chen-Ling took the food and walked into the kitchen, but hid behind a crack in the door to peek outside. Alright, everyone stand still and show the results one by one. If you don't satisfy me, but you will be spanked. Li Lan clapped his hands and laughed. Hearing that, the children stood up. Don't look at the fact that they appeared to be casual with Li Lan on the surface, but in actuality, they were all in great awe of Li Lan inside. They didn't become unrestrained because of Li Lan's casualness and recognized him as their master from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the children who stood upright one by one, Li Lan smiled. These children were so adorable, sort of the fun in his peaceful life. Xiaoli, you first, give them a sample. Li Lan looked towards a little girl with a pill head. In his opinion, this little girl had the most potential because she had a physique or a spirit body. Physique was categorized into the most common mortal physique, on top of which were spiritual physique, holy physique, immortal physique, and divine physique. The most important thing for immortal cultivators is the physique as well as the enlightenment. The physique determines the upper limit of absorbing aura. The better the physique, the more aura you can absorb, the quicker you can break through, and the cultivation technique is quicker to be better than others. His Koan Peng prosperous body was the immortal body. It hadn't reached the legendary god body yet, but it was still a 1 in a billion existence. Aha! Xiaoli nodded her head and walked forward, her demeanor immediately becoming serious as she began to swing her fists in front of the crowd. At first, the punches she threw were soft and feeble, devoid of any charisma, but slowly, after the movements gradually became smooth, she was actually able to induce aura and disperse charisma. Chen-Ling, who was hiding behind the doorway, witnessed everything and stared with wide eyes. She was certain that this technique was definitely not low. Just the beginning of waving a fist could show such charm. If practiced, I'm afraid that it could explode into a destructive force. Could it be that Li Yi is really the easy immortal emperor? How else could he have taught such a powerful fist technique? Moreover, the names of the two were so similar, Luce Immortal Emperor and Li Luce. Wasn't this clearly telling her the truth? She continued to watch and steal the boxing technique, and after memorizing the movements in her mind, she practiced it in the kitchen. After she punched it in its entirety, her pupils shrunk slightly as she felt her chi and blood boiling, her roots and bones and blood veins tightening, and her body seemed to have become harder. This fist technique was truly extraordinary. Just by beating it once, she actually vaguely felt that her realm was about to break through. She hurriedly looked towards the doorway, wanting to learn more, but saw that a few children had already finished and were eating fruit. She sighed slightly. She had missed it again, but it was fine. These children would come back tomorrow, so she could continue to steal lessons. Just then, she jerked her head up. She sensed someone breaking through the first level of body refinement. Master, my body is so hot, it still hurts a little. Xiaoli finished eating the fruit and looked up at Li Lan with a difficult expression. Upon hearing this, Li Lan smiled faintly and took out a marrow cleansing elixir from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoli. You're getting stronger. Quickly swallow this elixir. Marrow cleansing pill is given to every person who refines the body to swallow the pill. This contains majestic energy mortals cannot swallow. There is a probability that the body will explode and die. To the body refining cultivator is the most appropriate, but also to build a good foundation is the key. Xiaoli did not hesitate, took the elixir and swallowed it. The one she trusted besides her parents was Li Lan. She believed Li Lan would not harm her. And when Chen-Ling behind the doorway saw this, her heart was shocked. Surprisingly, she broke through the first level of body refining so quickly. This little girl's physique is still okay, and how come this Li Lan still has the marrow cleansing pill? Chen-Ling was envious. She didn't even have a marrow cleansing pill because she didn't have the elixir to get it, and she didn't have the money. She could only rely on her gong method to get rid of the impurities a little bit, and she couldn't get rid of them completely yet. I wonder if she could take a marrow cleansing elixir if she asked later. At this moment, she was even more skeptical that Li Yi was the easy immortal emperor. Right, I remember there is a rumor in the immortal world that the thing that easy immortal emperor hates to eat the most is fish. Why don't I make a fish to test it? She had heard a story when she was a child that the loose Immortal Emperor had once gone to the Shan Sea to kill most of the undersea demonic beasts for 3 months, and then people said that he hated fish, and that was why he went to kill the undersea demonic beasts. Then later, the undersea demon emperor became furious and raised his clan to crush the easy Immortal Emperor, and as a result, all of them died. Slowly, it became a household name and everyone knew that Immortal Emperor Easy didn't like fish. Okay, let's do it, cook the fish. Thinking of this, Chen-Ling immediately went out to buy fish. Li Lan glanced at it and ignored it, continuing to watch the children cultivate. Half an hour later, Chen-Ling returned, while the children had long since left. Seeing this, Chen-Ling immediately walked up and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Is there any more of the elixir you gave Xiaoli earlier? Li Lan immediately thought of the marrow cleansing pill and changed out one and laughed. Yes, what's wrong? Looking at the marrow cleansing elixir in Li Lan's hand, Chen-Ling swallowed her saliva and pointed at herself. Can you give it to me? That's certainly not possible. I'm not familiar with you, why give it to you? Li Lan retrieved the elixir. Chen-Ling was speechless, and after thinking for a moment, she opened her mouth. I'll help you with laundry and cooking and take care of all kinds of household chores, can I? Isn't this something you should have done in the first place? Li Lan laughed. Chen-Ling was embarrassed, she really couldn't think of anything else. Uncle Li. It's not good. A group of people came to the village, they want to snatch Xiaoli. At this time, Zhang Xianyo hurriedly ran up and flung herself on her knees in front of Li Lan. Uncle Li, please, save that child. Upon hearing this, Li Lan's eyes instantly turned ice cold. How dare he rob someone under his nose? I'll do it. Suddenly Chen-Ling shouted, patting his chest, I'll teach that group of people a lesson. She had just thought about how to behave, and now someone was coming, just what she wanted. Chapter 13. Do what you want and get away with it. You go then. Li Lan looked at Zhang Xianyo. Take her down. Ha? Zhang Xianyo looked at Chen-Ling questioningly. Uncle Li, can this work? Of course it can. Chen-Ling said with her head held high. What kind of people could come to rob people down below? At best they would be bandits. She was a body refining cultivator, could she not even be bandits? The corners of Li Lan's mouth rose slightly as he waved his hand, allowing Zhang Xianyo to bring Chen-Ling down. After the two went down, he continued to eat the fruit. Let go of my daughter. Stinking, our senior brother has his eyes on your daughter, how dare you disrespect an immortal? Splat. A blue-robed man threw a slap on the woman who was protecting Xiaoli. The force was so great that it lifted the woman off her feet, spewing blood from her mouth and flying out a few teeth, fainting on the spot. Mother! Xiaoli cried out and swung a fist right towards the blue-robed man with a hint of divinity. When the blue-robed man saw this, his eyes widened and he hurriedly dodged away, looking at the three people next to him in surprise. Senior brother Chu, this little girl actually knows boxing, and it looks as if it's even stronger than the sect's boxing. The white-robed man named Senior Brother Chu naturally saw it, revealing an evil smile. It's really lucky the sect master ordered us to capture a few girls to go back. Not only did we come across one with a good physique, but she also has a mysterious boxing technique. Capture her for me, and kill anyone who dares to resist. Yes, Senior Brother. The remaining few blue-robed men sniffed and immediately walked towards Xiaoli. Who do I think it is? A couple of body refinement 5th weights plus a body refinement 8th weight. How dare they openly forcefully rob a child, looking for death? As soon as the words fell, a figure quickly attacked and threw a punch towards one of the blue-robed men, blasting it on his abdomen and sending him flying several meters away. Who are you? Senior Chu looked at Chen-Ling with a surprised gaze, and laughed coldly again. So you're at the 7th level of body refinement, no wonder you're so tough, but I'm at the 8th level. So what, die? Being reborn as a female emperor, she had the ability to challenge across borders. Only being one level higher than her, she could easily be killed. In 10 breaths, Chen-Ling killed all of these people. Zhang Xianyo looked at Chen-Ling, who was displaying great power, and marveled in surprise, worthy of being taught by Uncle Li. It's just awesome. Chen-Ling just wanted to retort that she wasn't taught by Li Yiwu, but thinking that she had stolen the other party's boxing style and was still begging the other party, she forced herself to hold back. The 7th level of body refining can even cross the border to kill my corpse refining sect's outer sect's eldest disciple, and there's also a heavenly born spirit body that performs weird boxing techniques. This trip is really quite rewarding. Suddenly, a vicissitude voice rang out, and Chen-Ling turned around to see that at some point, there was an additional old man. She stared at the other party closely, her heart was shocked, she couldn't see through the other party's cultivation, she had to know that she possessed a secret method that allowed her to see the entire cultivation of cultivators one realm greater than her, and this person couldn't see through it, on top of the Jindan. Little girl, come here. The old man sneered and stretched out his right hand. A mysterious and terrifying invisible force violently grabbed Chen-Ling's neck and slowly lifted her up, feeling suffocated. It really was a Jindan, possessing the ability to kill with divine sense. Chen-Ling was doubly shocked. Even though she was an empress reborn, it was still too difficult to deal with the Jindan with her refined body, so she could only use the power of her soul. But she didn't have much soul left, and once she used it, she might be unconscious for months. Damn! Just as she was about to be strangled to death and was about to use her soul power, a voice suddenly rang out. Kneel down. Punt. The old man fiercely dropped to both knees, making the sound of bones bursting, causing him to throw his head back in pain and shout, "Pain!" He was shocked. The only person who could suppress him was above Yuaning. "Senior, I was wrong. I don't know where I offended you. I implore you, elder, to spare me once." Chen Ling stood up trembling, her pupils shrinking slightly. At some point, Li Lan had already arrived in front of her. "Uncle Li. Immortal Master Li." Seeing Li Lan appear, the village people immediately felt a strong sense of security in their hearts. Li Lan was an invincible existence, a true immortal. Because he had been living on top of the mountain for a long time, witnessing countless people leaving, he still looked ageless. What else could this be if not an immortal? Li Lan nodded slightly and walked step by step in front of the old man, and the old man's heartbeat skipped along with his steps, incomparably terrified. His forehead was pressed against the ground, and the pressure of the mighty pressure was such that his body was about to explode as he cried out in terror, "Senior, I'm willing to serve you as an ox, please let me go once. Take a deep breath, it'll be over soon." Li Lan spoke indifferently. Just when the old man still didn't know what to do, his body shook violently, his eyes blanched, and his entire body began to convulse, lying on the ground with his hands dancing, as if his brain had been invaded by some kind of terrifying power. After 3 breaths, the old man's body no longer moved, his vitality had been severed, and his soul was extinguished. Chen Ling was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. Soul search technique. What Li used was a tactic often used by the demon clan side, a particularly evil and heaven-defying evil art that searches other people's souls and steals their memories, with the victim suffering from mild insanity, and the victim suffering from a severe loss of their souls. Could he be a demonic person? Chen Ling. Li Lan suddenly spoke, and Chen Ling's body jolted as he came back to his senses. Keep an eye on everyone for me, I'll be right back. As soon as the words fell, Li Lan disappeared in place, leaving behind a confused Chen Ling. She was not sure what Li Lan was going for, but it was definitely related to the soul refining sect behind this old man. Soul refining sect. Located 570 kilometers outside the village in the mountains. These people had recently gone on a rampage to rob children, girls mostly, because their sect leader was practicing an extremely evil technique that required the essence blood of child girls. Such a bad tactic is even more than. With a flash of his body, Li Lan instantly arrived in the sky above the soul refining sect, and he looked down on this huge sect from above, seeing the thin, cicada-like protective formation. Break! He downplayed it lightly. Boom! The great patronage formation instantly burst apart, turning into countless fragments that fell, and everyone within the sect was horrified, especially those few elders and the patriarch. Who is it? A furious roar resounded through the sky as a black-robed old man flew out from within, standing in the sky looking up at Li Lan and coldly shouting, "Who are you? How dare you destroy my soul refining sect's great formation?" He was the soul refining sect patriarch, Yuan in great perfection. "The person who kills you, I'm a very reasonable person, give you 2 ways to choose, one is suicide, the other is to be killed by me, choose." Li Lan opened his mouth expressionlessly, his voice echoed in the soul refining sect for a long time. Arrogant to the extreme, looking for death. The soul refining sect patriarch droned coldly, slapping one hand towards Li Lan, a terrifying aura condensing a large palm, blasting down. Just when the large palm was only a centimeter away from Li Lan, he spoke. "Looks like you made the choice for everyone, so die." As soon as the words fell, the large palm instantly dissipated, and the soul refining sect master fiercely knelt in mid-air as he felt the vitality in his body rapidly dissipating. What was this situation? Taking another look, he was shocked to realize that the sect was slowly going up in smoke. "No, Lord Sovereign, I don't want to die. No, I don't want to die, I haven't done anything. Sovereign, I won't let you go even as a ghost." He lowered his head, dumbfounded. His disciples, elders and the entire clan were going up in smoke, such a terrifying ability, and it was still words that came out of his mouth. The other party was at least all human immortal powerhouses, and only immortals could initially master words that came out of their mouths. How could he offend immortals? "I'm sorry, please, let me go." He looked up at Li Lan and pleaded. But when he saw the other party's ice-cold expression, he knew that there was no possibility, and tore his heart and lungs and shouted, "You have killed innocents indiscriminately and inhumanely, you will get your retribution, the heavenly Tao will not let you go." In the heart-rending screams, he gradually turned into ashes, and at the end of his life, he heard Li Lan's response. "Heavenly Tao? Does he dare? All under heaven are ants, and so is the heavenly Tao." When these words came out, the soul-refining sect patriarch's eyes widened, but he could no longer speak and completely dissipated. With a thought, the soul-refining sect was razed to the ground, leaving only an empty land. Perhaps after a few years had passed, the sect would appear here again, but the soul-refining sect would be forever annihilated in the midst of history, unknown to anyone. Li Lan looked at it faintly and left in an instant. He only did things according to his whims, killing when he wanted to kill, not killing when he wanted to not kill, free and easy. This was the Tao he cultivated. Chapter 14, The Sacred Son of the Kuanpang. Mountain Wind Village. Chen Ling and everyone were waiting for Li Lan to come back. In less than a moment, Li Lan reappeared. Chen Ling rushed forward and asked worriedly, "Are you alright?" "It's fine, it's been resolved, go back." Li Lan opened his mouth indifferently and walked towards the mountain. Chen Ling froze, "Solved?" She was violently startled, looking at Li Lan's back. He went to exterminate the clan behind these people? Miss Chen, Uncle Li is a very powerful immortal. I really envy you for being able to follow him and learn immortal techniques. Zhang Xianyo said at this time. Chen Ling smiled when she heard this. She was a female emperor reborn. Why would she need to learn immortal techniques from him? But on second thought, it seemed like she did steal and learn, and was embarrassed. She could only nod her head. Well, let's go first. Immediately ran up. She had just helped to solve those people. She could always get the marrow cleansing pills. Came to the house at the top of the mountain. Li Lan was lying on a recliner, eating the fruit on the side. Chen Ling summoned up the courage to go forward and smiled. That. Here. Li Lan casually threw out the marrow cleansing pills. Good performance, remember to cook. Okay, thanks. Chen Ling received the marrow cleansing dan and immediately ran into the kitchen. In a great mood, she quickly made the meal. Immortal Masterly, it's time to eat. Chen Ling also followed the example of those people and called Li Lan as Immortal Masterly. Aha! Li Lan nodded slightly and got up. Take the fruit on that table and eat it. Spinning around, she walked into the kitchen. Chen Ling slightly stared at the fruit on the table, unimpressed. In her opinion, it was just ordinary fruit, devoid of aura, but after thinking about it, it was better not to waste it. After all, it was the other party's good intentions. She picked it up and took a bite. Bang bang bang. In an instant, 3 explosions resounded within her body, surprisingly breaking through to the 10th level of body refinement Grand Circle in situ. I'm going to break through to Foundation Establishment. Chen Ling immediately sat cross-legged in place and hurriedly swallowed the marrow cleansing pill, using her aura to dissolve the medicinal power to cleanse her entire body while breaking through the Foundation Establishment. 10 breaths passed. Chen Ling opened her eyes, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and grinned. I've broken through Foundation Establishment. This is far faster than I thought. She looked towards the fruit in her hand that had been bitten into and was doubly shocked. This fruit seemed to be plain and ordinary, but it actually contained majestic spiritual power. Even now, a large amount of spiritual power remained in her body that hadn't been completely refined. How could Li Free have this kind of divine fruit? Could it be that he was really the free immortal emperor? Not good. Chen Ling was violently startled. She had just made fish. If he was really the loose immortal emperor, if he was treating her so well, and she deliberately made fish for him to eat, wasn't that like repaying kindness with kindness? She violently rushed in and instantly came to the kitchen, but immediately froze. Only to see that the fish on the plate had already been swept away, only a fish bone was left, and the rest of the dishes were almost eaten. You came off, I thought you don't eat it, but after building the foundation to dispel the grain, there is no need to eat, wash the dishes. Don't you hate fish? Chen Ling subconsciously opened her mouth. At this time, she was incomparably misplaced. Didn't the rumors say that the loose immortal emperor detested fish? I'm not a picky eater, but your fish cooking is indeed average. The cooking skills need to be improved. Li Lan froze, patted Chen Ling's shoulder and disappeared in place. Looking at the empty plate on the table, Chen Ling's heart surged with a sense of loss inside. AI, it seems that he isn't the easy immortal emperor. It's because I overthought it. How could the titular easy immortal emperor be here, and how could he possibly be so caring towards me? Even if he isn't, but after helping me so much, he will repay me in the future. When I become a female emperor, I'll help him find a better cave. Staying here isn't a good idea. In fact, Chen Ling did not know that the reason why Li Lan had killed undersea demonic beasts for 3 months was purely because he was looking for a secret undersea treasure, and he did not hate eating fish. Li Lan returned to his own room, took out a jug of immortal wine as well as a plate of peanuts, and with his divine sense enveloping Qingzhou, he began to drink while watching. His daily pleasure was to drink wine and watch life unfold. It might sound boring, but to him, it was the joy of life. After killing for 20,000 years, he had long since lost interest in killing, or perhaps there were no opponents in this world that could inspire his desire to fight anymore. They were all ants in his eyes. Sometimes it wasn't good to be too invincible, because no one could beat him, and that was boring. Of course, this wasn't in Versailles, but the truth. Suddenly, Li Lan withdrew his divine sense, his slightly furrowed brows stretched out again, and spoke to nothingness with a faint smile. Since you're here, why don't you sit down and have a drink? As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared out of thin air. Strangely enough, the birds that happened to fly by in the sky were directly fixed in the void, and the Chen Ling next door was also fixed in place, as if time had stood still. Or rather, the entire Xian Dust immortal world had stopped time. Only Li Lan took out a wine cup and poured immortal wine for it. The figure slowly sat opposite Li Lan. Surprisingly, it was a woman, dressed in a white cheongsam, with an icy gaze and stunning appearance. She picked up the wine cup and drank from it. Putting down the cup, she smiled faintly. I didn't think that the number 1 heavenly emperor under the heavenly Tao would Nestle here and drink wine. You're really letting me down. Upon hearing this, Li Lan's expression didn't change in any way. Instead, he took a sip of wine and looked up at the woman indifferently. So what are you doing here? As the heavenly Tao not going to manage the Xian Dust immortal realm, but instead, you came to find me to drink. Li Lan, I think you should be clear. The great power is coming. You and I can't protect ourselves. Roan, it's you who can't protect yourself. I'll just leave here at any time. To tell you accurately, after 10 days, the aura erupts and the Xian Dust immortal realm will return to the ancient times. The heavenly Tao spoke in a cold voice. Li Lan raised his eyebrows and laughed. Isn't this a good thing? With more aura, everyone's strength will increase, and as you are the heavenly Tao, everyone's cultivation can feed a little bit back to you, and you might be able to break through the heavenly emperors and step into a higher realm. Then have you ever thought that those old monsters from the ancient era will also awaken with them? As soon as these words came out, Li Lan's expression turned serious. All those old monsters from the ancient era would awaken? But soon, his brows stretched again and he laughed. So what's it to me, those old monsters awakening as they please? I just want to lie flat now. Li Lan, I don't know if you really think this way, or you don't want to face it. Can we open up the sky window and say something? What do you mean? Li Lan's eyes grew cold as he looked at Tendo. Tian Dao laughed coldly, picked up his wine glass and took a sip, pouring more wine for himself. Then he looked at Li Lan with a teasing gaze. Do you really think that no one knows your identity? Do you really think you can forget the past and start all over again? Don't be too naive, Li Lan. Oh no, I should call you Li Easy. Is this your new name and the name of your previous life, or should I call you Kuan-Peng Saint Sun? Chapter 15 The Ponderous Giant Under the Great Mountain. Li Lan was silent as the heavenly Tao teasingly sneered. Back then, when you broke through the heavenly emperor, you had already awakened the memories of your past life, right? I thought that you would do something about it, but I didn't expect that you would retire from the rivers and lakes in the name of faking your death, so I'm very disappointed. Li Lan spoke indifferently. That's a thing of the past. I'm in a new identity now. Hee, new identity, can you fool yourself? How did you die in your previous life? I can witness it with my own eyes. You were the son of a Kuan-Peng born from the human race and the Kuan-Peng clan. The Kuan-Peng clan thought that your bloodline tainted their sacred Kuan-Peng clan and killed you. Could you not care less? Li Lan's eyes were cold. That's right, when he broke through to the heavenly emperor, he awakened the memories of his previous life. He was born in the ancient times in his previous life, and was the dreaded Kuan-Peng heavenly emperor. The Kuan-Peng clan, born to soar 10,000 miles into the sky, starting out higher than anyone else. His father was of the Kuan-Peng clan and his mother was of the human clan, giving birth to him, the Kuan-Peng son of the Kuan-Peng blood. The perfect fusion of the two genes, born with a horrible strength, was born with a golden Dan, only used 5,000 years to ascend to the top of the heavenly emperor, suppressing countless people. However, his race, the Kuan-Peng clan, considered him to be an alien, believing that he was not a pure Kuan-Peng clan, and sent countless people to surround and kill him. He died, but the Kuan-Peng clan had a characteristic that after death, they would turn into Kuan-Peng seeds, and as long as they were properly cultivated, they could start all over again, with the consequence of having no cultivation and no memory. He had no memory after his death. He didn't know what happened. He only knew that it was already 20,000 years ago when he revived again, and he awakened all of his memories when he broke through the heavenly emperor 10,000 years ago. The heavenly Tao laughed coldly. As I said, all those old monsters from the ancient times will awaken, so will the Kuan-Peng clan. They will definitely find and kill you again. By the way, your parents disappearing into thin air is also related to the Kuan-Peng clan. When these words came out, Li Lan instantly raised his head to look at the heavenly Tao and spoke in a cold voice. What do you know? That look, right on the money. The heavenly Tao looked at Li Lan's eyes and was very satisfied. It was this kind of eyes that were full of killing intent, the only one who was honorable. This is what the once free immortal emperor was. Want to know? Then promise me a condition. Now you are still too weak. It is not good to know too much. Say. Li Lan spoke in a deep voice. 10 days from now, the ancient era will revive, the Shen Dust Immortal realm will usher in sweeping changes. I need you to help me find 8 corpse bones. I'll give you a map. As long as you find all of these 8 corpse bones, you'll get the answers you want. Feel free to become stronger. The great future is not as simple as you think. Prosperous Heavenly Emperor. As the words fell, the heavenly Tao disappeared into thin air, time resumed its flow, and only a scroll descended from the sky and slowly landed on the table. Li Lan picked up the scroll and spread it out. It was a map on which he saw most of the locations in the Shen Dust Immortal realm, as he had already traveled all over the Immortal realm and knew them like the back of his hand. However, there were many places that he had never seen before, and combined with what the heavenly Tao had just said, he was certain that these were places that only existed in the ancient times. Only that time had passed and they were buried in the depths. The Shen Dust Immortal realm was huge, and there was no telling how many places were unexcavated. Li Lan put away the scroll, and could only wait until 10 days later to look for it. Looking at the nothingness, his eyes grew cold. Kuan-Peng clan, if you dare to come, you will be killed. 5 days passed. Chen Ling's speed was very fast, and after 5 days had passed, he had actually completed foundation establishment and was about to break through Jindan. Breaking through the Jindan would usher in the first thunder tribulation in her life, but she was a great emperor reborn, so she could break through with ease. But this day, a few uninvited guests came. Excuse me, is Easily available? A man's voice rang out from outside the house, and Chen Ling opened her eyes and walked out from the kitchen to see several men in silver armor, and one in gold armor, and apart from him, who was in the late Jindan stage, the others were surprisingly all in the early Jindan stage. What is it that you and the others are looking for Easily for? Chen Ling spoke in a cold voice. The golden armored man at the head spoke in a deep voice. We are from the female emperor palace. We heard that there is an immortal leader surnamed Li here. I wonder if it is true. At those words, Chen Ling's pupils shrank. She naturally knew who the female emperor the men were talking about was. It wasn't Lu Qinghan. The other party was looking for someone surnamed Li? This was looking for the easy immortal emperor? Right, Lu Qinghan must have the portrait of the loose immortal emperor. These people might know what the loose immortal emperor looks like, and if Li Lan comes out later, he will definitely be recognized, and the truth will be revealed. What can I do for you? Li Lan walked out from the house and looked at a few people and opened his mouth indifferently. The moment a few people saw Li Lan, they felt astonished. This person was too handsome. Wasn't this the person the empress was looking for? The golden armored man was just about to open his mouth when his eyes suddenly froze and he shook his head. Excuse me. After saying that, the few people left. Chen Ling was dumbfounded and turned back to Li Lan. What are they doing? Aren't they here to find you? What are you talking about? They are from the Empress Palace. What are they doing coming to find me? Aren't you? Chen Ling ended abruptly. Yeah, the other party took one look at Li Lan and left. It was obvious that he wasn't the loose immortal emperor, so it really seemed like he was overthinking things. You're already close to breaking through Jindan? Li Lan laughed. Chen Ling nodded. Thanks to those fruits of yours, it's only possible for me to grow fast. I will be rewarded in the future. Hurry up and grow. Li Lan casually threw out some more fruits. This world will soon change. Hearing this, Chen Ling became serious and picked up the fruit and nodded heavily. Many thanks. She immediately ran back to the kitchen, preparing to break through the Jindan. Rumble. Just as Li Lan was preparing to go back to his room and drink to pass the time, the ground suddenly trembled and the mountains shook like an earthquake. Chen Ling was also startled and ran out from inside, alarmed. What's going on? Why is there a sudden earthquake? Shun. Li Lan gave a cold shout, and the vibrations instantly calmed down. But the next second, he sensed that the jade pendant in his bosom was vibrating, and when he looked inside, it was emitting green light. The vibration just now was related to the jade pendant? Boom! Suddenly, the high mountain in front of him suddenly erupted. Countless debris fell from the sky. Li Lan's mind moved. The debris all disappeared. However, the top of the mountain erupted with endless terrifying energy aura, followed by an extremely strange roar, causing Chen Ling to be deafened, kneeling on the ground and covering his ears in great pain. Pain, my brain. She felt like her brain was going to explode. Li Lan, on the other hand, was not affected in the slightest as he looked at the high mountain, his pupils shrinking slightly. He unexpectedly felt a familiar aura from it, and that voice, incomparably familiar, he seemed to have heard it somewhere. With a thought, he laid down a large formation to cover the mountain so that everyone was not affected by the sound, and dashed into the high mountain himself. When he came inside, he saw a huge giant, and his pupils contracted violently in disbelief. Chapter 16, I'll go out and clean up the trash. The huge thing in front of him, he didn't know how big it was. In any case, it was endless. It had a dragon head and a fish body, but its huge body was bound by countless chains, unable to get out of it. Kuan? Li Lan was surprised. There was a fish in the northern underworld, and its name was Kuan, and the size of the Kuan was unknown for thousands of miles. And the creature in front of him was exactly like the Kuan. He was the Kuan Peng Saint's son. The predecessor of the Kuan Peng was the Kuan. The Kuan Peng came after evolution. If there was no Kuan, there would be no Kuan Peng. The Kuan's vital signs in front of him were extremely weak. Its realm was also weak. It was only foundation establishment. There had been a Kuan under the big mountain for so long. Why hadn't he found it? He scanned around. This place was like a cage, binding the Kuan here, unable to get out. That's a forbidden spell formation. Li Lan's pupils shrunk slightly as he dashed to the mountain wall. The mountain wall was covered with blue runes, obscure and dense. These were all forbidden runes, and this spell formation that was laid down was extremely strong. Surprisingly, even he could not see through it. His enlightenment was considered very high. He had participated in various Dao paths such as formation, artifact refining, alchemy, and talismans, all of which had been accomplished, and they weren't low. His formation Dao could be said to be number one in the immortal world, the kind that was unrivaled, and surprisingly, he couldn't even see through it. Who had laid this forbidden spell formation? Buzzing. At this time, the jade pendant emitted a buzzing sound. Li Lan took it out to take a look at it, and it was shining brightly. At the same time, the giant Kuan seemed to sense the jade pendant, and surprisingly emitted a whining sound, which echoed through the mountain, traveling outside, and even to the entire Qingzhou, causing countless people to be deafened. Outside, Chen Ling snapped to her knees, terrified. What kind of creature emits that sound? My soul is trembling. If this continues, I will explode and die. Silence. Suddenly, a voice came from within the great mountain, and Kuan instantly quieted down, allowing Chen Ling to catch his breath. That was Li Lan's voice just now. What is he doing inside? Chen Ling was puzzled, but she jerked her head up to look into the distance. She sensed so many terrifying auras coming. In the middle of the big mountain. Li Lan frowned slightly as he looked at Kuan, but a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Li Lan, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The voice was ethereal and weak. Was this Kuan in front of him communicating with him telepathically? Some powerful creatures possessed this ability. You recognize me? Of course, the Kuan Peng jade in your hand is what I gave to your parents. Back then your parents saved my life, I repay them. Li Lan looked at the jade pendant in his hand. So this is called Kuan Peng jade. No wonder he could sense this Kuan. Kuan Peng jade is the unique original treasure of the Kuan Peng goddess. I left you a chance to change your life against the heavens, but it seems that you have used it now. Li Lan's heart shook as he looked at Kuan in surprise. You are the Kuan Pang goddess? The Kuan Pang clan would elect two of the most demonic geniuses to become the saint's son and goddess, and his father was the eldest son of the Kuan Pang clan's patriarch, and he was the Kuan Pang saint's son. But at the back of the line, when his mother's identity was discovered to be a human, the Kuan Pang clan launched a hunt, and he fell. How many terms are you the Kuan Pang goddess? Li Lan continued to ask. The Kuan Pang clan's way of selecting saints' sons and goddesses was simple. It was the youngest and strongest within the clan, and there had been an unknown number of them over the generations. I forgot, time is too long ago. I only know that I was imprisoned here for 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years. Li Lan's pupils shrunk. In this era, he hadn't even been born yet, while she had been imprisoned for so long. Without saying so much, let me rescue you out first. Li Lan summoned the easy immortal sword and slashed out. The powerful sword chi shattered space and went, splitting on the shackles, but instantly dissipated, unable to shatter them. This. Li Lan was shocked. His attacks were useless? He once again chopped out several swords in succession. All of them failed. They didn't work at all. How? Don't waste your efforts. This Kuan binding rope was refined by several heavenly emperors, coupled with the surrounding heaven locking formation. Even the heavenly Tao can't unravel it. I won't be able to escape. Kuan's voice resounded in Li Lan's mind, causing his eyes to go cold as he spoke in a cold voice. Who trapped you here? The same as you, the Kuan Pang clan. Back then I fell in love with a human race. And privately intermingled with it. The Kuan Pang clan knew about it, and put him to death, and his soul was scattered, and then they wanted to surround me and kill me, but they were not able to defeat me, and they could only force me to retreat into this big pit, and impose countless seals so that I couldn't get out, and I couldn't be discovered by anyone, and if it wasn't for the accidental discovery of your parents, I probably would have never been able to see a living person again, until my cultivation was sucked dry and I slowly died. Li Lan gripped his immortal sword tightly. Long-lost anger and killing intent surged to his heart. He had never wanted to kill like he did now. I will find a way to save you, for sure. Li Lan spoke in a deep voice. This Kuan was kind to him. He was the person who was most concerned about making a clear distinction between kindness and grudges. If he couldn't return this kindness, his heart would be uneasy. It's useless. Within 10 days, I will die here. There is not much of my cultivation left. When my cultivation is completely sucked dry, I didn't realize that I was originally a celestial emperor perfection, but I was trapped here for millions of years. I really want to go out and see how the outside world is really like. After saying that, the giant Kuan slightly raised its head, seemingly wanting to look outside, but the countless shackles made it unable to move, not to mention raising its head. Even a slight movement was not possible. Then how can you restore your cultivation as well as unlock this forbidden spell formation? Li Lan opened his mouth in a deep voice, and suddenly brightened up, taking out the drop of ancient Kuan Pang essence blood that the heavenly Tao had rewarded him with. I wonder if this drop of essence blood can help you. Looking at the ancient Kuan Pang essence blood in Li Lan's hand, Kuan was shocked. Surprisingly, it is ancient Kuan Pang essence blood, such a treasure. You don't refine it yourself? I remember that you carry the Kuan Pang easy body. If you swallow and refine it, your bloodline will improve, and it may even allow you to turn into a true Kuan Pang, and your physique will become stronger, potentially metamorphosing into the Kuan Pang heaven swallowing god body. If the Kuan Pang clan were to see this drop of essence blood, they would definitely grab it and fight to the death. Li Lan was actually going to give it to her? Turning into a real Kuan Pang? Li Lan laughed coldly. He was very proud of being a human, and didn't want to become any Kuan Pang. He hated that race. It was only the Kuan Pang heaven-swallowing god body. If he had to become a real Kuan Pang, then he would rather not have that god body. He didn't believe that this world was so big that there wasn't any other way to promote the god body. The ancient era was coming. There would be more opportunities then. He didn't need this drop of essence blood. No need to say more. Take it and use it. Li Lan pointed out with a finger, and the essence blood instantly flew into Kuan's body. In an instant, Kuan's aura soared, breaking through Jindan, Yuaning, and Transformation God. In a rapid surge. Seeing this, Li Lan sighed in relief. It was good to be able to help her. The people inside, get out. This place is ours. This belongs to the White Cloud sect territory in Shinjo. If you are sensible, get out. At those words, Li Lan's eyes instantly turned cold, and he spoke in a cold voice. You slowly recover. I'll go out and clean up the trash. Chapter 17. I am the Free Sky Emperor. Formation Yen Tian, come out to meet me. In the sky. Countless people stood, each emitting a terrifying aura. There were many Jindan, Yuaning, Transformation, Mahayana, Transition, and even several Ascension powerhouses, and the most terrifying of all was a true human immortal realm. That human immortal realm white-robed old man emitted a mighty pressure, causing Chen Ling's forehead to be pressed against the ground, and the people in the village to be unable to lift their heads, their knees crumbling. Interesting, this barren mountain unexpectedly has a great formation that can diminish my pressure. If it wasn't for this energy leak, I wouldn't have known that there is a treasure here. The old man thought to himself. He was now a perfect human immortal and was about to break through to the true immortal realm, and what he lacked was a powerful spiritual force to help him break through. Having just sensed the appearance of a majestic energy aura here, he immediately raised his clan and rushed here to grab the opportunity. This piece of land belonged to the White Cloud sect's territory. Everything was his White Cloud sect's and no one else could take it. Hee hee, the white cloud sect's old thing came over so quickly. Ah, Joey, you are really fast, you even brought so many people with you. At this moment, a cold laughter came. The white-robed old man jerked his head back to look, and immediately showed a cold face. Chun Wang, didn't you also bring all the people over? Only to see thousands of people clad in purple robes suspended in mid-air. The blood-red robed man at the head of the group was likewise a human immortal powerhouse, his face revealing a sinister expression. Joey, this treasure, don't even think about monopolizing it. Chun Wang, I think you are old and confused, this is my white cloud sect's territory. Joey droned in a cold voice. In an instant, all of the duo's mighty pressure erupted out, and the elders and disciples around them were suppressed, bending their backs, and the disciples were even kneeling on the ground, breathing hard. Who are you people? Right at this moment, a voice interrupted these two, and the two immediately stopped fighting and looked at the voice. Li Lan slowly flew out from the large mountain, his gaze icy cold as he looked at these people. Joey let out a question, unexpectedly unable to see through this kid's cultivation realm. But when he looks down, the woman standing on the ground should be in the same group as this kid. This woman is only a foundation establishment perfection. This kid shouldn't be that far behind. Could it be that there is some sort of magic treasure that hides his cultivation? Wang Chun also feels strange. He cannot see through Li Lan's cultivation realm. This person in the end, what is the cultivation? Cannot act rashly. Kid, this is my White Cloud sect's territory. The treasure found inside belongs to our White Cloud sect. Joey spoke in a cold voice. Within 5 breaths, if you don't leave, die. Li Lan's face was expressionless as he calmly looked ahead. When these words came out, Joey and Chun Wang looked at each other, somewhat unsure of what kind of strength Li Lan actually had. However, Joey unintentionally saw Chen Ling. The worried expression on his face could not be fooled. This brat is a fox pretending to be a tiger, trying to use the secret treasure that hides his cultivation to trick them and deliberately scare them off. Kid, don't think that just because you have a secret treasure to hide your cultivation that you want to scare us off. Get on me and pulverize this kid. Joey shouted coldly. Without the slightest hesitation, the White Cloud sect's disciples instantly flew towards Li Lan, all sorts of spells flying all over the sky, all aimed at Li Lan. Be careful! Chen Ling shouted. She didn't know what Li Lan's true strength was, but there were already 2 human immortals here, so Li Lan might not be able to handle it. 5 breaths have arrived. Since you choose to suffer death, it's death. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from within him, instantly vibrating in all directions. In the blink of an eye, all of them exploded at the same time, bursting into a bloody mist, splattering blood and flesh and scattering their souls. What? Chen Ling below stared in disbelief. A thought that killed everyone in seconds? Even 2 human immortals were killed in seconds? Just what kind of person are you? Immortal Li is too strong. This is a true immortal. Master is great. Everyone in the village cheered. Li Lan's status in their hearts was even higher. Li Lan paid no attention to Chen Ling, but instead looked down at the big mountain, his fingers together, pointing towards the front and coldly droned, Confusion formation, sun and moon dueling formation, rise. As the words fell, Chen Ling was surprised to find that 2 large formations had risen in a 1,000-mile radius, perfectly covering the area. Li Lan drew runic symbols in the void, and then with a single point, these runic symbols unexpectedly flew towards the crowd and did not enter their bodies. Here, I have laid down formations. Others who walk into the great mountain will lose their sense of direction and thus get lost. Only you guys can go in and out as you please, and all of you will be protected by the formations in the great mountain, so you no longer need to worry about being harmed. As long as it wasn't a heavenly emperor coming to commit a crime, basically no one would be able to hurt them. He returned to the great mountain. At this time, the koan had already recovered more or less. Its realm had surprisingly returned to that of a saint. Thank you. Kuan's voice echoed in Li Lan's mind. Li Lan smiled faintly. You're welcome. It's good that you've recovered. I know a place where there might be a way to break the forbidden spell formations here. Wait for me to come back and save you from going out. Well, be careful all the way. I can sense that the aura is slowly purifying. The world is going to change drastically. I know. Li Lan returned to the hut. Seeing this, Chen Ling gathered the courage to walk up and opened her mouth to ask, Li Lan, who exactly are you? Chen Ling, help me take care of those people down there. With a wave of Li Lan's hand, countless elixirs and medicines changed out on the table, all of which were helpful to Chen Ling and were like trash to him. He already had so many resources that he could cultivate 100,000 saints. Looking at so many elixirs, Chen Ling stared with wide eyes, his heart's conjecture even more determined as he opened his mouth and said, Are you the free immortal emperor? Li Lan smiled faintly. That answer, I told you from the very beginning. Rumble. A thunderclap resounded in Chen Ling's heart as she thought of the day Li Lan asked her if he looked like the loose immortal emperor. At that time, she had felt a bit like him, and now, weren't those words the best answer? You really are the loose immortal emperor. Chen Ling's pupils contracted violently, never expecting that the kind person she had encountered when she returned from rebirth, this person who was willing to take her in, was actually the famous loose immortal emperor. I'm sorry. Chen Ling fiercely bent down and bowed. I'm sorry for saying such excessive words to you before. Hee hee, little ninny, I don't have the time to get angry with you. I'll leave this place to you. Wait for me to come back. Ah. Chen Ling jerked her head up and was stunned. Li Lan had already disappeared. Father, you're right, Immortal Emperor Easy is really very kind, he's not as murderous and cold as the world says. And at this moment, the distant holy land of formation Tao between the Lei state and the Purple state. This was a place of pilgrimage for all those who wanted to learn the Tao of formation, and those who could come out of it were all formation masters, but the Holy Land was extremely harsh in accepting disciples, and those who were not gifted were not able to enter, and every year, they only took in a dozen or so, and there were thousands of people who were eliminated. Li Lan used his great divine power and came across billions and billions of kilometers to the sky above this place, shouting in a cold voice. I am the easy heavenly emperor, formation diffusion heaven, come out to meet me. Chapter 18 Your proud spell formation is just trash in my eyes. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared, the wind howled, and a terrifying invisible pressure descended from the sky and landed within the holy ground of formation Tao. The holy ground of formation Tao, which covered an area of billions of miles, contained more than 100,000 people, all of whom were suppressed at this moment. Many of them were at this time comprehending the formation, and it was such a mighty pressure that broke their comprehension, and they fell to their knees. Even that clan protection formation was instantly burst open under this terrifying pressure. Everyone was terrified and heard that voice from the heavens. Prosperous heavenly emperor? Why did this lord come? The moment he came, he erupted with such a terrifying pressure. What did he want to do? Want to attack the formation Tao Holy Land? Easy Immortal Emperor, what are you doing here? Suddenly, an angry roar resounded through the sky in response to Li Lan. A young man in white robes arrived in the sky dome, tilting his head to look at the ice-cold face Li Lan, his heart greatly shocked. It really was Immortal Emperor Easy. Why had he come over? When had the formation Holy Land messed with him? He had seen that side face of the sky curtain, and at this moment, when he compared it slightly with Li Lan, he could find that they had a few similarities, and when he added the pressure emanating from this person, he was even more certain that he was the loose Immortal Emperor. Li Lan calmly looked at this white-robed man, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Array Yin Tian, your skills have refined well, even know to utilize multiple forbidden spell formations to block my mighty pressure. Li Lan, more than 10,000 years ago, when you were still an Immortal Emperor, you broke into my formation Tao Holy Land, snatched away a large number of forbidden formation secrets, and also killed our old ancestor. We did not pursue the matter any further. You are still here today, aren't you a bit too deceitful? Formation difficulty heaven droned in a cold voice. His eyes were glowing with bearish anger. They had swallowed that breath in the past, and for this Li Lan to still come today, he had completely failed to treat them as human beings. A heavenly emperor was marvelous? So what? Li Lan sneered. Today I came over to borrow the forbidden pavilion for a look. When I find the secret I need, I will naturally leave. The last time he came over, he only snatched away a part of it. To this formation diffractive heaven's mouth is a large amount. Who doesn't know that his formation Tao Holy Ground has the most forbidden formation secrets? The entire Shin Dust Immortal Realm combined doesn't have as much as this place. You're bullying me too much. Don't think I'm really afraid of you. Formation Diffusion Sky shouted coldly and raised his hand to start a formation. In just a flash, hundreds of great formations rose up from the ground, instantly wrapping around him and the formation Tao Holy Land. For more than 10,000 years, my master and I have been comprehending the Tao of formation every day and every night, and now that my Tao of formation has become a great success, even you won't be able to break through my formations that easily. Formation Diffusion Sky laughed coldly. This grand formation, which he and his master had been comprehending for tens of thousands of years, was meant to prevent the loose Immortal Emperor as well as other enemies. Even after hearing that the loose Immortal Emperor had died, they hadn't stopped comprehending it, improving it day and night, and he was confident that he could rely on this grand formation to fend off the Heavenly Emperor. Oh? In that case, I'm a little interested. Li Lan smiled, conjuring the easy immortal sword in his hand and lightly slashing a sword towards the formation Yin Tian. The sword energy was blazing, cutting through space and striking the formation boundary with a roar. The sound exploded and shook the heavens, causing a bursting sound to occur in the space, and all the mountains and trees in a radius of 10 million miles rumbled and collapsed. However, the formation was not damaged in the slightest. Li Lan smiled faintly. Not bad? Little Yin Tian, your formation path is good. Scram, am I familiar with you? Formation derivative Tian droned in a cold voice. Li Lan smiled faintly. This formation looked strong, but in reality, it wasn't that strong. It was not as good as that forbidden spell formation of the comfortable Kuan Pang goddess, but it was already pretty good in this world. Being able to block his strike, even though it wasn't at full strength, was still good. He looked at it for a while and instantly understood the principle of this spell formation. Originally, this is a layer of interlocking spell formations. The power bombarded on it, it can disperse all the power. You have arranged a full 724 such spell formations. The outermost are the strongest. They can break down the power, a little bit of exploitation, until the last layer of 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 the last layer. At these words, Formation Diffusion Sky was shocked and jerked back. You actually saw it. No wonder back then, before the old ancestor died, he had told him and his master that Li Lan's strength was very strong, that he was a top formation Dao genius that would be hard to come by in 10,000 years, and that if he studied the formation Dao, he would surpass everyone in the formation Dao Holy Land in a matter of minutes. He didn't believe it at that time, but now it seemed that his old ancestor was right. Li Lan's attainments in formation Dao were truly remarkable. It was certain that no one knew about this formation except for him and his master, and it was the first time it had been cast out. Li Lan had definitely never seen it before, and now that he could see it at a glance, it was enough to prove that his attainments in formation Dao were very strong. Little Yin Tian, my formation Dao is still good. You wouldn't be unaware that your old ancestor wasn't killed by me, but rather he died in a fit of anger after losing a formation Dao competition with me, right? Li Lan sneered. Back then, when he broke into the Holy Land of Formation Dao and searched away the secret knowledge, he didn't make a move to kill the other party's old ancestor, but rather, the other party put forward a condition, which was to test Formation Dao. Each of them would put up a forbidden spell formation, and whoever cracked it the fastest would win. Back then, he laid down a forbidden spell formation. The other party's old ancestor did not crack out for 3 days, he cracked the other party's in only 5 hours, which caused that old ancestor to become angry and end up in depression. Impossible, you fart. The old ancestor's attainments in formation are extremely outstanding. How could he not be your opponent? You just killed him. Formation difficulty, Heaven coldly shouted. In the duel back then, none of them knew what happened because it was shielded by the formation. They only knew that after 3 days had passed, when the loose Immortal Emperor came out, the old ancestor was already dying, and he died not long after. It was this Li Lan who killed him. Forget it if you don't believe me. Li Lan shrugged, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. But this formation of yours is good. Let me see where the eye of the formation is. Upon hearing this, the formation Yin Tian immediately laughed coldly. You want to know where the formation eye is? Delusional, this is something that Master and I have been working on day and night. Boom! Suddenly, a sound of a boundary breaking apart rang out, causing formation Yin Tian to jolt and look outside in horror. The first layer of the boundary had shattered. And at this moment, Li Lan still kept his fingers together and smiled faintly. Sure enough, here, it's still quite easy to break. You! Formation Yin Tian's heartbeat accelerated rapidly, and before he could say anything else, Li Lan pointed his fingers out again. Boom! The second layer of the boundary instantly burst open, breaking another burst. How is this possible? Formation difficulty Heaven retreated back and forth, unable to believe the scene in front of him. In just 5 breaths, breaking 2 layers of formations in a row, the formations that he and his master had researched for tens of thousands of years were like toys in Li Lan's hands, cracking them at will, playing with them at will. Their many years of hard work, like a joke. How is this possible? Is he still human? Is it possible that the old ancestor was really killed by Li Lan's anger? At this moment, the formation diffusion sky felt like the sky had collapsed, as if it had lost all its strength and means, and had become powerless. Boom boom boom. As Li Lan pointed out each time, a layer of the spell formation was bound to burst open, and as he became skillful behind him, his speed accelerated, and he could break 2, 3, 4, and 5 layers in a row in a single breath. Less than half an hour, 724 layers of spell formation boundary, at this time only the last layer. This last layer is also the last phase of the array Yin Tian. But Li Lan stopped, standing with his arms folded, condescendingly looking at the pale-faced formation Yin Tian with a faint smile. The spell formation you are so proud of is just trash in my eyes. Little Yin Tian, are you convinced? Chapter 19, The Supreme Secret Treasure of the Kuan Pang Clan, Kuan Pang Divine Wings. Puff. Formation Yin Tian knelt in midair with a pale face, looking at the only remaining layer of the boundary. He understood that this was the last face Li Lan had left for him. I am convinced. He lowered his head, completely convinced. Li Lan's attainments in the Tao of formation were very, very strong, and his backbone and pride shattered at this moment as he lost. As formation difficulty Heaven admitted defeat, the last spell formation unraveled, and Li Lan stepped in. Although your formation is poor, but to be able to come up with such a formation is already very strong, don't be discouraged. Li Lan said with a faint smile. Formation Yin Tian raised his head and looked at Li Lan, who had already arrived in front of him, and sighed, if you want to kill me or die, do as you wish. I won't kill you, but deadly sins can be escaped, living sins are hard to avoid, come with me. As soon as the words fell, Li Lan disappeared without a trace with the formation Yin Tian, and the terrifying invisible pressure dissipated in an instant. The elders were shocked as their patriarch's aura disappeared. Qinzhou, in the middle of a large mountain. Li Lan brought Jin Yin Tian to the place where Kuan was being held. At the first sight of the Kuan, Jin Yin Tian was startled. What a big demonic beast! What kind of demonic beast is this? Kuan, the predecessor of the Kuan Pang. Li Lan opened his mouth to answer. Jin Yin Tian looked at the Kuan resting with its eyes closed in amazement, doubly shocked. This was the ancient demonic beast that had been rumored to have disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years? Could it be that the Kuan Pang clan is not yet extinct? Jin Yin Tian was surprised. There was one hidden here, so there could be others elsewhere as well? Li Lan shook his head. For now, it is that they are not yet extant, but I'm not bringing you here now to let you look at the Kuan, but rather these forbidden spell formations around. Upon hearing this, the formation Yen Tian froze and looked at the surrounding mountain walls. His eyes immediately widened as he dashed to the front of the mountain walls and touched those densely packed ruins, revealing an expression of infatuation, as if a hunter who had been starving for a few days without eating meat saw a deer. These runes are so subtle, this runes interlocking, after synthesizing the forbidden spell formation, it's just too perfect. Who is this person who laid the spell formation? Is it you? Formation Yen Tian looked towards Li Lan. For the first time in his life, he had seen such a superb spell formation. His master couldn't even lay it out. This was definitely a great master of the formation Dao, and was already in the top batch. No. Li Lan shook his head. This is a spell formation that was set up 1,000,000 years ago. They were so strong that even I couldn't see through it. 1,000,000 years ago? Formation Yen Tian was surprised and continued to look at those forbidden spell formations, not realizing that this was actually a spell formation from 1,000,000 years ago. That had been the ancient era. The cultivators of that time were all very strong. He had read the ancient books. The formations of that year were extremely terrifying. It was a pity that not many had been passed down to the present day. He had heard that at a certain point in time, all of the products of the ancient era had almost all broken down. The first patriarch of the Holy Land of Formation, who was also their first old ancestor, back then, it was because of the occasional acquisition of a pair of scrolls, which recorded a formation left over from the ancient times, with that formation that he became a great power in formation and founded the Holy Land of Formation. It was a pity that the old ancestor disappeared and didn't even have time to pass on the secrets of that formation to his disciple. As a result, that formation was also lost, and to this day, it has not been possible to find the legacy left behind by that old ancestor or his corpse. You brought me here because you want me to help you crack it? Formation difficulty Sky said doubtfully. Of course not, I'm asking you to stay here to crack it. I don't have time to accompany you to crack it. Li Lan smiled faintly. He had thought of this solution after seeing the formation diffusion Sky. Instead of learning to crack the forbidden spell formations here himself, he would rather have the formation diffusion Sky stay here. He didn't have the time to stay here. Me? Formation diffusion Sky was stunned. How could he possibly be able to do it? Li Lan was so strong that he had failed to crack it. There was no way he could do it. However, looking at those forbidden spell formations, he was again foolish. If he could really understand and succeed in cracking them, his formation path would certainly go to the next level, even surpassing his master. Which do disciples do not want their own strength beyond the master? You have to do it even if you can't, you have no room for negotiation. Li Lan smiled faintly and pointed out a finger. In an instant, a terrifying soul force drilled inside of Formation Yen Tian's brain, planting a forbidden brand in the depths of his soul. You cannot tell the secrets of this place, nor shall you go against my wishes. After you crack all the forbidden spell formations here, I will naturally set you free. Formation Yen Tian's body shook violently, and then he helplessly laughed. It seemed that he could not run away. Surprisingly, he did not even have the power to resist. The Heavenly Emperor was indeed powerful. Alright, but I'm worried that the Holy Land will encounter a crisis. Formation difficulty Heaven was worried. Hearing this, Li Lan smiled. If you want me to help you, just say so. I will lay down a teleportation array. You can return to the Holy Land at any time, and I promise you that if the Holy Land faces a great crisis, I will help you out once. You must crack the forbidden spells of this place in 1 year's time. A year's time? Formation Yen Tian was shocked. This gave him 100 years may not be able to do it, but it was only a year. This was clearly wanting him to die. You might as well kill me. Formation Diffuse Sky closed his eyes and despaired. Not only will I kill you, I will also kill your wife and children, kill your master, and slaughter your holy land to the ground. At these words, Jin Yen Tian shuddered and sighed. AI, they say that you are brutal and merciless, and it's true, so I'll go all out then. There was no way out. Having already been planted with a forbidden brand by Li Lan, he had no way to escape, so he could only try to make a move from this forbidden system. Li Lan smiled faintly. Only pressure could make a person grow. He believed that the Formation Diffusion Sky would give him a surprise under so much pressure. Just then, Koan woke up. Her voice rang out in Li Lan's mind. You're back. Well, I've already gotten someone to come and break the forbidden spell formation. I believe it won't take long for you to get out. Thank you. I have one last request. Can you grant me? Say. The other party had given him so much help. As long as it was within his ability, he wouldn't refuse. Help me see if my child is still there. When these words came out, Li Lan immediately shrunk his pupils slightly. Koan Peng goddess still had a child? It had been 1,000,000 years in the past. The Koan Peng's lifespan didn't seem to be that long. Unless her son was in a very high realm, it was possible for him to live for so long. But so much time had passed in the ancient era. Those creatures from back then, as well as the Holy Lands or Great Clans, were all dead, or the seals had yet to awaken. Could her child really still be alive? Don't you worry, my child was sealed ahead of time by me utilizing some kind of secret method. No one can unlock it without Koan Peng blood. I'll give you the location. You help me find him. She still has the Koan Peng divine wings on her that the Koan Peng clan once gave me. Koan Peng divine wings? Li Lan shrunk his pupils slightly, somewhat surprised that it was the supreme secret treasure of the Koan Peng clan. He had heard his father say in his previous life that they once had a secret treasure that many people wanted to grab, but it was taken away by a goddess, and its whereabouts were unknown from then on, and it turned out that it had been sealed all this time, which was why no one had found it. You help me find the child, no matter life or death. That secret treasure belongs to you, please. Okay, I promise you. Chapter 20. It seems that I didn't kill enough people back then, otherwise you wouldn't have forgotten. Demon State. Barbarian Lion City. To come from Qinzhou, one would have to at least cross half of the Shin Dust Immortal realm, and even if one was as powerful as Li Lan, he had spent 2 days, day and night, rushing to get here. According to the location given by the Kuanpeng goddess, she had sealed her child in this demon state, but it had been a long time, and it was unknown where her child was. But it didn't matter, the Kuanpeng Jade would tell Li Lan the answer. The Kuanpeng Jade was able to sense the Kuanpengs in a 10,000-mile radius, and the closer it got, the stronger the reaction would be. Just the moment Li Lan stepped into the demon state, there were countless gazes gazing over. Li Lan's divine sense instantly encompassed this savage lion city, and all these surrounding gazes that looked like humans but were actually demonic beasts looked towards Li Lan. Surprisingly, there are still human races coming over. Are they looking for death? JY. With AG line, for Q disable XM turn G this, HN text H greater than Z file EW7 or 2DNH0 me BFDGBQ1 equals V2, 5% 2 hashtag 6QSG86Y7, 2HWZ5, C0 JWL0 hashtag 2Z, 6C3 GKB8T5, 8 equals IDFN 36 CJ to BH80M5, 15Y3ZLV. Lord Lion King has been hunting the human race lately, and this person still dares to come in. I'm waiting for a good show. Strange, why can't I see through his cultivation? What's so strange about this? Magic treasures to hide cultivation are now available to anyone. There are also going methods that can be hidden. After all, this human race dares to come in here. If he doesn't hide his trashy cultivation, he will surely be swallowed in one bite by the Lion King Lord. The words of all the demons were heard clearly by Li Lan, who narrowed his eyes slightly. The demon race dared to eat the human race now? They turned against them? Pooh pooh pooh. Only to see more than a dozen griffins hovering in the sky above. On their backs was a demon race. They revealed their demonic appearance but maintained their human body. Who is the visitor? I wonder if I have to give my name to enter Lion King City. The tiger demon on the back of one of the griffins shouted in a cold voice. Noisy, kneel down. Li Lan spoke indifferently without expression. In an instant, a terrifying pressure erupted from within him, and more than a dozen griffins violently fell downwards. None of them could carry the pressure, and they all slumped to the ground, and even the demons on their backs were unable to do anything about it. Not only that, the demon clans that were just talking about it all knelt down, gasping for air and feeling a strong sense of suffocation as they were subdued by the terrifying pressure. Who are you? The tiger demon that had just spoken did not have the arrogance that he had earlier. At this moment, it was more like a scared kitten looking at Li Lan in terror. What a terrifying aura! It was already an ascending powerhouse, just one step away from breaking through to the human immortal realm, yet this person could easily suppress him. Could it be a true immortal? How could such a terrifying figure come to the small barbarian lion city? Isn't this savage Lion City? Why did you say it was Lion King City? Li Lan sneered and looked down at the tiger demon. The tiger demon didn't dare to raise his head, lowered his head and trembled, because this is the city of Lord Lion King. I remember, the demon race and the human race made a covenant that they shall not kill each other in each other's domains, except in other places. Li Lan spoke in a cold voice. More than 10,000 years ago, the demon race attacked the human race while he stood up and angrily beheaded an immortal emperor of the other side, and in the end, it was only because those 4 divine beast immortal emperors stood up and said good things that he didn't drive them to extinction. For this reason, a covenant was made: when humans enter the demon state, all the demon races within the demon state shall not kill humans. Other than that, in other places, it doesn't matter if they fight at will. At that time, none of the demon races complained, and all the demon race great emperors and immortal emperors swore that they would never violate it. Upon hearing this, the tiger demon shivered as it said in fear, I don't know, I'm just following orders. These were all ordered by Lord Lion King. Then how many human races have you brutally killed in total? I really don't know. These were all ordered by Lord Lion King. Since you don't know anything, then die. As soon as the words fell, the tiger demon violently exploded. Blood and flesh splattered out and landed on every demon race, frightening them so much that they stared wide-eyed, so terrified that their hearts were about to jump out, and there were even some demon race that wanted to vomit due to their intense fear, but could only forcefully hold it back. Saying kill, this person even killed the Lion King's most favored henchman, General Mighty Tiger. Wasn't he afraid? Lord Lion King was a true immortal realm. It seems that I disappeared for too long, causing the air and other demon clans to forget the oath made back then. Li Lan spoke indifferently. Taking a step towards the front, every time he took a step, a griffin and the owner on its back would burst open, blood and flesh splattering onto every demon race, the stench of blood filling the entire field, making them tremble in fear that they would be the next to die. Li Lan went step by step towards that so-called Lion King's mansion. Along the way, invisible pressure gradually emanated out, every demon race flopped down on their knees, terrified. Which great power is coming here? Terrifying pressure. How did they offend this kind of great power in barbarian Lion City? No demon race could raise their heads. They didn't even know what the person suppressing them looked like. They only knew that as the pressure became more and more terrifying, their bodies gradually couldn't take it anymore. At the end of Barbarian Lion City, the Lion King's mansion. At this time, the Lion King was having fun with a few concubines, playing a blindfolded game of catching blindfolds. Suddenly, it felt an incomparably terrifying pressure and was so alarmed that it hastily removed the blindfolded black cloth and looked outside in horror. Whose pressure is so terrifying? This is the Earth Immortal realm. No, it's at least the heavenly immortal realm. How did such a great person come to Barbarian Lion City? The moment he came, he exuded such a terrifying pressure. What did he want? The Lion King hurriedly flashed to the outside sky, only just appeared. It felt the huge pressure that was like a star falling, causing it to fall down violently, and then plop down heavily on the ground. Even if it wanted to stand up with both hands on the ground, it was to no avail. At this moment, it felt incomparably strong despair, and the suffocating feeling of that pressure. Who in the world is the other party? Just at this moment, it heard the sound of footsteps, and the pressure became more and more terrifying, so it realized that it was that person who had come. It couldn't raise its head, so it could only coldly bellow, "Senior, what do you mean by this? A small lion at the true immortal level in the district, how dare you violate the demon race's covenant and brutally kill the human race, even imprisoning them in a dungeon and torturing them as a way to enjoy yourself? You really have a lot of guts. It seems that I didn't kill enough back then, or else I wouldn't have made you guys forget so quickly." Li Lan's two words made the Lion King's body and mind shake violently. "You are the easy immortal emperor? Who made the demon race make this covenant?" All the demon races knew that it was the loose immortal emperor. If there wasn't this covenant, the loose immortal emperor would have long ago decimated all of the demon race. Where would there be any demon states? But after 10,000 years, the news of Immortal Emperor Easy's death spread, and everyone slowly stopped putting this covenant in their minds. But now, this one didn't die. He even came to the demon state now. "Lord Celestial Emperor, let me explain." Boom! As soon as the words left his mouth, the Lion King violently exploded and his divine soul was destroyed. Li Lan's mind moved and released all the human beings imprisoned in the Barbarian Lion City, and his voice spread throughout the demon state. "Within 5 days, if I see any of the human races in the demon state being held captive, the 4 little divine beasts, wash them clean and wait for me to eat them." Chapter 21. 4 little divine beasts, terrified. Divine Beast Holy Land. Li Lan's voice echoed through the holy ground, and countless disciples were startled, one by one appearing in the sky dome, looking at the infinite sky in fear. "Who's so loud-mouthed? 4 little divine beasts? Is this talking about our patriarch? What a terrifying aura." The voice is actually mixed with great Tao divine might. "My soul is trembling. Just who is it? I can't think of anyone else who dares to talk to our patriarch like that, other than that person. Who is that person?" "You're silly. Who else could it be besides the loose immortal emperor?" Hearing the name of the loose immortal emperor, the demon hearts were terrified. That person had come to the demon state? And at this moment, the Grand Elder of the Holy Land, realizing that something was wrong, hurriedly instructed a few other elders to run to the 4 divine beast immortal emperors' retreats and urgently woke them up. In an instant, the 4 divine beasts ascended to the heavenly dome, and the elder disciples knelt down, saying in unison, "Greetings to the 4 patriarchs." "It's really convincing. What is this loose immortal emperor coming over for?" Xinglong looked at the sky, his divine sense swept out and found no trace of Li Lan. He couldn't help but frown and open his mouth. White Tiger shook his head. "I don't know. We don't seem to have offended him. Why would he come to find us?" "Forget about that first. It's better to hurry up and solve it. Do you think the 4 of us together are his opponent?" Xian Wu hurriedly said. They weren't even a match in the past, and it was even more unlikely that they would be a match now, knowing that Lord was already in the middle stage of the Heavenly Emperor. Dealing with them would be as easy as crushing 4 mole crickets. "What has our demon race done recently?" Vermilion Bird frowned and looked at the elder disciples, coldly shouting, "You all quickly check for me, see which ungrateful one dares to go against our orders to brutalize the human race, find out one and kill one." "Yes." The crowd hurriedly bowed their heads and shouted before leaving to investigate this matter thoroughly. Xinglong rubbed his brow. "Don't let Immortal Emperor Loose catch anything. This guy is inhuman. If he gets angry, we'll die for sure." Even after 10,000 years had passed, the fear within them still hadn't diminished. Instead, because Li Lan hadn't died and had become stronger, their fear of him had deepened. "Let's continue our seclusion. The day after tomorrow will be uneventful. Our chances of breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor will be on the day after tomorrow." Vermilion Bird spoke in a deep voice. Upon these words, the remaining 3 looked at her. Xuanwu was the first to speak. "Vermilion Bird, what did your Phoenix Divine Eye see?" They all knew that Vermilion Bird had once obtained a secret treasure, an eyeball left behind by the ancient divine beast Phoenix, which could see parts of the future. For her to be able to say this, it was bound to mean something else. "I see that countless forces will appear in the future, and by then, not to mention immortal emperors, many celestial emperors will appear, but it's not that fast. At least there's still about 10 or so years left. There's still a lot of opportunity left for us to grow, and we may not be unable to surpass the easy immortal emperor." Hearing this, Xuanwu and the others immediately revealed a cold smile. "Since this is the case, then they will wait for more time. When their strength increases greatly, they will find this easy immortal emperor to settle the score." Night. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. At the edge of the demon state, there was a large mountain hidden, while there was an odd forbidden spell formation at the waist of the mountain. Li Lan appeared and looked at the waterfall in front of him, frowning slightly. What a unique forbidden spell formation, another one I haven't seen before. According to the Kuan-Pang goddess's guidance, she had sealed the child in here, and could only unseal it to go in with Kuan-Pang blood. This place was hidden so deeply that if he didn't have the Kuan-Pang jade, which brought him here, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to discover it himself. And this forbidden spell formation can even shield divine sense. His divine sense must have swept through here, and not finding it means it was shielded. There's no hurry to save the child or anything. Let's take a look at this forbidden spell formation first. As soon as the words fell, Li Lan's eyes flowed with two fish, one black and one white, which rotated in his left and right eyes, emitting a faint black and white divine light. A wisp of golden yellow gas slowly surfaced on his body, which was the chaos gas, the breath that would be emitted when he operated the chaos divine pupil, and anyone who got close would be injured. Chaos divine pupil can see the past and future, can also see through many techniques, magic formations, pills and other wonders. With his enlightenment, can accelerate his speed of learning magic formations. Time passed little by little. Roughly after an incense stick of time, Li Lan's eyes returned to normal, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Really don't know this formation mystery without learning it. Not only can shield divine sense, there is a very strong defense, and can even absorb the aura of 100 million miles to nourish the inside, so that the creatures inside have a constant flow of aura, but also allows the flow of time inside to slow down. The outside world past 10 breaths, inside the past 5 breaths, slowed down by half. That is to say, that the Kuan-Pang goddess's child inside is very likely to have only passed 500,000 years. In this case, the survival rate is higher than he thought. The crucial thing was that this spell formation had to be broken by the Kuan-Pang blood. Other than that, there was no other way, unless you had a certain terrifying strength to harden it through, which was currently not the case. Li Lan summoned the easy immortal sword, cut his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. He also possessed Kuan-Pang blood, which could unlock his spell formation. As he flung out his finger, the blood flew into the spell formation. In an instant, the spell formation erupted with a dazzling blue light, and countless complex runes began to rotate and slowly dissipate. The spell formation had been unraveled. Li Lan's divine sense probed in and was stunned. Surprisingly, there is still a demon race surviving? There was a cave behind the waterfall. And in the deepest part, there was a heavily ancient tree, which connected the top of the mountain and the bottom of the mountain, bearing countless glossy and full fruits. But under the ancient tree, there are dozens of weird-looking demon tribe dancing around the bonfire. Aside, there are also demon tribes singing to cheer up, as well as barbecue, drinking, and even many demon tribe children laughing and joking, as if there is a small world in it. With a thought, Li Lan instantly appeared in the middle of these demon clans. Odd. Monsters. A certain sharp-tongued monkey demon race saw Li Lan and instantly shouted in alarm. In an instant, the originally joyful atmosphere was instantly disrupted by Li Lan's sudden arrival, and one demon race took out their weapons and looked at Li Lan in horror. They had no idea how many years there had been no humans in this place. They only remembered that there had been humans a long time ago, and that was still what the old ancestors said, but they didn't know what the human race looked like, so the first thing they thought of when they saw Li Lan was only monsters. They couldn't get out, they couldn't see the sky, they didn't even know how much time had passed, so at the sight of a sudden appearance of a human race, it was inevitable that they would be taken aback. Hearing these demons say that he was a monster, Li Lan was speechless. If he was a monster, then what were these things? Humans? However, he was too lazy to joke with these people, but instead, he scanned the circle, his divine sense enveloping this place, but found no trace of Koan. But clearly, the Kuan-Pang jade had been vibrating and glowing. It was impossible for him to be wrong. He immediately took out a projection stone and projected the Koan silhouette, speaking in a cold voice. Have you seen this creature? When these words came out, the crowd of demon race members were silent, except for a young demon race child who opened his mouth in a dumbfounded manner. Grandfather Clan Chief, this looks like the big monster that we draw blood from every year. Chapter 22, The Toxin Beast. Don't speak. A hunchbacked old turtle rebuked in a cold voice, frightening that young child of the demon race physically and mentally, and its parents even hurriedly covered its mouth and nose, forbidding it to talk nonsense again. Li Lan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at that old turtle. Can what it just said be true? What are you? Get out of here. But as soon as the words fell, the old turtle's body shook violently, its expression began to agonize, and it seemed to be grabbed by some kind of terrifying mysterious power, slowly hanging in the air. Seeing this, the other demon tribesmen retreated in fear, not knowing what was happening. In an instant, the old turtle exploded, blood and flesh splattered, while Li Lan's eyes rose in fury. Just now, he had already read all of the old turtle's memories. These demon clans had actually imprisoned the Kuan-Pang under this big tree, from the daily blood draw at the beginning to the monthly blood draw at the later stage to the current blood draw every 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and draw out the Kuan-Pang's blood and evenly distribute it to everyone to refine it together, to enhance their cultivation and to prolong their lives. Die! Li Lan coldly shouted. In an instant, countless demon clans on the scene instantly exploded, regardless of men, women, and children, all of them splattered with blood and flesh, and instantly died violently. With a wave of his big hand, he flipped the tree over, revealing a large hole. His divine sense probed inside, and a dying koan was lying underneath, as thin as a bone, looking like it didn't have much vitality anymore. With a thought, the koan flew up. Li Lan hurriedly pointed out a finger. A spiritual power drilled into its body, restoring the life of the koan and allowing its flesh to recover quickly. Luckily it came early, otherwise it would have died. Li Lan smiled faintly. These demon clans weren't too stupid. They knew that the koan was important and didn't drain its blood all at once. Instead, they utilized its blood to grow spirit fruits and fed them to it, and reduced the frequency of blood draws later on, which allowed the koan to live until now. Go, I'll take you home to find your mother. Li Lan waved his hand and put it into the koan pung jade. Inside, there was its mom's scent, which might allow it to wake up quickly. Boom! Li Lan was just about to leave when he suddenly heard something. Frowning slightly, his divine sense probed out under the large hole, drilling into the earth and continuing down. After roughly penetrating 67 million meters, he saw an underground palace. There are still caves here? Since this was the case, there was no need to leave so quickly. With a thought, Li Lan disappeared and reappeared already in the underground palace. All around was hot and bubbling magma. The temperature was extremely high, fearing tens of thousands of degrees, but this kind of temperature was harmless to Li Lan. Don't say he realm high, flesh strong can easily resist this hot temperature. Even this immortal robe on his body can also be easily dissolved. After all, this is water and fire invulnerable. All the law is difficult to break the dragon immortal ling robe. This is the year he killed undersea demonic beasts, but also caused the dragon clan siege. Reason he robbed people's treasure cannot be rounded up and killed it. A brief glance in the deepest part of the palace bolted to a demonic beast. It head like a tiger, body like a snake, but has the limbs of a chilan, and has the wings of a griffin, red scales all over the body, countless chains covered with runes bound it, so that it cannot get out. It still had breath and was not dead. What are you? Li Lan asked suspiciously. He had seen countless demonic beasts and surprisingly, he had seen this kind of thing. Could it be a demonic beast from the ancient times? With the return of heaven and earth, I didn't expect that I had awakened as well. The demonic beast slowly spoke, opening its 8 eyes at once, its blood-red beast pupils staring at Li Lan. I may be the last beast in this side of heaven and earth. Then how were you imprisoned here? Hey, it's a long story. I don't know how many years ago. Back then, our Toa beast clan was invincible, but as a result, we offended a great Tao true lord. He wiped out most of us. Only part of the Toa beasts were left to escape, and I was one of them, and I accidentally fell into someone else's hands, who couldn't defeat me, but introduced me here to be sealed up. After sleeping for so long, I wouldn't have awakened if I hadn't sensed the return of the heaven and earth aura. It's also strange that you didn't die. You don't have a bit of cultivation on you. Li Lan was puzzled. Hearing this, the Toa beast's tone suddenly became a bit proud. Just kidding, our Toa beast's greatest characteristic is longevity. As long as the flames on our bodies are not extinguished, we will not die. Taking a closer look, there was still a small flame at the end of this Toa beast's tail, which was probably the root that allowed it to live until now. As long as you let me out, I can follow your orders. I, to beast, can grow up to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Nowadays it's already hard to produce Heavenly Emperors in your side of heaven and earth, right? Indeed it is hard to come out. I am the only one. Toast beast? You are a Heavenly Emperor? The Toast beast was shocked. It had no cultivation now and could not perceive Li Lan's realm, not thinking that the other party was in the Heavenly Emperor realm. This was a cultivation level that only their old ancestors had back then. He was a bit disbelieving. I let you out and let you become my slave. It's not much of a benefit. I don't know how many people or demonic beasts out there want to be my slave. This is a bargain for you. Hearing this, Toast Beast was speechless. If the other party was really the Heavenly Emperor, what he said was not false. If the Heavenly Emperor wanted to collect slaves, he could collect them if he wanted to. With a wave of his hand there would be a group of people or demonic beasts running over to lick their asses. I also have a secret treasure called the Toa Bead, a magic treasure naturally birthed by each Toa beast itself, which will allow you to slowly realize the great Tao of fire. Li Lan slightly raised his eyebrows. This magic treasure, he was satisfied. His sense of the great Tao was not too deep yet. If he could get it, it would certainly allow him to walk the great Tao of fire more smoothly. May. He nodded slightly and looked towards the shackles. Although the same powerful forbidden runes covered them, they were still too inferior to those shackles of the Koan Pang goddess, and it only took him 10 breaths to completely see through them. Easily finding a place to crack it, he pointed out with a finger, and the powerful spiritual energy traveled between the countless shackles, only to hear the bang 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 sound continuously ringing out. One shackle collapsed, and the Toa beast's cultivation was slowly recovering. Body refining foundation building Jindan. Until finally all the shackles collapsed, its cultivation was stuck at the true immortal realm, a long way from the legendary Heavenly Emperor. I finally came out. The Toast Beast threw back its head and roared, erupting with infinite might. After waiting for so long, it finally came out. Kneel down. Li Lan coldly shouted as a terrifying pressure descended, instantly suppressing the Toast Beast. It looked at Li Lan in horror. Its heart was shocked. This aura was familiar. Even after so much time had passed, it still remembered that this was the aura of its old ancestor back then, the Heavenly Emperor realm. Li Lan pointed out with a finger, slowly planting a forbidden brand belonging to himself in the Toa Beast's soul, so as to prevent it from defecting. Greetings, Master. The Toa Beast knelt on all fours, not daring to raise its head. Secret treasure. Rumble. Just as Li Lan opened his mouth, a rumble unexpectedly came from above. It's down there, I perceive a very terrifying aura, there must be secret treasures hidden underneath, keep digging. Chapter 23 The Hongming Purple Chi that rotates once in a million years. Li Lan raised his eyes slightly, and a rumbling sound came from behind him as a large hole instantly broke open above, transmitting light. A demon race that had taken human form jumped down from above. This place really does have another heaven. I felt something was wrong as soon as I first realized that place up there. If it wasn't for me being nearby, could our clan have known that there is a secret treasure here? Let's not talk about that first, hurry up and see what kind of treasure is there? Wait, why is there someone? A surprised voice rang out, and all the demons noticed Li Lan and Beast, surprised. How is there someone here? Who are you? Here early in the morning? One of the demons spoke in a cold voice, while being very puzzled. When they came in here, apart from the big hole above, there was no entrance below at all. How did this person come in? Could it be that he had been here all along? But by the looks of it, it didn't look like someone who was trapped here. I am the Spirit Snake Sect Patriarch, Spirit Snake Saint, how long have you been here? At this moment, an old man in green robes walked out from the group of demons, his eyes narrowed slightly, his pupils illuminating vertical pupils as he carefully surveyed Li Lan. Easy Heavenly Emperor. Li Lan spoke faintly. When these words came out, the crowd of demons were startled. What, Easy Heavenly Emperor? Really, I know he came to the demon state, is it really him? It can't be, are we so unlucky? Each and every one of them were terrified, and were instantly scared to the point where they were a little weak in the knees, who hadn't heard of the mighty name of the loose Heavenly Emperor. Especially since the god of murder had even come to the demon state today, this human that had appeared now was most likely him. Brat, you think you can fool me by impersonating the Easy Heavenly Emperor? The Spirit Snake Sage sneered, don't think I don't know that you have cultivation shielding magic treasures, and know that the loose Heavenly Emperor has come to us, so you impersonated him to try to scare us away and then swallow the secret treasure all by yourself. At those words, the other demons were stunned and then reacted. Yes, any demon or human would have heard that the loose Heavenly Emperor had come to their demon state, not to mention that kind of big shot, would he casually give out his name? This person was an imposter at first glance, deliberately posing as a Heavenly Emperor to scare them in order to take away the secret treasure. Plus, how could there be such a strange demonic beast beside the Easy Heavenly Emperor? This person was most likely of the same kind. Sovereign is right, there's an ugly-looking demonic beast next to this person, it's just a true immortal realm. How could the titular loose Heavenly Emperor have such an ugly and trashy demonic beast by his side? He must be a fake. Toon beast? Why are you suddenly scolding me? I didn't say a word, you guys questioned it, but you can't attack the beast. We are all demonic beasts, we are all the same. This kind of thing that hurts the enemy 1,000 times and damages yourselves 800 times is also a loss for you to be able to do it. Li Lan was quite speechless, these demons seemed to have a bad brain, he was too lazy to kill them lest he dirty his hands. I see, there is another true immortal realm demon out the secret treasure you got, I can let you guys leave. The Spirit Snake Saint spoke in a cold voice. It was at the quasi-saint realm and was confident that it could become a saint, so it named itself the Spirit Snake Saint and its body was a spirit snake. This district true immortal realm, it could overthrow it with a single thought. It was this human race, it couldn't see through it, but it shouldn't be far off, it didn't believe that it was so unlucky to run into the Easy Heavenly Emperor that others couldn't touch so easily. AI, I've told you, and you still don't believe me. Li Lan sighed. Surprisingly, there were still so many little cuties. He snapped his fingers and a spiritual energy flew out, instantly detonating countless demon clans, and in just a breath, only the Spirit Snake Sage was left. This scene came too suddenly, frightening the Spirit Snake Sage to the point where it stared blankly, its body trembling slightly, not daring to move. Its divine sense enveloped the entire scene, so it naturally saw clearly how its disciple died, and also sensed Li Lan's aura, which was much stronger than his. Punt! The Spirit Snake Sage snapped to his knees, wanting to cry, you old man really is the Free Sky Emperor. Yes, I told you earlier and you didn't believe me, no one believes me when I tell the truth these days. Li Lan sighed, oh no, you are a demon, not a human. Lord Heavenly Emperor, just now it was me who spoke out of turn and offended your old man, see if you can let me off the hook, I am willing to contribute all I have. Just in time, seeing as you kneeled so quickly, I'll explain a task to you. You say. The Spirit Snake Sage was ecstatic, as long as it could live, it would be willing to do anything it was told. You take it back to your clan, serve it well, and just let it rapidly raise its cultivation. Li Lan pointed at the toast beast. This true immortal realm staying by his side was too degrading, how could his hallowed Heavenly Emperor have such a trashy slave? This is fine, my lord, feel free to leave it to me, I must take care of it. Spirit Snake Sage nodded repeatedly. It was only serving demonic beasts, it used to serve other demonic beasts to get to this point, this was considered a return to its old ways. Li Lan nodded slightly, and after planting a forbidden brand on the Spirit Snake Saint, he looked at the toast beast and extended his hand. The other party understood Li Lan's meaning and immediately spat out a mouthful of fiery red beads, and also used aura to get rid of the odor and saliva before handing it over to Li Lan's hand. Just getting his hand, Lilan felt the aura of the great Tao of fire contained inside. It was indeed a good treasure. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. Leaving behind only a bewildered spirit Snake Sage and Toast Beast, the former rubbed his hands together and looked at Toast Beast. Do you have anything else? Seeing the spirit Snake Sage looking so fawning, the Toast Beast felt that it wasn't a bad thing for him to become Lilan's slave, and instantly transformed into his human form, turning into a red-haired man with a smile. Take me back to your clan. Alright Lo, may I ask what to call you? Just call me Brother Fire. Okay, Brother Fire. 2 days passed. Lilan returned at full speed and finally arrived at the Great Mountain. Before he even entered the Great Mountain, he saw the heaven and earth change as countless visions came out of the sky in unison. Wisps of purple gas filled the entire sky, and as his divine sense spread out, he was surprised to find that these purple gases actually covered the entire Xian Dust Immortal realm. And these purple gas contains extremely horrifying spiritual power. Even he inhaled a mouthful of surprisingly feel that the realm and the body is slowly rising. Hongmeng Purple Qi, a vision that only appears once every million years in the immortal realm. This is the time? Lilan was surprised. He had read from the ancient books that every million years of reincarnation there would be a Hongmeng Purple Qi that covered the heavens and earth once and was unceasingly flowing, but the time was extremely short. At the most, it was an incense burner's time. This kind of phenomenon can be encountered but not to be sought. Anyone who encounters it will be the realm of the rapid progress. Time waits for no one. Lilan did not hesitate and immediately flew into the clouds, sitting above the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Kuan Pang Skill, Enlightenment. Chapter 24, Please Suck Less. Divine Beast Holy Land. The 4 divine beasts that had just entered seclusion not 3 days ago suddenly emerged and ascended to the heavenly vault. They all sensed this Hongmeng Violet Qi and were ecstatic. This is Hongmeng Violet Qi. The green dragon stared with wide eyes, flashing surprise color. In the ancient books left behind by the beast ancestor had recorded that this Hongmeng Purple Qi, once in a million years, commonly known as the million rounds of purple Qi, contains majestic spiritual power. Mortals inhale a mouthful of it and become immortal on the spot. This is exaggerated, but mortals inhale a mouthful. Breaking through the refining body is surely no problem. This is to open up the era of great aura. Everyone can become immortal, everyone enlightened? Xianwu was surprised. In that ancient book, it was also recorded that when the Hongmeng Purple Qi appeared, it meant that the once in a million years great aura era was going to be revived, and at that time, everyone would be able to realize the Tao, and everyone would be able to become immortal. Millions of years ago is so flourishing, as many as dozens of heavenly emperors. Immortal emperors are hundreds of people. The most horrible is that the great emperor can be seen everywhere, all over the world can be seen countless resources. Better than today's era is too much. But more resources also means more than fighting. The beast ancestor has participated in countless wars. Each war is dead and wounded. Only those who survive can ask the supreme. As for why, in the end, very few old monsters survived to this era, this matter is impossible to know, as if it was erased by some mysterious force, and even many of the feats, ancient books, formations, and Dan formulas about that era have disappeared. If it wasn't for the beast ancestor dividing this ancient book into 4 parts and then dispersing and sealing it within the 4 ancient divine beasts, and then passing it down from them until these 4 parts remain within them, they wouldn't have been able to know so many things. It seems that this million-year reincarnation has come and gone. I can already feel that the aura has become more pure. The time for us to break through to Heavenly Emperor will be greatly shortened. The white tiger said excitedly. This was the era that belonged to them, and they would surely shine brightly in this era. The vermilion bird spoke in a cold voice. Don't talk, there's no time to lose. Let's quickly absorb the Hongmeng Purple Qi. It's not always there. When the time comes, the Hongmeng Purple Qi will naturally dissipate. As soon as the words fell, the vermilion bird immediately transformed into its own body, turning into a huge and incomparable divine beast that could cover the sky and the sun, with bright red feathers, 7 colored divine flames all over its body, vibrating its wings and soaring to the 9 heavens. All the demon clans in the demon state could see it clearly and couldn't help but sigh. This is a divine beast. Too shocking. Just the aura emanating from transforming into the body was enough to make countless demons shocked and envious. Seeing this, the other 3 have transformed into their own bodies. All over the green dragon scales, with the strongest symbol of the dragon clan's 5 claws, hideous features filled with horror and majesty, exudes a brilliant dragon might, deterring the demon state. There is also that huge Xuanwu, like a mountain, suspended above the demon state. The huge black shadow covers half of the demon state, its back hovering a green python, cold snake pupils, hissing and spitting snake letters, emitting a horrible atmosphere. Finally, there was that white-furred giant tiger, standing on top of a peak, tilting its head back and roaring. The tiger whistled in the demon state, shaking countless demons into kneeling and trembling in fear, begging the white tiger immortal emperor to take away his divine might. It leapt violently and pounced into the sky. The 4 divine beasts stood above the Hongmeng Purple Qi in 4 different directions, southeast, west, and north. Immediately, they jointly exuded 4 streams of energy, which were focused together and formed a huge vortex, and began to frantically absorb the Hongmeng Purple Qi to feed themselves. Just as the 4 of them were frantically grabbing the Hongmeng Purple Qi, they suddenly felt an even more terrifying suction force in the distance, even more powerful than the 4 of them, which was able to suck away the Hongmeng Purple Qi from the vortex. This feeling, so familiar. Qinglong was surprised. Why is there a feeling of deja vu? You're stupid, this is that easy heavenly emperor guy's Kunpeng skill. He paired it with his own Kunpeng easy body. There is no other technique or immortal body in the world that can match the speed at which he absorbs aura. The white tiger said indignantly. Truly convinced, in the Chaos Chi battle 10,000 years ago, it was him who absorbed the most, allowing his chaos god pupil to reach perfection. No one can rob him. This time it's him again. When exactly will we be able to get rid of him? Xuanwu was all speechless. This reminded him of that looting battle 10,000 years ago. Countless people in the immortal realm only fought for the Chaos Chi. As a result, after the great battle that day, the magic treasure that held the Chaos Chi exploded, and everyone frantically absorbed it. As a result, Li Lan directly used the immortal body and gong method. Will be 4/5 of the chaos gas all sucked away. They tens of thousands of people can only suck only 1/5 of the remaining. Everyone gets only a little bit, are not feeling. Since then, they realized the horror of Li Lan's gong method and immortal body. This guy also sucked dry the aura of millions or tens of millions of miles in a radius from time to time, resulting in everyone having no aura to suck. This kind of thing, almost every other day, and still happens in random places. Everyone is afraid of him. Now it was good. This demon that was like a black hole, harvesting auras, had now come to rob the Hongmeng Violet Chi, hoping that this Hongmeng Violet Chi wouldn't be sucked dry too quickly. The vermilion bird sighed, we'd better hurry up and absorb it, lest we get sucked up by Li Lan alone, bump into him and consider ourselves unlucky. The other three also sighed and accelerated their absorption, not to fall behind. At this time in the demon state, Xianshong could also feel the Hongmeng purple chi surging madly in one direction. This direction, is it in Qinzhou? Xianshong absorbed it while looking at the direction of Qinzhou, narrowing his eyes slightly. He was the same 10,000-year-old who came from that era, so he naturally saw that this was Li Lan absorbing the Hongmeng Violet Chi. 10,000 years have passed. After Li Lan broke through the Heavenly Emperor, the suction force is even more fierce than before. Qinzhou can be much farther away, in the middle of the sea state is still stranded. Even he went over to Qinzhou, the case of full speed ahead to spend about 7 or 8 days. And still 7 or 8 days cannot stop, but Li Lan's suction power can spread so big. Just how much is he going to suck this time? Compared to this, my devouring demon skill seems much inferior, but with this Hongmeng Violet Chi, I will be able to break through to Heavenly Emperor in less than 10 days. Qianshong said confidently, speeding up his absorption. Not only Qianshong, but almost the entire Xian Dust Immortal Realm could feel the Hongmeng Violet Chi surging up crazily in one direction. It was as if there was a black hole in the distance, constantly absorbing the Hongmeng Violet Chi, the kind that they simply couldn't snatch. What kind of god, please suck less of it. This was the heartbeat of countless people in the immortal world. Qinzhou. Female Emperor Palace. Lu Qinghan came out of the gate and stood in the celestial dome, looking at the Hongmeng purple chi in ecstasy, and was just about to start absorbing it when she sensed a terrifying and familiar aura descending. The sky above Qinzhou coalesced into a deep black hole, and endless Hongmeng Violet Chi was sucked into it. This vision, so familiar, it's Brother Easy. Lu Qinghan shouted in surprise. This black hole was over Qinzhou, which meant that Brother Easy was in Qinzhou. Not a moment later, her divine sense saw a white robe suspended in the dome of the sky. After not seeing him for 10,000 years, and then looking at that face that was even more stunning than before, Lu Qinghan once again fell, her eyes offending peach blossoms, the corners of her mouth lifting up as she giggled. Brother Easy, even more handsome and stronger than before. Chapter 25 Koan Pine Jade to transform into a chaotic immortal artifact? In front of the black hole, Li Lan sat hovering. Immediately after him, a huge monster emerged from behind him, with a dragon head and fish body that covered the sky. Kuan. It was one of the representatives of ancient creatures, the Kuan. When the Kuan appeared, countless people in Qinzhou were shocked. Is this the easy heavenly emperor? I remember that his vision is the Kuan, and rumor has it that the method he cultivates and his physique are all about the Kuan Pang. That's right, this is the loose heavenly emperor, there's no one else but him with this kind of power. Everyone, quickly absorb the Hongmeng Violet Chi. The loose heavenly emperor has sucked over almost all of the immortal realm's Hongmeng Violet Chi. It's even more pure than the rest of the world. I've already broken through 5 minor realms in a row, and I have a feeling that I'll be able to break through to quasi-sainthood today. Thank you, Immortal Emperor Easy. It's a blessing for us to be able to squeeze a bit of Hongmeng Violet Chi out from under him. Just as the crowd cheered, the Kuan leapt up and hovered in the sky, finally opening its mouth and displaying an even more terrifying suction force. In an instant, the two terrifying suction forces absorbed the Hongmeng Violet Chi together. Endless Hongmeng Violet Chi surged in, becoming even more pure, and with just a single inhalation, some people broke through several realms in a row. But the outrageous thing is that there is no heavenly tribulation. I don't know how many people or demons have broken through great realms because of this Hongmeng Violet gas, but it didn't attract a single heavenly tribulation. Can't it be that the heavenly Tao has stepped in? At this moment, Lu Qinghan, who was absorbing the Hongmeng purple chi in the sky above the female emperor palace, was shocked. This is even possible? Lu Qinghan's divine sense could see that a bilocation had unexpectedly appeared behind Li Lan. Li Lan then used the doppelganger to open the Kuan-Peng technique one more time, and then all the Hongmeng violet chi absorbed was fed back to him, equivalent to the amount absorbed by 2 people. Worthy of being brother easy to think of this kind of method, it's too powerful, I want to learn it too. Lu Qinghan adored. Hastily following suit, she made a doppelganger and absorbed the Hongmeng violet chi together. Not to mention, when absorbed like this, after the split body and the main body merged, they could get more Hongmeng violet chi. It belongs to living to learn. Above the sky dome. Li Lan had already opened a bilocation. He opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Not enough, this is far from enough. This Hongmeng purple chi is a constant source. If you miss this time, you will have to wait for another million years. No matter what, he had to maximize his benefits. Kuan-Peng jade, give me full power to absorb it. Li Lan coldly shouted, threw out the Kuan-Peng jade, and pointed with both fingers. Injecting spiritual energy, he opened the Kuan-Peng jade. In an instant, heaven and earth changed drastically. A huge phantom landed behind Li Lan, and that phantom's face was exactly the same as his, sitting cross-legged, absorbing endless Hongmeng violet chi. This sudden change caused countless people in the immortal realm to be shocked, and anyone who could see this phantom was terrified. What a terrifying phantasm, it makes me want to kneel and submit. Is this the easy heavenly emperor? Why can't I see his appearance? The heavenly emperor is inherently unnameable. Every time you say the heavenly emperor's name, the prosperous heavenly emperor has had an epiphany. If not, how could it be that the heavenly emperor cannot be humiliated? You still want to see the heavenly emperor's face, you are not qualified right now. I see, this Dharma phase is really terrifying. When will I be able to reach this point? Think about it, as powerful as Easy, also 20,000 years before heavenly emperor, we these mortals still dreaming on the line. Looking at that huge phantom, countless people felt shocked and envious. When could they also become this kind of vast legend? As the Kuan-Peng jade absorbed the Hongmeng purple chi, Li Lan felt his strength rapidly increasing. Without any surprises, I might be able to rely on this Hongmeng violet chi to ascend to the highest realm of this heaven and earth, heavenly emperor perfection. Li Lan secretly said in his heart. When he was in the middle stage of heavenly emperor, he felt that the bindings of this heaven and earth were getting stronger and stronger, as if the laws of heaven and earth were deliberately suppressing them, not allowing him to break through to heavenly emperor perfection. This might be the means of the heavenly Tao or the laws of heaven and earth, causing his cultivation to increase slowly. But just then, he felt that the boundaries of the laws of heaven and earth were slowly diminishing, related to the revival of the aura. This made him even more certain that a great power was coming, and he would not be the only heavenly emperor at that time. Since this was the case, then he would feel for a realm that was even more terrifying than that of a heavenly emperor and ascend to the strongest. Immortal cultivation was meant to be a step-by-step climb upwards. If not, it was destined to be annihilated in the midst of history. Li Lan is not willing to stay. As strong as he can be, he wants to be the first person in the world to show those bastards of the Kuan-Peng clan, without that trash Kuan-Peng blood, he is also the strongest. He could never forget the words that the Kuan-Peng clan's patriarch said when the Kuan-Peng clan surrounded his entire family. Without the Kuan-Peng divine body, he will never be the strongest in the world, and you, this trashy woman, caused him to be tainted with human blood. If it wasn't for you, he would have been born with the Kuan-Peng heaven-swallowing divine body. He couldn't forget. A mere Kuan-Peng heaven-swallowing body can't be the strongest in the world without it? I don't believe it. Li Lan shouted coldly, break. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, as deafening as thunder, resounding for billions and billions of miles as his aura shook out. Frightened, countless people in Qingzhou were startled, looking up at the phantom. What a terrifying aura, more terrifying than even the heavenly calamity seemed to be. Li Lan felt that the Dantian had reached a critical point and was about to break through. Rumble. The sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds. The heavenly tribulation that didn't appeared this time. The crowd was shocked. They had thought that the heavenly tribulation would not appear again, but they did not expect that because of the easy heavenly emperor's move to break through, it had attracted a heavenly tribulation. But wasn't he just breaking through to the late stage of the heavenly emperor? Why would he attract a heavenly tribulation? Li Lan raised his eyes to the sky and frowned slightly. He had only broken through to the late stage of the heavenly emperor. Why did the heavenly Tao attract the heavenly tribulation? Heavenly Tao, are you going to stop me from breaking through? Li Lan spoke in a deep voice. The voice spread throughout Qingzhou, causing countless people to feel suffocated and breathless. Back then, he had died under the heavenly tribulation, but after the breakthrough, he had awakened all the memories of his previous life, and his strength had almost doubled several times. If the heavenly tribulation came again, he was fearless and had the confidence to cleave through it. If this heavenly Tao wants to stop him, he will accompany him to the end. It's not me, it's the laws of heaven and earth. Just then, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded in his mind, causing him to freeze. The laws of heaven and earth had stepped in? The laws of heaven and earth were not controlled by the heavenly Tao, and seemed to be a rule born naturally in this heaven and earth. In order to prevent something from appearing, or to prevent someone from breaking through, there were laws of heaven and earth in almost every world. Xian Dust Immortal world is considered good. He has been to other worlds. Some worlds cannot even break through the Golden Dan. But the laws of heaven and earth had clearly been liberalized, so why was he still being prevented from doing so? Just at this time, he sensed that the Koan Pang jade is not quite right. Originally only green jade pendant, this time slowly gradually change purple. This jade pendant, this is the Koan Pang goddess's original treasure, is the first heavenly Taoist sacred weapon, born with her, at this time to absorb a large number of Hongmeng violet chi, to break through into chaos immortal weapon, to know that the Hongmeng violet chi is also the beginning of the chaotic birth of the spiritual chi. Chapter 26 Kuanping Divine Wings, Terrifying Divine Power. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation was gradually coalescing. The Koan Pang jade was about to metamorphose into a chaotic immortal artifact, and the laws of heaven and earth did not allow it, so they sent down a heavenly tribulation wanting to destroy it. The only thing Li Lan could do was to cut through the heavenly tribulation. He held a 3-foot green blade and stood in the sky dome, his robes fluttering and hunting with the wind as he tilted his head and looked at the heavenly tribulation. Be careful, this heavenly tribulation is equivalent to the heavenly tribulation when you broke through to Heavenly Emperor at that time. The heavenly Tao transmitted a voice to him. Li Lan was not afraid in the slightest. Boom! In an instant, a thunderbolt struck down, heading straight towards Koan Pangyu. Boom! Li Lan slashed out with his sword chi streaking across the sky, shattering that thunder. Koan Pang Heaven Execution Slash! Li Lan shouted coldly, utilizing the great divine ability he had learned in his previous life. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, and a Koan Pang chirp shook through the 8 wastelands in all directions. A strange demonic beast silhouette appeared out of thin air. It was eagle-headed but had 4 limbs as well as 2 pairs of immense wings. The Koan Pang silhouette headed towards the heavenly tribulation, and at the same time, the gigantic phantom behind Li Lan also raised his immortal sword and hacked away. Boom! The Koan Pang crashed into the heavenly tribulation, and the immortal sword fell into the clouds, erupting into a violent sound as the powerful spiritual energy shook Qinzhou. Countless people were shocked by this and were shaken back by the terrifying aura. Is this the might of a heavenly emperor? So terrifying, to harden against the heavenly tribulation, this is a great man. It's really out of reach to become a character like the easy heavenly emperor. I'm afraid that it's something we won't be able to do even in our exhaustive lives. So terrifying, I actually felt submissive and wanted to kneel down. The might of the heavenly emperor is too terrifying. This heavenly calamity doesn't look good either. It's not strong enough for a finger of the heavenly emperor. The might of the heavenly emperor is too terrifying. Just a single strike, it shocked countless hearts into submission, wanting to kneel down and kowtow immediately. Brother Easy, cheers. Lu Qinghan looked at the figure. Her heart was worried. She believed that Brother Easy would be able to do it. Li Lan gripped his immortal sword tightly. He felt the heavenly tribulation fighting against him. He could not lose at this moment. Chop! Coldly shouting once again, endless spiritual energy poured into the immortal sword, and the phantasm became dazzling. Boom! As the sword fell, the heavenly tribulation instantly split in half and exploded, endless spiritual energy scattering in all directions, shaking Qinzhou. Seeing this, Lu Qinghan was startled and hurriedly pinched his hands together, utilizing the state chi of Qinzhou and transforming into a Xian turtle to resist this terrifying energy. Buzz buzz buzz. The Xian turtle that enveloped the sky over Qinzhou buzzed and eventually slowly dissolved these terrifying spiritual energies and was able to rest in peace. Phew, this strike by Brother Easy almost killed me. Lu Qinghan wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead, her heart palpitating. It was just an aftermath. If she hadn't used her state chi in time, I'm afraid that half of Qinzhou would have perished. The spiritual power of the heavenly tribulation explosion was still too terrifying. Taking another look, she realized that Li Lan had already disappeared, and the Hongmeng purple chi that filled the sky was slowly dissipating. She hurriedly began to absorb it. A little bit is a little bit if she could. In the middle of the mountain, Li Lan returned to the mountain, and both the Koan Pang goddess and the formation Yen Tian were able to detect the situation in the outside world. This Hongmeng violet chi is truly extraordinary. I've actually broken through to the middle stage of Immortal Emperor. Formation Yen Tian laughed. Thanks to Li Lan, those Hongmeng violet chi had missed into the great mountain, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to absorb it. How is it? Is my child well? The voice of the Koan Pang goddess sounded in his mind, and with a wave of his hand, Li Lan released the unconscious Koan. Seeing her child become like this, the Koan Pang goddess immediately cried out in heartfelt sorrow, causing even the Formation Diffusion Heaven to listen in. What's happening here? Formation Diffusion Heaven was puzzled. Li Lan told the whole story, and the Koan Pang goddess immediately erupted into angry kunchi, but upon hearing that Li Lan had resolved the matter, there was a lot less anger, which eventually turned into thanks that rang out in Li Lan's mind. Thank you. You're welcome, but where is the Koan Pang divine wing? I didn't see it. Li Lan frowned slightly. He had searched the cave at that time and did not find the Koan Pang divine wings. And just then, the unconscious Koan glowed with a golden color, and a pair of wings unexpectedly flew out from its body, slowly coming in front of Li Lan. I've been hiding it inside my child's body, so I'll give it to you now. Li Lan looked at this greenish-blue Koan Pang divine wings. The feathers were extremely gorgeous, like a rare treasure. I heard the Koan Pang clan say that this Koan Pang divine wing had 3 extremely terrifying divine abilities. The first was that it could cross space regardless of distance. For example, when he used his great divine ability, Kuan-Peng Vanishing Sky, he could cross from the south to the north of Qinzhou, and the distance in between was at least 10 billion kilometers, or even more. As for the Kuan-Peng Divine Wings, they ignored the distance. As long as it was what he had in mind, he could arrive instantly, but the prerequisite was that he had to have seen the place before he could arrive instantly. If he hadn't seen it, there was no way. The second is the space chop. Wings can burst out of beyond the space chop. People cannot react, instantly kill them, kill in the invisible, horrible, and powerful and weird. The third is the Kuan-Peng Blessing. Wings can be enlarged and unfolded, and then wrapped around itself, resisting a large number of attacks, whether physical or spells, can be. I heard that back then, the patriarch of the Kuan-Peng clan had once utilized the Kuan-Peng Divine Wings to block the full force of the Heavenly Emperor as an immortal emperor. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, this was a rare treasure, and with it, Li Lan's speed could be greatly enhanced. With a wave of his hand, he took it in, and the Kuan-Peng Divine Wing entered his body, and immediately felt something strange. As he moved his mind, a pair of splendid wings immediately appeared behind him, making him even more mysterious. In his mind, he thought about the cave where he found the Kuan earlier. In an instant, he disappeared, and when he opened his eyes again, he had indeed returned to the original cave. It was empty, and with another thought, he went to many places he had been before, almost all of which he could pass by with a thought. And on the way, Li Lan didn't put away his aura, which led to people sensing his aura wherever he went, causing panic in the immortal world. Especially those 4 immortal emperors from the Divine Beast Sanctuary. They also sensed Li Lan's brief stay, and their heads immediately shrunk. Xinglong was a bit scared and said, "You guys, did you all sense it just now?" "Aha, it's his scent, he's back again?" Xuanwu said in fear. The white tiger and vermilion bird also collected their breaths, quite terrified. Hadn't they already left? How did they come back? But all of a sudden, Li Lan's aura was gone again, which made them relieved, but not a moment later, Li Lan came back. The 4 divine beasts. Li Lan is gone. Who? Li Lan came back. So repeatedly, this made the 4 divine beasts about to collapse. What the hell is Li Lan doing? If he wants to kill or die, can he give us a pain in the ass? Why do we have to torture us? To kill, to give a quick, back and forth, how scary this ah. Chapter 27, Sister Qinghan, let's find a deserted place to talk all night long. In the middle of a large mountain. Li Lan used the Kuan-Peng Divine Wings many times and was satisfied after realizing that there was no limit to the number of times this magic treasure could be used. Worthy of being a secret treasure guarded by the Kuan-Peng clan for generations, it was indeed powerful and practical. The Kuan-Peng Jade has absorbed so much Hongmeng Violet Qi, it should have already metamorphosed. The situation in the outside world was clear to the Kuan-Peng goddess, and she certainly understood her own innate magic treasure. Because she was the one who slowly absorbed the aura back then, which allowed the Kuan-Peng Jade to gradually metamorphose, the wonders of the Kuan-Peng Jade were far from being fully explored. Li Lan nodded slightly. The Kuan-Peng Jade had indeed changed. His divine sense drilled into the interior and found that there were 100 more strands of Hongmeng Violet Qi inside, and it was still being born continuously. At the rate it was going, he predicted that 100 strands of Hongmeng Violet Qi could be born every hour. From then on, he would never be short of Hongmeng Violet Qi. He could extract it from the Kuan-Peng Jade anytime, anywhere. Rumble. Right at this moment, the great mountain suddenly shook. Li Lan frowned slightly and dashed to the sky dome, his divine sense rapidly expanding to cover half of the Xian Dust Immortal Realm. He found that not only the mountain is vibrating, the entire Xian Dust Immortal Realm is undergoing a violent tremor, which has caused people to be on edge, and thought that some kind of annihilation heavenly calamity is coming. Aura revival. A million years of reincarnation has arrived. The immortal world will remake the old era. Just at this time, a sound of Hongmeng sounded. Li Lan looked up. Just now that sound is the heavenly Tao. Counting the time, that day to today, just 10 days, the aura is going to erupt back to once that era. Those old guys back then, one by one, are going to revive. Rumble. At this time, Qinzhou ground began to split, unexpectedly separated in half from it. Lu Qinghan wanted to use the secret method to lock it all to no avail, hard to be separated. Not only Qinzhou, the immortal world all over the situation, the earth cracked, the ocean separated a heavenly abyss, the sky appeared all kinds of phenomena. Every moment is to illustrate that the great power has arrived, a new era has come. Looking at those many visions, countless people were shocked and immediately surprised. Aura. What a rich aura, the aura trapped in the air is even more pure. Wow, what a great feeling. Were those people in the past absorbing such good auras? No wonder their cultivation levels were so high. If I were given this kind of aura to absorb every day, I would be designated to be even stronger. Great, I just love the old times. Countless people sensed that the aura in the air was even denser and purer, at least hundreds of times purer than before, and it was still growing stronger. Perhaps it could eventually be 1,000 times stronger. It really is a great power, just this aura. I don't know how many people will break through. Li Lan sighed. A wave of Hongmeng Violet Qi had come in front of him, allowing him to break through to the late stage of the Heavenly Emperor, and was about to reach the great perfection. Now that the aura was also strong, the era of the true heyday had come, and it was not only now, but it could be even more heyday in the future. Li Lan was already somewhat looking forward to what kind of strong enemies would be waiting for him in the future. These visions lasted for roughly an hour and finally came to a halt. Li Lan also realized that the immortal realm had at least expanded twice, becoming much larger. Especially in Xinzhou, the two sides have been separated by billions of miles, which has turned cohabitation into a strange love. Li Lan, the immortal realm has already changed. Within a few days, one of the great clans of the heavens will be revived. The heavens and earth will no longer restrict the heavenly emperors. You can impact a higher realm, and next, you have to go to look for those 8 bones. At this moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded in his mind, and Li Lan did not reply. He knew what he should do next. He first returned to the great mountain, explaining that he was about to leave, letting the Kuan Pang goddess recuperate here at ease, and leaving behind many resources before leaving. As for the formation Yin Tian, he would naturally undo the branding when he undid the forbidden spells. Before leaving, he glanced at Chen Ling. The other party was already in the transition realm and had just absorbed a lot of Hongmeng violet qi. As a great emperor, he naturally had extraordinary feats. Just as he was about to leave, a voice transmission rang in his head, "Brother Easy." Hearing this familiar voice, Li Lan froze slightly and then helplessly looked in a certain direction. A million miles away, Lu Qinghan was looking at him with affection. With a thought, he instantly appeared in front of Lu Qinghan and said with a faint smile, "Lu Qinghan, you're still as beautiful as ever." "Brother Easy, I said that you can call me Qinghan, or Sister Qinghan, so as not to be distant." Lu Qinghan looked at the handsome face in front of her, her eyes offending peach blossoms, and swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. "Can I hug you?" Lu Qinghan boldly asked. Li Lan smiled, thinking that Lu Qinghan had hugged him not once or twice, so he slightly nodded his head. Instantly, a small fragrant breeze hit him, and Lu Qinghan hugged him tightly. He also placed his hands on the other party's waist, silent, letting the other party quietly enjoy this solitude. "You know what? Back then, after I heard that you died, I cried for years, washing my face with tears all day long. Why didn't you tell me that you didn't die?" The slightly crying voice of Lu Qinghan came from his ears. Li Lan felt doubly helpless. He only blamed himself for being too flirtatious and caused countless deaths of flirtation. When he was young, he was indeed suave, almost dabbling in womanizing, and quite a few old dengs wanted to get him killed, because he escaped every time after wreaking havoc on a flower. In addition to his name as the loose Immortal Emperor, he also had the name of the flower-picking Immortal Emperor that everyone knew about but didn't dare to talk about. There was even a saying circulating that any fairy or holy maiden that the easy Immortal Emperor had his eyes on was bound to have extraordinary looks and excellent temperament, and that his vision would not be wrong. Moreover, there are still people who are so bored that they have made a list of the immortal consorts of the free Immortal Emperor, listing thousands of beauties and ranking them according to their family backgrounds, looks and temperaments. This Lu Qinghan seems to be the fifth to come, the first place. Li Lan didn't want to think back to that woman. She was a madman, a complete madman. Once she got involved, she couldn't even shake it off. At that time, I was injured and recuperated for 10,000 years before I slowed down. Li Lan let go of Lu Qinghan, grabbed the other party's shoulder. Eyes deep love said, "You know, my favorite is Qinghan's sister. You. If I was not seriously injured at that time, definitely come to find you, not to mention I have not been staying in Xinzhou. Qinghan, don't you understand my heart?" Looking at Li Lan's extremely sincere eyes, Lu Qinghan's heart instantly melted, fiercely hugging Li Lan, fearfully explaining, "Brother Easy, I'm sorry, it's me who wrongly blamed you. It turned out that you were unable to come, I'm sorry." The corner of Li Lan's mouth slightly raised. The name of flower-picking Immortal Emperor, he is not a name for nothing. Dealing with women, he has a set of things. "It's fine, it's good that Sister Qinghan understands me. So long time no see, Sister Qinghan, let's find a deserted place to talk all night long?" Hearing this, Lu Qinghan nodded slightly, the corners of her mouth sweetly rising. She had waited for this day for a long time. Chapter 28 Ancient Era Clan Awakening. The following day. The sun was shining brightly. Li Lan slightly opened his eyes and felt someone in his arms. He smiled and looked down. The beauty in his arms was sleeping soundly. Perhaps because he hadn't seen her for too long, Lu Qinghan was extremely enthusiastic, and she hard fought with him for a day and a night, without stopping during the period. Li Lan's figure flickered and came to the bed beside the couch. Already wearing a set of white robes, he gently put down a storage ring, which contained many resources, enough for Lu Qinghan to break through to Immortal Emperor perfection. These resources were no longer useful to him. Moreover, this was his style. Every time after picking flowers, he would inevitably leave something behind. He would not be a white whoremonger. This was his principle. Immediately, Li Lan's body flashed as he arrived in the sky dome of Liezhou. A scroll flew out of his arms and spread out, revealing a map of the immortal world on it, recording all the locations. He placed his gaze on Liezhou, which had a circled location next to it, a place he had never been to before, and a place that only existed in the ancient times. Emperor's grave. This emperor's grave, he had never heard of it. Could it be that there was an emperor buried inside? Let's go and have a look. With a thought, Li Lan arrived at the edge of Liezhou. He saw the area that he had never set foot in before. His divine sense probed in and was slightly shocked. This area was surprisingly as big as the two Qin states combined, and quite a few people had already gone in, but other than those from Liezhou, there were none of those from the ancient era. It was hard to believe that they hadn't awakened yet. Let's go to the other places again and take a look. 5 days later, Li Lan returned to the emperor's grave. At this time, the emperor's grave had already undergone radical changes, and most of the people in Lizhou had surprisingly already entered it, creating streets, houses, and clans inside, and had taken up permanent residence in it. It was only because they realized that the aura inside was surprisingly much better than that outside. Moreover, heavenly materials and treasures often appeared, allowing them to enjoy themselves and become stronger quickly. Li Lan walked slowly through the streets and couldn't help but feel that these people were really fast. It had only been 5 days and they were already on the verge of making this place a completely new place. He believed that it wouldn't take long for this place to become prosperous and flourishing. Boom! However, right at this moment, the heaven and earth suddenly changed drastically as a terrifying black gas rose up from the ground and went straight to the clouds. It caused the sky to be covered in dark clouds, with lightning flashing and thundering, as if some great terror was about to descend. Rumble! Pushing aside the clouds, a huge ghost face appeared, hideous and terrifying, its pupils emitting a blood-red light, as if it was watching everyone. What a terrifying aura! Is this the aura of a great emperor? It seems like it. Could it be that a great emperor is about to appear on the 5th day? As early as 3 days ago, I discovered the strange demonic beast, and it's still a true immortal realm demonic beast. Those terrors from the ancient times are going to revive. I am the Soul Refining Sect Patriarch. All of you can call me the Soul Refining Emperor. The entire Soul Refining Sect is revived, and will open the sect's doors tomorrow, accepting disciples, and you can enjoy endless lifespan by joining our Soul Refining Sect. That ghost face unexpectedly spoke, claiming to be the Soul Refining Sect's Patriarch. Hearing this familiar name, Li Lan smiled coldly. Just destroyed a soul refining sect some time ago, and now reviving a soul refining sect from the ancient times? How interesting. Hearing that it was an ancient era sect, the crowd was excited, talking about visiting the soul refining sect tomorrow to see if they could enter the sect and become disciples. However, they didn't realize that a handsome man was missing from the crowd. Soul refining sect. In the Patriarch's hall, a black-haired man sat cross-legged on top of the main seat, dressed in blood-red robes. A strand of ghostly chi didn't enter his body, and he opened his eyes, revealing a cold smile. And in front of him sat several old men. Surprisingly, all of them were at the same king realm. Placed in any place in the outside world, they all had the strength to start a sect. Elders, today we have awakened. Do you have any plans? The great soul refining emperor looked towards the 4 elders and spoke faintly. The great elder sitting on the left spoke in a deep voice. Patriarch, I think the most important thing right now is to collect souls, hundreds of thousands of time. Our soul refining sect's souls have already died out. Those remnant souls of my soul streamers are starving to death. That's right, although the move of collecting disciples widely and tricking them into coming in to kill them is wonderful, the number of people coming is still too few. I think we need to take the initiative and go on a rampage of abuse. If one city doesn't have enough souls, then 10, 100. The second elder laughed coldly, his smile somewhat sickly. The third elder and the fourth elder nodded their heads, recognizing the second elder's words. The former spoke, that's right, we are too short of souls right now, disciples, and these aren't important, it's the souls that matter the most. Those people from the latter era outside may not be able to outperform us. After all, it was the era of the gradual decline of spiritual aura even before we fell asleep. Hee, we are Saint Kings, we were considered superior in that era back then. Nowadays in this era, wouldn't we be killing indiscriminately? The fourth elder laughed coldly. Their soul refining sect, what they need the most is souls. They have a unique method of refining souls, that is, the souls will be included in the soul streamer, and the soul streamer can gradually become stronger by absorbing the souls. There are 100 soul streamers, 1,000 soul streamers, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, and 1 billion soul streamers. Within the soul refining sect, there was a 1 billion human soul streamer, which had been passed down from generation to generation of old ancestors killing each other, and had infinite power. Well, all of your suggestions are good. Tomorrow we will first accept disciples, then you can go out and see how strong those people in the outside world are. If they are generally too low, then we will carry out the massacre plan. The soul refining emperor spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, the 4 elders spoke in unison, yes, sovereign. However, right at this moment, a silhouette stumbled in and fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing the person who came, the 4 elders froze. This was the 6th elder among their 6 elders. Why did he look panicked? Patriarch, it's bad, a great emperor has come outside. The 5th elder is dead. 10 breaths ago. At the entrance of the soul refining sect, Li Lan dashed out and saw that there were 2 old men at the entrance cleaning up the sect, which was spotlessly cleaned by them. The 2 men also saw Li Lan. One of them immediately frowned and spoke. The apprenticeship is not until tomorrow. You came early. I'm not here to be a disciple, I'm here to borrow your hidden scriptures for a look. Li Lan smiled lightly and stepped inside. Seeing Li Lan walk in so recklessly, the 5th elder immediately shouted coldly, ignorant little child, this is the soul refining sect, is it not for you to enter whenever you want to? As soon as the words fell, the 5th elder summoned a silver-white longsword and slashed out towards Li Lan, killing intent surging up. Die! Li Lan spoke faintly as an invisible pressure descended, instantly exploding the Saint King's 5th elder into pieces on the spot as blood mist drifted away. Seeing this scene, the 6th elder was so frightened that he sat paralyzed on the ground, his body trembling. However, he saw that Li Lan unexpectedly ignored him and walked in the direction of the scripture pavilion. He hurriedly got up and ran towards the patriarch's hall, making sure to tell the patriarch about this. Asshole, how dare you trespass into the soul refining sect? Do you really think he's a great emperor? Chapter 29. You can drink your hate. Scripture Pavilion. Li Lan stepped into it, his divine sense enveloping the entire place, quickly flipping through all the techniques, scriptures, ancient books, Dan formulas, and all other useful information. After 3 breaths, he was completely enlightened and knew many things. It was also at this moment that an aura surged up behind him, causing heaven and earth to change and thunder to roll. Bold little child, how dare you trespass into the soul refining sect? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a latter-dayer? But I was born 700,000 years earlier than you. A loud sound resounded through the sky, causing countless people to be startled. The crowd looked at the dome of the sky, and the ghostly face reappeared, only this time it became even more hideous and angry, full of killing intent. In an instant, endless pressure fell. Those who were closest to the soul refining sect encountered the pressure and fell to their knees, and because they were far away, the pressure could not jeopardize their lives. What's going on here? Has someone offended this soul refining emperor? What a terrifying pressure, I can't bear it. Who on earth would mess with a great emperor? Can't it be that our thunder immortal emperor has struck? It's possible, after all, this soul refining sect appeared in the vicinity of Li Zhou. This is equivalent to not giving face to the thunder immortal emperor. As the saying goes, there are snakes in every land, a foreign sect, or a faraway era. How could it not be possible to talk to the thunder immortal emperor? The crowd didn't know who dared to mess with the soul refining emperor, and most likely, it was the thunder immortal emperor. However, at this time, Immortal Emperor Thunder was in seclusion and didn't even know about the soul refining sect. Li Lan slightly raised his eyes and looked at the 6 figures in the sky. They stood side by side. Among them, the soul refining emperor had the most terrifying aura, a solid great emperor realm. A great emperor from the ancient times? Li Lan laughed coldly as he slowly rose into the air and stood face to face with them, looking disdainfully at the soul refining great emperor. Let me see what you, a senior-old deng who has lived for 700,000 years, can do. Arrogant little child, not knowing the height of heaven, not knowing to respect his elders, barging into my soul-refining sect and still daring to be so arrogant, use the soul-sucking formation and kill him. The soul-refining emperor coldly shouted. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders nodded their heads at the same time, flashing to Li Lan's surroundings in unison, forming an encirclement and chanting. Soul-sucking formation. This was a bizarre formation developed by the soul-refining sect, which could forcibly suck out the soul of any living creature, and as long as the other party was not a soulless object, it could cause fatal damage to their soul. This move was originally cast by the 6 elders together, and it was impossible for even a great emperor to survive, but now that a 5th elder had died, they were short of people and couldn't utilize the strongest power of the formation. However, dealing with a great emperor would also be enough to seriously injure him. Soul-sucking formation, enlighten. The 5 of them spoke in unison, pointing their fingers together towards the sky as 5 ghostly chis surged up into the sky. In an instant, runes appeared underneath the feet of the 5 people, which looked obscure and difficult to understand, but then fused together, slowly converging into a spell formation that enveloped Li Lan. Li Lan, who was in the center of the formation, was able to feel the power of this formation, which could cause damage to the soul. This was a spell formation targeting the soul, and belonged to the rare spell formation. It seems that this trip has made some gains. He calmly looked at the spell formation, already seeing some of the doorway, and was slowly sensing it. In the eyes of the others, he was already at the end of his rope, sitting on his hands. Hee, ignorant little child, you are now a lamb to the slaughter. Once the soul-sucking formation is activated, you will definitely die. The Grand Elder laughed coldly. A mere latter-dayer, how dare he break into the soul-refining sect and kill their people? He must be made to pay a painful price. Gentlemen, he's a great emperor, let's go all out. We can't let him have a single chance of survival. The 2nd elder shouted in a cold voice. The remaining 4 nodded their heads. They all knew that there was another trick to this soul-sucking formation, and that was the essence blood of the person who set up the formation. In an instant, the 5 of them bit their tongues and forcefully endured the pain to squirt out a drop of essence blood, and their bodies suddenly became weak as they said in unison, melt. As the 5 drops of essence blood merged into the spell formation reached its strongest moment at this moment, and the endless ghostly aura enveloped Li Lan, seemingly trying to pull his soul out of his flesh in a hard way. The 5 of them simultaneously exerted their strength, trying to suck out Li Lan's soul, but found that it was useless. The soul-refining emperor outside also sensed something bad. Why did Li Lan still look so calm? Could it be that the soul-sucking formation didn't work? Just then, Li Lan opened his eyes. He had already mastered this spell formation. Is that all? Li Lan spoke with some disappointment. Then it's time for this farce to end. The people of the ancient era seem to be nothing more than that. They only know this kind of garbage spell formation. It's not as good as the forbidden spell formation that holds the Kuan-Pang goddess. Bastard, what the hell are you showing this disappointed expression for? The soul-sucking great emperor was furious, and immediately put his fingers together and injected ghostly chi into the spell formation. Kid, since you want to die, then I'll make it happen. In an instant, the soul-sucking formation became even more terrifying, and Li Lan also felt his soul trembling slightly, but the sensation was as if someone was scratching his scalp. It was quite comfortable. Not bad, a bit of feeling. Li Lan revealed a smile, enjoying the head massage brought by the soul-sucking formation. Looking at Li Lan's enjoyable appearance, a few people were incomparably stunned. What is this? Could it be that the soul-sucking formation didn't work on him? Impossible. Back in the day, they relied on this array to kill a great emperor. How come it doesn't work here? Could it be that this person is not a great emperor? As the effect of the soul-sucking grand formation waned, Li Lan's smile was gone and he sighed. So fast. Haven't enjoyed it enough yet. Ignorant little child, you're surprisingly still alive. The soul-refining emperor was shocked. The soul-sucking formation under his augmentation hadn't even managed to kill Li Lan? Break! Li Lan spoke faintly. In an instant, the soul-sucking grand formation instantly exploded, and the 5 elders standing closest to it flew out backwards and rolled to the ground, instantly seriously injured. Even the soul-refining great emperor retreated hundreds of steps backward, looking at Li Lan in shock. The soul-absorbing formation, it's actually broken. The grand elder said in shock, covering his chest in disbelief. The soul-sucking grand formation that the 6 of them had jointly laid down was actually broken by Li Lan with a single word? Anyone who could break their formation with a single word was either someone at the peak of the formation Dao or someone with terrifying strength, which was Li Lan. Several elders lay on the ground in fear, looking at Li Lan in the sky dome, realizing that they seemed to have offended someone very terrifying this time. Just what realm are you in? How could you break my soul-refining sect soul-sucking formation? You are definitely not a great emperor. The soul-refining great emperor was horrified. Li Lan smiled faintly. I never said I was a great emperor. The soul-refining great emperor froze. Yes, this person had never said that he was a great emperor until now when he came in. Could it be that it was an immortal emperor? You're an immortal emperor? Great Emperor Refined Soul shouted in horror. I am the easy heavenly emperor, you can drink your hate. Chapter 30 Vanguard Demon Emperor Mysterious Voice. The prosperous immortal sword flew into the dome of the sky. After feeling the incomparably terrifying aura, the soul-refining emperor was horrified. Heavenly Emperor? He heard Li Lan call himself the loose Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that he was in the Heavenly Emperor realm? There were Heavenly Emperors in this world as well? How could he be so unlucky that he met a Heavenly Emperor just after awakening? Chop! Li Lan spoke indifferently. The easy immortal sword transformed into a huge Dharma sword, reflecting the dome of the sky as it chopped down towards the soul-refining sect. So what if it's a Heavenly Emperor? The soul-refining emperor droned coldly. It's already a dead end anyway, so I might as well die standing up. Let me fight against the might of the Heavenly Emperor today. The soul-refining great emperor summoned the 500 million soul streamers and pointed his fingers together towards Li Lan. Go, kill him. In an instant, countless grievous ghosts surged out from the 500 million soul streamers, and one by one, the ebony-black grievous ghosts rushed towards Li Lan with their teeth and claws waving, crying, and wailing. However, with the fall of the immortal sword, even more grievous ghosts were to no avail. All of them were broken by the might of the immortal sword, and one by one, they were annihilated instantly. The immortal sword slowly fell. Looking at the immortal sword that covered the sky, the aura of death came to the face. The soul-refining emperor and others were incomparably desperate. Heaven is going to kill my soul-refining sect. As several miserable cries rang out, the immortal sword fell, annihilating everything in the soul-refining sect. A terrifying sect that had been passed down from the ancient times to the present day, fell into ruin. But before that, Li Lan put away everything in the hidden scripture pavilion, which was the most valuable thing in the soul-refining sect. Countless people heard the soul-refining sect's sound, but the pressure was too terrifying, so they couldn't even look up to see what was going on up there. It wasn't until the pressure disappeared that they were able to move freely. What happened to the soul-refining sect? Why is there suddenly no movement? Can it be that Immortal Emperor Thunder has won? It can't be the Thunder Immortal Emperor. I've seen the Thunder Immortal Emperor before, and I've observed his battles as well. His aura is very violent and restless. While the aura just now was very unique, there was a kind of calmness that hid a horrifying killing opportunity. No matter so much, let's go over and take a look. Alright, go over and see what's going on. The crowd immediately headed in the direction of the soul-refining sect, all wanting to see what had happened. As for Li Lan, who was the originator, he had already arrived in Lizhou at this time. He casually came to an inn, and after ordering all the signature dishes, he sat down in the guest room. The emperor's grave, it's just as I thought, a true emperor is buried. Li Lan muttered as an ancient book appeared in his hands, which recorded the history of the ancient era. He flipped it open to read it, frowning slightly. The soul-refining sect was founded 600,000 years ago, and the soul-refining emperor had mediocre natural talent, but through chance and hard work, it took him 100,000 years to finally reach the great emperor realm and start the soul-refining sect. This soul-refining sect belonged to a relatively weak sect in the emperor's grave, in which there were 3 terrifying holy places, namely the burning sky, white jade, and crescent moon, and the 3 patriarchs were all at the heavenly emperor realm. And the emperor's grave had existed for an unknown number of years, where the bones of an emperor were truly buried, rumored to be above the heavenly emperor realm. But to this day, no one knew exactly where the grave was. Heavenly Dao gave me the map and told me to find it myself. She definitely knows where the corpse bones are. Li Lan transmitted his voice to the Heavenly Dao, asking the other party to come down for a chat, but the result was nothing. Tian Dao ignored him. It seemed that he could only find it on his own. The emperor's grave had already changed, and there should be sects or certain things revived in other places more or less. Let's go and take a look first. Demon State. 10,000 Demon Mountain. This is also a place of ancient times, just like the emperor's tomb. In 5 days, many demon clans have already settled here and developed. And just after arriving at this place, Li Lan was slightly stunned. He realized that this place was already empty. There was even a hot meal inside the inn, but no one was seen. It was also at this moment that a monkey-faced junior ran out from the kitchen in a hurry. Seeing this, Li Lan opened his mouth and asked, "Why is this place so empty?" "The demon emperor's secret realm is open, don't you know?" Monkey-faced junior said suspiciously, then ignored Li Lan and hurriedly ran towards the outside. Demon emperor's secret realm? Li Lan immediately unfolded his divine sense and quickly locked onto an area where countless demon clans had already gathered. With a thought, he instantly appeared, only to see a huge spatial tunnel suspended in front of him, with countless demon races entering in unison. The secret realm of the demon race, there is a heavenly emperor's inheritance within, hurry up and go in. Cool, this time the demon clan's secret realm can only be entered by the demon clan, other races can't enter at all, and it's restricted to below the great emperor realm. If I can obtain the inheritance, I'll definitely be invincible in the world. There's no time to lose, let's hurry up and enter. Hearing the discussion of the demons below, Li Lan had a few moments of interest limited to the demon race and below the great emperor. He came to the front of the spatial tunnel and wanted to step in, but was blocked by an invisible force that prevented him from entering. It seemed to be some sort of prohibition that was blocking it, and judging by the aura, the other party was indeed a heavenly emperor. As time slowly passed, more and more demons entered the secret realm, leaving only some of the human race unable to enter. They all felt doubly sorry, and one by one, they turned their heads and left. As for Li Lan, he didn't leave, he was looking at the spatial tunnel, thinking of ways how to break through. This fellow Daoist, don't look, you can't enter if you're not a demon race. A human cultivator came over and said helplessly. He saw that Li Lan didn't want to leave yet, so he spoke out to advise him that staying here would only be a waste of time. Thank you for your kindness, but I want to try. Li Lan smiled faintly, he thought of a way. Then you try. The human cultivator saw that persuasion was useless and didn't bother. Li Lan ignored him, but instead, he put his fingers together and used his fingers as a sword, spatial chop. The second divine ability of the Kuan Peng divine wings, spatial chop, could cut through the void and split space, with incomparably terrifying spatial Dao power. The two fingers gently cut open the space in front of him, and a crack actually appeared. The interior was deep and dark, no end could be seen. Li Lan stepped into it, and the space crack slowly closed. The human cultivator who had not left for a few steps subconsciously turned back, and was instantly shocked. Li Lan's figure had disappeared, yet there was a spatial rift. Could it be that the person just now had really succeeded? He instantly turned back and rushed away, wanting to enter the spatial rift, but before he could reach it, the spatial rift closed. Don't! Li Lan entered the spatial tunnel, and when he had gone almost as far as he could go, he once again cut open a spatial tunnel and took a step out. In an instant, he arrived at a completely new heaven and earth, and when he looked down, there were densely packed demon races. Listening to their words, he was convinced that he had entered the secret realm. I am the heavenly emperor of the demon race, the ancient demon emperor. Since all of you have come to the secret realm of my inheritance, let's begin. The inheritance is hidden somewhere here. Whether or not I can find it depends on how lucky you all are. At this moment, a voice rang out from the sky. It came from a demon race heavenly emperor who called himself the ancient demon emperor. Li Lan was somewhat interested, but suddenly, a murmur arose in his mind. It disturbed his mind. Chapter 31 Strange Coffin, Master Tiger. You're finally willing to come to me. Li Lan covered his head as a female voice rang in his head. Who are you? Li Lan asked in his mind. A memory that didn't belong to him flashed by frequently, a clear lotus pond, misty immortal fog, and a green lotus. The image came to an abrupt end here, and the sound disappeared. Li Lan returned to normal and looked around suspiciously, realizing that none of the other demon clans reacted, and realized that the voice could only be heard by himself. Who was it? Could this place really have something to do with him? At that time, the heavenly Dao had said that if he found all 8 bones, he would naturally know all the answers. It's not too late, let's see if there's anything to be gained here first. At this moment, in this inheritance land, in the middle of a huge sea of fire, there was a towering volcano. Inside the volcano, there was a coffin entangled in chains, hanging in mid-air. Below was hot lava, and above hovered countless demonic beasts, each with a terrifying aura, and even with demonic beasts of the great emperor realm. Suddenly, the coffin trembled slightly, and countless demonic beasts looked at it, startled. But soon, the coffin didn't move again, but the demonic beasts all felt bad. The magma suddenly unfolded into a whirlpool and a figure slowly flew up from below. He hovered in front of the coffin and looked at the coffin with a slight frown. It's been millions of years, why are you still moving? Could it be that that person has returned? After saying that, the man's eyes turned icy cold as he looked at the countless demonic beasts above him and said in a cold voice, "Go, capture all those demon races outside, submit or die." "Yes, your majesty the demon emperor." In an instant, countless demonic beasts flew out like locusts, heading in all directions. "I will not let that person near you again, even if it is his offspring." The man looked at the coffin and said in a cold voice, slowly disappearing into the magma. When the man disappeared, the coffin shuddered again. Leland flickered through this land of inheritance, and soon he saw an unusual place. There was a land of ice and snow, very abruptly there, and there were actually countless demonic beasts covered in ice and snow inside, in which in a cave, there were many demonic beasts guarding. Such a strange place was bound to have treasures. Leland immediately flickered to that location and walked slowly on the snowy ground. There were several demonic races in front of him, they were all rushing towards that cave. Those demonic beasts guarding the cave were only at the true immortal realm, their strength was too low, and the strength of those demonic clans were all at the Deluo Golden Immortal. Leland followed behind. Those demon clansmen took care of those demonic beasts in 3 tries. He followed into the cave and had not yet been discovered. Divine sense probed out. This place was intricate and complex, like a labyrinth, but there were many veins of spirit stones and all kinds of rare herbs that had never been seen before, as well as a stone door engraved with a forbidden spell formation, isolating his divine sense. "Hey, you've been following us for a long time, get out." At this time, those demon races returned. It turned out that they had discovered Leland a long time ago, but didn't repel them, thinking that the other party would obediently leave, not realizing that Leland was so shameless that he followed them in. Looking at this one demon race that was no different from humans, but was transformed, Leland sneered, "Is this place yours? Why can't I come in?" "Hee, you've been following us all along, don't think we didn't realize, your strength is low and weak, you can't beat these demonic beasts, you relied on us to come in, get the hell out of here for us. Don't force us to lay our hands on you and kill you, we are all demon race. Let me tell you, we are disciples of the turtle demon sect, our master is a saint, his old man is outside, if you don't want to die, then leave obediently." Hearing this, Leland sneered, "Yo, it seems that you guys are still lifting the clan to come here, then I just happened to want to drink the 10 perfect mending soup. I heard that you turtle demons are especially tonic. Some time ago with Lu Qinghan dragon flying, I did not expect these little turtles themselves to come to his door to make soup for him, it was not bad." Arrogant. In a flash, one of the men rushed up, summoning a sharp sword and pushed it straight to Leland's throat. In the face of the sword, Leland only smiled faintly, and when the sword was only 1 centimeter away from him, he blew out a breath. In an instant, the man flew away, without any movement or sound. Just like that, it strangely turned into a wisp of green smoke, annihilating the world. What? The rest of the turtle demons were shocked. That person just now was a great Luo Golden Immortal, and he was just blown away by a breath of air? Even a saint wouldn't be able to do something so simple, right? "You're a saint king?" No wonder he was so calm. Hearing that their master was a saint was so calm, so he was a saint king. Not good, quickly kneel. Brush by brush, these turtle demons have kneeled down and kowed out and begged, "Senior Saint King, we have eyes but don't recognize a Matai, I beg you to let us go for once. It's all been said, I want to drink a great tonic soup." Leland sneered and casually waved his hand. Boom! A large pot fell from the sky and landed with a bang. Looking at the copper cauldron that was as huge as a small mountain, several turtle demons were dumbfounded and became even more terrified. But before they could continue to beg for mercy, Leland casually waved his hand and let them fly into the copper cauldron, immediately covering the lid. "Right, without water, how can we cook the turtles?" A wisp of spiritual energy drifted out, causing countless ice cubes to turn into water and burrow inside the copper pot. With the snap of a finger, a blazing flame ignited underneath the copper pot and began to cook. One could still hear subtle pleas for mercy coming from inside. Leland ignored it and began to explore the area in earnest. Just let the pot cook itself for a while. Whether it was useful or useless, Leland pocketed everything. The resources of this precious land were soon collected cleanly by him. Finally, he came to a stone door and looked at the forbidden spell formation on it with some bemusement. What a simple spell formation. He instantly found the eye of the formation and cracked it with a snap of his fingers. Rumble. The stone door slowly opened. In an instant, an extremely terrifying cold air pounced out from inside, instantly causing everything outside to freeze, except for Leland, who was not affected in the slightest. He looked at the copper pot that had just been on fire instantly freezing, and looked at the entire cave freezing, and couldn't help but be surprised. What a terrifying cold chi, this ice-cold avenue, it's quite something. He looked inside and was slightly stunned, only to see an ice sword condensed from ice suspended in mid-air, radiating extreme coldness that was creepy. Could it be that the coldness just now was this sword that had erupted? This aura, it appeared to be a Heaven's Path Saint artifact. It also contained extremely terrifying ice-style power. "Who's coming? Report your name, this is Master Tiger's territory." Suddenly, a rough and ferocious voice rang out, causing Leland to be slightly stunned, but after looking around, he didn't find any people or demons. "What are you looking at? Your tiger master is below you." Chapter 32 Snow Emperor Inheritance. The sound came up from below. Lilan looked down and a cute blue-furred kitten was sitting and looking at him. Was that rough sound just now from this little thing? Little thing, what kind of demonic beast are you? Lilan said with a faint smile. What are you laughing at? How dare you heckle in front of your tiger master? The little cat opened its mouth in a cold voice, emitting a voice like that of a fierce tiger, very rough. The looks were cute and dull, but the voice was completely inconsistent. It was a bit of a contrast. Lilan bent down, grabbed the back of the kitty's neck with one hand and lifted it up. What are you doing? Let go of me. I'm the Honorable Ice Flame Tiger, a creature that only exists in the ancient times. The kitty danced around and threatened Lilan to let go. Ice Flame Tiger? Lilan pondered over the ancient books he had read in the Soul Refining Sect, which did record this creature. It was rumored that the Ice Flame Tiger had extremely special abilities. It was a combination of the Ice Cold Avenue and the Fire Avenue, which could be ice and fire, and the two were compatible but not exclusive. A full-bodied Ice Flame Tiger was enough to freeze a state, and a full-bodied body could be comparable to a heavenly emperor. Lilan slightly exuded a little bit of aura. The Ice Flame Tiger immediately froze, no longer dancing around, but staring at Lilan with wide round eyes, looking at Lilan with fear. You're a heavenly emperor? How did a heavenly emperor come? Tell me everything you know. Where is this place and what treasures are there? Upon hearing this, the Ice Flame Tiger didn't dare to hide anything and told the whole story. It turned out that this place was the Ice Vein Snow Mountain, which was transformed into the Snow Emperor after his death. That was a great emperor, and this place had his inheritance. This Ice Flame Tiger was the Snow Emperor's mount and was sealed here until yesterday, when it awakened. Lord Heavenly Emperor, can I follow you? The Ice Flame Tiger looked at Lilan pitifully. It had just awakened and had nowhere to go. Now that it had come across a heavenly emperor, if it could follow the other party, it would definitely be much better than staying here. Depends on your performance. Lilan casually threw away the Ice Flame Tiger, and with a wave of his big hand, he held that ice sword in his hand, and feeling the cold touch, he nodded slightly. A heavenly Tao sacred artifact, there's no mistaking it. The treasures of the ancient era were too much stronger than the ones at the current stage. The ice swords that were picked up randomly were surprisingly Heaven's Path sacred artifacts. Alright, I know where the other treasures are. Lord Heavenly Emperor, follow me. The Ice Flame Tiger excitedly said, spreading its limbs and running outside. Coming to a stone door, Lilan flashed out. Lord Celestial Emperor, the treasure in here is awesome, named Ice Cold Immortal Feather. It was built by my master who wanted to give it to his beloved. It's just a pity that before he could give it away, the Great Calamity came. The Great Calamity? Lilan looked at it in confusion. It seems that Lord Celestial Emperor doesn't belong to our era. We were forced to sleep because of that Great Calamity. That Great Calamity came somehow. In any case, it was only because the Heaven-Knowing Pavilion informed the world that we managed to avoid it. The Heaven-Knowing Pavilion? Shen Dust Immortal Realm also has this intelligence organization, Know the World. What information you want, as long as you give out enough money, you can obtain. There is nothing that No Heaven Pavilion does not know. However, the Knowledge Pavilion has suffered a lot of defeat in the hands of Lilan, because Lilan has approached them to buy information they do not know, such as whether the Kuan Pang clan is still alive, and now where the information they do not know. Even at that time, they were asked if the Easy Immortal Emperor was dead, and they all said that he was. That Great Calamity, I don't know how many people perished because of it, and it's highly likely that my master is dead because I can't feel his aura here. The Ice Flame Tiger sighed and said. Boom! Lilan blasted open the stone door with a punch and stepped inside, and sure enough, there was an immortal robe suspended in mid-air. It looked beautiful. It was indeed a woman's model, but it could be used by both men and women. The next few stone doors hid one or two pieces of secret treasures until the last stone door. What is placed here? I don't know. It seems to be newly created by the owner after I was sealed. Lilan looked at the stone door. The forbidden spells here were a little stronger than those of the other stone doors, and the treasure inside was probably the strongest. If a fist couldn't break it, then a sword. Lilan slashed out with his sword, instantly splitting open this stone door. In an instant, endless coldness erupted from inside, enveloping him and the Ice Flame Tiger and bringing them into a strange illusion. Feeling only light and shadow shuttling, Lilan instantly came to a place of ice and snow, surrounded by flying snow and a towering snow mountain. This is my realm. If you can break it, you can get my inheritance. Are you willing to accept the challenge? A voice resounded in the air. Lilan spoke faintly, begin. As soon as the words fell, the snow in the sky fell even more sharply. The ground where they were began to tremble slightly, and one by one, tall snow giants rose up from the ground, all of them holding various kinds of blades in their hands, and looking at Lilan with fierce faces. Terrifyingly, these giants were all at the Great Emperor realm. But to Lilan, they were not worth mentioning. He summoned the Easy Immortal Sword and slashed out with a single stroke. The sword chi spread across 10,000 miles, annihilating everything and splitting space. In an instant, countless snow giants were sliced in half and blended into the snowy ground. He took a step and walked towards the front. Along the way, he encountered many demonic beasts or illusions, all of which were destroyed with a single sword strike. Nothing could block his steps. Until he came to the top of the snowy mountain, where there was a white bone sitting cross-legged, covered with a layer of white snow, very bleak and lonely. Congratulations, you have completed the inheritance. I guess this journey is very hard, but there will be rewards behind the hard difficulties. Lilan looked at the wreckage behind him. There is nothing to work hard for, it is a matter of a sword. Instantly, the illusion dissipated, the original white bones were gone, leaving only a storage ring. This contains what I have gained in my life. Gongfa, magic treasures are all inside. I hope you can carry forward my inheritance. In addition to this, I also have a small pet left for you, that is a juvenile ice flame tiger. You will bring it here. I can let it metamorphosis, evolution of the adult body. Roar! Right at this moment, a ferocious tiger roar resounded through the sky, and when Lilan turned around, he saw a huge creature. It was a blue-haired tiger with blue flames emanating from its body, but instead of heat, it was extremely cold and frigid, with a fierce face and icy beast pupils looking at Lilan in death. But soon, the ice flame tiger pounced on Lilan, but did not attack, but rubbed its head against Lilan. My new master, I have completed the bloodline metamorphosis, and my realm is now the sage realm. Lilan was able to feel it and touched the other's head. Well, good, lie down and let me ride. Okay. Ice flame tiger obediently get down, let Lilan ride up. Afterwards, he swaggered out of the cave and came outside to see many demon clans. They were shocked to see Lilan riding the ice flame tiger out, and many of them revealed greedy eyes. Chapter 33 5 Elements Immortal Weapon? Lilan had thought that if he rode out on the ice flame tiger, no demon would dare to come up. But he underestimated the greed of the demons. Slowly, more and more demons surrounded him and did not leave, each with greedy eyes, as if they wanted to kill him and take the ice flame tiger for themselves. This fellow Daoist, what kind of treasure is inside? At this time, a man walked out, his face showing a sinister expression, his eyes staring slyly at Lilan. There are a lot of treasures, heavily Dao sacred weapons, immortal robes, and all kinds of resources, but they've all been taken by me. You guys won't have anything when you go in. Lilan said with a faint smile. The crowd of demons froze. They didn't expect Lilan to be so honest and arrogant that he dared to tell them all the things inside in front of them. As soon as they heard that there were heavenly Dao sacred artifacts inside, which had already been taken by Lilan, each one of them revealed greedy eyes and looked at Lilan to death. Kid, so many treasures, can you swallow them? Why don't you give me one piece and I'll make sure you leave? I'll take 2 pieces and I'll escort you out of here. One by one, the demons put forward their conditions. Lilan just laughed coldly and then spoke. Why do I need you trash to escort me out? At those words, the demons froze, not expecting Lilan to be so rampant. We have tens of thousands of demons here. Do you think you can beat us? Tens of thousands of demons surrounded Lilan, the highest Saint King, the lowest are human immortal realm. So many demons, even if each of them gave Lilan a slap, they could huff and puff him to death. Go on, kill him, split the treasure equally. Good. One by one, they instantly rushed up. The smarter ones stood back and watched the show, leaving when they realized something was wrong. Over to you, kill them all. Lilan patted the ice flame tiger's head. Don't worry, master. The ice flame tiger opened its mouth and roared towards the demons. Die. In an instant, a large amount of ice flames erupted from its mouth, covering the entire field, and countless demon clans immediately froze, completely powerless to fight back. The ice flame tiger raised its right palm and slammed it, causing the ground to tremble. Countless iced-up demon clans instantly shattered, instantly dying, their souls extinguished. This demon is a saint. Run! Seeing that the ice flame tiger had erupted with the aura of the saint realm, the crowd of demons instantly panicked and hurriedly fled in all directions. The ice flame tiger's speed was incomparably fast, instantly coming behind those demons and killing them one by one. It was like a killing god on the field. Wherever it went, not an inch of grass. Many demon race begged for mercy, and what greeted them was the sharp claws of the ice flame tiger, killing them one by one. In less than 100 breaths, there was not a single demon race left. They were all exterminated by the ice flame tiger. Master, how did I do? The ice flame tiger said excitedly. Lilan stroked its head and laughed. Good job, let's go somewhere else to take a look. Good. The ice flame tiger stepped on the void and quickly left the snowy mountain. And not long after Lilan left, the snow mountain slowly melted and turned into a wasteland, as if it had never existed. It was also at this time that a woman came here, her expression wrongly staring at the map in her hand. How could it be? Shouldn't this be the Snow Emperor inheritance site? Could it be that I remembered it wrong? After thinking for a while, the woman figured out that she was the one who came a step too late. Not good, someone has already gotten the Snow Emperor's inheritance. I have to hurry to get the Yen Emperor's inheritance before I can do so. Master, this is the inheritance place of the Demon Emperor, and she has 5 loyal henchmen divided into Yen Emperor, Snow Emperor, Wood Emperor, Rock Emperor, and Gold Emperor. They are demons transformed from the 5 elemental essences, and they have 5 elemental avenues. You've already obtained the inheritance of the Snow Emperor, and you can go even further in the avenue of water. Listening to the words of the Ice Flame Tiger, Lilan nodded slightly as he looked at the storage ring left behind by the Snow Emperor. There were a lot of treasures in it, all of which could enhance the Water Avenue, and he majored in the Space Avenue, followed by the Ice Avenue, and then the 5 Elements Avenue. And the Water Avenue and the Ice Avenue were avenues that accomplished each other. As long as one avenue had good attainments, the other would be good as well. Also, the Demon Emperor has given them all the 5 elemental sacred artifacts. Once these 5 sacred artifacts are synthesized, they will become innate chaotic immortal artifacts, and the ice-cold sacred sword that you have just obtained is one of them. Li Lan called out the ice-cold sacred sword, a little surprised. I didn't expect that this Heavenly Dao sacred artifacts actually had 5 of them, and that they could be synthesized to become chaotic immortal artifacts. This trip was in the right place. Then do you know where the inheritance place of the other 4 is? I only know the Wood Emperor's. He died earlier than the Snow Emperor. He and the Snow Emperor have always been old friends. The Snow Emperor and I had guarded the inheritance land for a long time. Good, take me there. Aha! The Ice Flame Tiger instantly reversed its direction and headed towards the west. Not a moment later, Li Lan saw a dense forest with green mountains and water, a high mountain and a flowing river, extremely spectacular and beautiful, and there were already quite a few demon clans in it. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a vine flew out from the forest, and a whip struck the soles of the Ice Flame Tiger's feet. The painful Ice Flame Tiger roared, and then reacted. I forgot, in the Wood Emperor's inheritance, this forest is all alive, and they will actively attack outsiders, especially those of us who are suspended in the air. Then exterminate them all. Li Lan spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, the Ice Flame Tiger's body shook slightly. So many demon races down there, and the master said to exterminate them? This new master of his looked like he was still a person who was eager to kill. Before it could make a move, Li Lan hung in the air, and the ice-cold sacred sword appeared in his hand, being thrown into the sky by him. Fall. With a command, the ice-cold sacred sword landed sharply, instantly inserting itself into the ground. Condense. In an instant, endless coldness erupted from the ice-cold saint sword, heading in all directions, freezing everything at an extremely fast speed. Whether it was a plant or a demon race, all of them did not react and instantly froze. Break. The moment the forest was all frozen, Li Lan spoke again, and all the ice exploded in an instant. Boom boom boom. Countless demons instantly shattered and turned into pieces of broken ice falling to the ground. Countless plants burst apart, and mountains, flowing water, and forests turned into ice slag falling to the ground, turning it into a land of ice. Ice Flame Tiger swallowed a mouthful of saliva, not expecting the master to get his hands on this ice-cold sacred sword so quickly. The Heavenly Emperor realm is really too terrifying. Li Lan's divine sense expanded out and instantly locked onto a place where a powerful aura emanated. Go! Speaking faintly, he brought the Ice Flame Tiger to a giant tree in a flash. This place had already been razed to the ground, but this giant tree was still left. This is the giant tree that was transformed into the sky after the Wood Emperor's death. As long as this tree doesn't fall, it won't take long for this place to return to its previous appearance. Is the inheritance inside this tree? Well, by all accounts, we have already completed the inheritance. There were many inheritance trials in that forest just now, and it was hard to walk here, but Li Lan had all seconded them with a single sword, and there were no more trials. Looks like it's not going to be given to me? Chapter 34 Broken Blade Golden Lance. A sword slashed out. 10,000 feet of sword chi, the great Tao collapsed, and the heavens and earth trembled. The giant tree split in two, splitting from the center and collapsing. Hand over the inheritance, or I will burn you into charcoal. Li Lan spoke coldly, one hand igniting the underworld burning flame, threatening the ancient tree. I didn't expect here comes such a courageous young man like you, even able to cross Lord Demon Emperor's forbidden spell formation to enter here. A gentle voice rang out. It made Li Lan a little surprised that this soul that had long been dead for hundreds of thousands of years could still detect that he was a human being. Only, my inheritance has been taken away. Who? Li Lan spoke in a deep voice. There were still demons faster than him? This was impossible. Everyone had entered the secret realm at the same time. Yen Emperor? Yen Emperor? Li Lan looked at the Ice Flame Tiger with some doubt, and the latter stared at the tiger's eyes wide and spoke in surprise. Lord Wood Emperor, how did the Yen Emperor snatch away your inheritance? After you and the Snow Emperor fell asleep, Yen Di he didn't fall asleep, he took away my inheritance. You also know that I am no match for him. Yen Di has gone crazy, he fell in love with his master. When these words came out, the Ice Flame Tiger was shocked. Yen Di fell in love with Lord Demon Emperor? It was dumbfounded that Yen Di, who was a 5 elements essence, had fallen in love with his master, the ancient Demon Emperor. What a ridiculous thing this was. Yes, he is crazy. It was also that day when he snatched away my inheritance that I realized that he wanted to seize the other 5 elemental sacred artifacts and fuse them together into a chaotic immortal artifact, conquering the world to become a celestial emperor. That way he could be in the same realm as the Lord Demon Emperor, thinking that this way he could get rid of his status as a slave and be with the Lord Demon Emperor. The Ice Flame Tiger was speechless. It had never thought that Yen Di would be so crazy. He really thought that he could get together with Lord Demon Emperor in this way? Doesn't he know that Lord Demon Emperor has always had a sweetheart in his heart? She had waited for so long and had yet to marry. Wasn't she waiting for that person? Go. Li Lan spoke indifferently. Find the remaining inheritance. Since there was no more inheritance here, there was no need to stay for long. In an instant, Li Lan disappeared with the Ice Flame Tiger. Soldier's Blade Peak. Quick, grab that immortal sword, that's an immortal treasure. This is simply a treasure land. There are so many immortal treasures and imperial treasures. The secret realm left behind in the ancient times is truly terrifying. If all of these treasures were to be mine, how awesome would I be? I can't catch them, these treasures are flying too fast, they all seem to have spiritual intelligence, I can't catch up with them at all. Lilan brought the ice flame tiger here, but no demons paid any attention to them, all of them were chasing all kinds of magic treasures flying in the air. Master, this is the inheritance place of the Golden Emperor, these magic treasures are all built by it, it is a very outstanding refiner, among the 5 elements of essence, the Wood Emperor is an alchemist, the Yen Emperor is a talisman master, the Snow Emperor is a formation master, and the Rock Emperor is a. Ergo, the Rock Emperor is proficient in all kinds of things, but all of them are like that. Listening to the words of the ice flame tiger, Lilan did not respond and slowly walked towards the front. Every time he took a step, all those magic treasures beside him all stopped and were aimed at him, which made the demons surprised. What's going on? All these magic treasures have stopped. Who is he? Could it be that the magic treasures have all chosen him? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd of demons, the magic treasures flew to Lilan like bees and butterflies circling around him and like kittens and puppies coming over, wanting Lilan to touch them. This stunned the crowd of demons, all the hard work cannot catch the magic treasure, how to him in front of him. Still shaking, seemingly waiting to be touched, this is also too differentiated. Lilan smiled faintly, it seems that all these magic treasures have a hint of spiritual intelligence, and can actually tell that he is the strongest in here. He waved his hand and took all of them, taking a step to collect more than 10 pieces of magic treasures, and the magic treasures on the field were rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This caused the crowd of demons to be incomparably heartbroken, they hadn't gotten a single one of them. Hey, you've gone too far, you've taken all the magic treasures, what are we going to take? A fish demon angrily walked up and stared at Lilan with resentment. They had worked so hard to get here, they couldn't possibly get nothing, so many magic treasures, what right did he have to take all of them? The other demons also felt that Lilan was excessive, and one by one, they surrounded him. Get lost. The ice flame tiger fiercely stepped out, emitting a sage aura and forcing back many demons. However, there were also a few Sate Realm demon clans that came forward, one of them instantly transformed into its body, it was a griffin ape, with the wings and body of a griffin and the arms as well as the head of an ape, incongruous and ugly and weird. Most of the demon races were hybridized, they had no racial segregation at all, and randomly interbred, randomly giving birth to all sorts of strange and incongruous demonic beasts. There was even a saying circulating among the demon race that the more hybridized they were, the stronger they were. There was a great emperor named Six Demon Emperor in the past, who was hybridized enough to have 6 types of demonic beasts in his body, and was the product of a female beast crossed with 5 different males. Once born as powerful, young children will golden dan to the full body to become a great emperor, but later died a violent death, because the bloodline is too much mixed reason, resulting in bloodline explosion and died. Belong to a strong very quickly, die very quickly, but there are still a lot of demons want to crossbreed to give birth to the 6 demon emperor like this, die fast so what, you live for tens of thousands of years is estimated to be not as dashing as others who break through the great emperor in a few decades time. Hand over half of the magic treasure and we will no longer pursue. The griffin ape spoke in a cold voice. Lilan sighed, you demons, you really are brainless. Since you want it, then I'll give it to you. Lilan casually waved his hand, and countless magic treasures flew out from his sleeves, heading straight for the countless demon races at the scene. In an instant, the scene became a slaughterhouse, the magic treasures waved recklessly, randomly taking away dozens of demon clans, and a few of these immortal swords pushed straight towards those few saint demon clans, scaring them to death. They felt the aura of death from these magic treasures, this person's realm was extraordinary. But before they could resist or surrender, the immortal swords instantly took away their lives. For a while, screams rose and fell as one by one, the magic treasures took away their lives, and Lilan calmly watched all this until the corpses were piled high in the mountains and the blood flowed into a river, and only then did the magic treasures return to Lilan's sleeve. Ignoring the corpses, he stepped on the bones and took one step towards the final place of inheritance. He only saw that it was a long spear standing on top of a huge stone, its appearance as bright and dazzling as gilt, half of it inserted inside the huge stone, emitting a terrifying aura. It was also a heavenly Tao Saint artifact. Master, this is Lord Golden Emperor's original treasure, the broken blade golden lance. It can be said to be indestructible, as long as you pull it out, you can obtain the Golden Emperor's inheritance. Chapter 35 Crazy, how dare a slave fall in love with his master? One could obtain the inheritance by simply pulling out the Dharma treasure. This simply couldn't be too simple. Lilan grabbed the broken blade golden lance, and in an instant, endless golden gases burst out from the lance and surrounded him, plunging his eyes into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he came to a palace made of gold, and in front of him, there was unexpectedly a mediocre gold forging furnace. I am the Golden Iron Emperor, transformed by the Golden Spirit Essence, proficient in the art of refining weapons. To obtain my inheritance, you must learn my Golden Hammer quenching method within 3 hours, to create a magic treasure above the Imperial treasure. To pass the test, you can imagine that you can build it with random materials, this is an illusionary realm. As soon as the words fell, a section of golden fonts appeared in front of Lilan's eyes, it was a section of the secret of the Golden Hammer hardening method. Using spiritual energy to condense a golden hammer can increase the success rate of quenching. This Golden Iron Emperor is talented, to think of such a secret. Li Lan smiled faintly. He hadn't injected too much energy into learning the artifact refining discipline. He majored in formation and alchemy, but talismans and artifact refining were also a billion points more powerful than others. In no time at all, he had realized the secret technique, and his enlightenment was considered to be at the top level. Spiritual energy condensed a golden hammer and held it in his hand. Then, after coming up with the materials for weapon refining, he began to build an emperor treasure according to his inner thoughts. He had forged imperial treasures before, so he could only say that he could do it with his hands. In less than half an hour, he managed to forge an imperial treasure. The moment the imperial treasure took shape, that golden iron emperor's voice sounded once again. Congratulations on passing the inheritance, my inheritance, I will leave it to you from now on. As soon as the words fell, Li Lan's eyes went black and he returned to the position he had just been in, and in passing, he pulled out the broken blade golden gun in his hand. In an instant, the sharpness of the spear was revealed, and the terrifying aura cut through the sky, leaving behind a spatial crack that vaguely emanated deep darkness. Another heavenly Dao Saint weapon, go, next inheritance. Li Lan was somewhat looking forward to what kind of might the 5 heavenly Dao Saint weapons would have after fusing them. Chaotic Rockland. This place was a desert, with a sandstorm raging furiously, and countless corpses and bones covered in sand and dust. Li Lan set foot in this place in his Ice Flame Tiger, which utilized its spiritual power to create a boundary to separate the sand and dust. Looking at the countless corpses and bones on the sand surface, the Ice Flame Tiger spoke contemplatively. It seems that quite a number of demon races died here. You have to know that this desert is cannibalistic, and the Rock Emperor's inheritance place is buried underneath. Don't waste time, go quickly. Yes, master. The Ice Flame Tiger exuded endless coldness, freezing the sandstorm, and flashed towards the front, arriving in front of a whirlpool in no time. Master, below this whirlpool is the Rock Emperor's inheritance place. Go down. The Ice Flame Tiger nodded and immediately drilled into the vortex, and under the isolation of the cold chi boundary, it did not suffer any harm and arrived safely below. Below was a completely different heaven and earth, with green mountains and green water, and just as they passed through, they instantly landed in the opposite direction. It turned out that gravity had been reversed, and when they looked up, it was a piece of land, as if heaven and earth had been reversed. It was very magical. At a glance, there were already quite a few demon clans around, and they had all discovered this area. The Ice Flame Tiger walked slowly. Those demon clans felt the aura of the Ice Flame Tiger. They all retreated and dispersed. Only a few demon clans who were also saints were not too scared. It wasn't until they arrived in front of a large mountain that the Ice Flame Tiger spoke. Master, I feel the breath of the Rock Emperor. It's inside this large mountain. Li Lan looked. There was no forbidden spell formation. There was nothing. It seemed to be just a flat big mountain. Where was the inheritance? But what do you care? A fist blast will know. Li Lan's mind moved. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. A huge golden fist descended from the sky, causing countless demon races to be shocked. Feeling this horrible breath, have kneeled down. What kind of aura is this? The aura of a saint exalt. Something's not right. This seems to be that of a great emperor. I've felt it on a great emperor before. How is it possible? Didn't it say that great emperors and above cannot enter this secret realm? Boom! A fist blasted on the great mountain. The mountain shook and the ground trembled violently, frightening the demons. How dare you anger the mountain god? You will be punished by me. If you can defeat me, my inheritance will be yours. The words just fell. The big mountain moved. It even moved itself, rose up from the ground, appeared a pair of feet like a human being, slowly stood up, and finally formed a tall giant, straight to the clouds, and even couldn't see the upper half of the body, only felt incomparably huge. Countless demon clans were scared and terrified. What is this thing? Such a big one. It claimed to be a mountain god. Could this also be a great power above a great emperor? Simple, destroy it with a sword. Li Lan spoke indifferently. His 2 fingers became swords, slicing through the sky. In an instant, space split. The mountain god split in 2 in the center. A crack that cut complete and smooth appeared, and then collapsed. As the mountain god collapsed and perished, the crowd of demons saw this and looked at Li Lan in astonishment. What kind of god was he that he could destroy such a huge mountain god with his hand as a sword? These demons didn't see it, only Li Lan saw it. There was a heart of the mountain in the center of this mountain god. As long as it was hit, it was bound to die in one blow. Just now that sword cut off the heart of the mountain. It naturally perished. Completing my legacy, it's yours. A golden light flew in front of Li Lan. He held it. It was a storage ring. Go, next inheritance. Li Lan patted the Ice Flame Tiger's head. In an instant, the other party carried Li Lan and disappeared, leaving behind only the bewildered crowd of demons. This came and went in a hurry. Burning sea. In the middle of the volcano, that peculiar coffin shook again, but this time it was shaking continuously and very strongly. The magma slowly formed a vortex, and the man reappeared. He looked at the coffin, his eyes cold. Has that man come? Lord Demon Emperor, I will prove to you that the person who made you wait so hard, he is not your choice, and I am your best choice. He had been guarding Lord Demon Emperor for hundreds of thousands of years, and that person hadn't appeared even once, yet Lord Demon Emperor still loved him so much. He would prove with his actions that he was the one that Lord Demon Emperor should choose, and that he was the best. He would kill that person with his own hands. All demons listened to the order. The man shouted coldly. In an instant, the demonic beasts outside rushed back to the cave, kneeling in unison. Lord Yen Emperor, please command. Guard this place. Any demon or human that comes in, kill without pardon. Yes, Lord Yen Emperor. Yen Emperor's face was cold into the lava. He had to be fully prepared to meet the enemy. The person who could make Lord Demon Emperor hold on to him for so long was bound to be extraordinary. But he, too, was not a vegetarian. Now that the two heavenly Dao sacred weapons had merged into one, his strength had increased greatly, and within the Immortal Emperor's territory, he was invincible. Chapter 36: Beating the Yen Emperor. Inferno C. The ice flame tiger came with its feet in the void, exuding a terrifying pressure. The hot air emanating from the sea of fire clashed with the cold air outside of its body, instantly evaporating to form a rolling gas. On top of the volcano, a dense black shadow can be seen. Take a closer look. It is a demonic beast. They stand on top of the volcano in an orderly manner, like ants around the cave, looking up at the ice flame tiger in unison. Sensing the aura of the ice flame tiger, they didn't have any reaction. Instead, they were somewhat contemptuous, because most of them were saints. There were also sacred kings and even sacred zuns, and there was even a demonic beast that was a half-step great emperor. The ice flame tiger was only a mere saint realm, and they could hold it down and rub it on the ground with a random one. Master, this is Yendi's inheritance place. These demonic beasts are surrounding this place. I'm afraid that there is a conspiracy. It's true that, as the Wood Emperor said, that Yendi didn't seal himself at all. He didn't die but has been guarding beside the Demon Emperor Lord. The reason why the 5 elemental essences sealed themselves one by one and chose to perish to leave their inheritance behind was because they wanted to provide majestic energy to Lord Demon Emperor. But now, this Yen Emperor was the only one who didn't die. What was his intention? No harm done, just kill it. Li Lan spoke indifferently. Ice Flame Tiger. Right at this moment, a huge demonic beast with a head like an ox, a body like a wolf, and a pair of bat wings roared towards the Ice Flame Tiger, seemingly recognizing the Ice Flame Tiger. Old ox. The Ice Flame Tiger was surprised. It recognized this demonic beast and didn't expect the other party to be dead. The Snow Emperor is dead. Is this your new master? The Red Bull Wolf looked at Li Lan on the Ice Flame Tiger's back in a cold voice. Yet you're bringing him here now. For what? Old ox, you should know clearly that Lord Demon Emperor had asked our master to dedicate his life before he fell asleep, and your master dared to disobey. What are his intentions? The Ice Flame Tiger coldly shouted. So what? My master's strength is heavenly. Why should he die? Without him guarding Lord Demon Emperor for 10,000 years, I'm afraid he would have been disturbed long ago. This is for the sake of Lord Demon Emperor. Red Bull Wolf spoke in a cold voice. The words were all for the sake of the Demon Emperor Lord. If it wasn't for the Ice Flame Tiger knowing what had happened, I'm afraid I would have believed it. Hand over the inheritance, the 5 elements sacred artifact. My lord is bound to get it. The Ice Flame Tiger spoke in a cold voice. Since that's the case, let's go to war. After all these years in the past, you're only a saint while I'm already a half-step great emperor. Today you're bound to lose. The Ice Flame Tiger twisted its head to look at Li Lan, who smiled faintly and slowly hung in the air. Stand down. The Ice Flame Tiger immediately retreated 10,000 meters with a sense of humor, quietly watching how its own master would exterminate these ill-advised demonic beasts. There's no demonic aura on you. You're not a demon, you're a human? The Red Bull Wolf looked at Li Lan and spoke in a cold voice. It couldn't sense the other party's demonic aura, and the other demonic beasts also reacted and looked at Li Lan intently. The human race dared to intrude into their Lord Demon Emperor's secret realm, looking for death. But what puzzled them was, how did Li Lan get in? Within 3 breaths, those who don't retreat will die. Li Lan spoke faintly. He, still quite arrogant. Brothers, kill him together. We can't let him get close to Lord Demon Emperor. Red Bull Wolf spoke in a cold voice. In an instant, countless demonic beasts leapt up and rushed towards Li Lan, fearless. Looking at the roaming demonic beasts, Li Lan's face did not change as he faintly spoke. Extinguish. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, shaking in all directions and sweeping through the sea of fire. In an instant, countless demonic beasts instantly perished, ashes flew away, souls scattered, ceased to exist. Only those few demonic beasts that didn't make a move looked at Li Lan in horror. Gone, all annihilated, their brethren all annihilated in an instant. This person is an immortal emperor? It was also at the moment Li Lan's breath erupted out that the coffin in the middle of the volcano began to tremble violently, as if something was about to break out of the coffin. Under the magma, the Yen Emperor wearing the red flame crown on his head and red armor slowly rose up holding a blood-red longsword. He looked at the coffin, sensing the outside world's aura, and his eyes gradually became ice-cold. Sure enough, it's him who has come, otherwise you wouldn't have such a big reaction. Let me go and kill him. From now on, your heart will belong to me. With a thought, Yen Emperor flashed to the outside world. He saw Li Lan standing in the sky dome and spoke in a cold voice. I am Yen Emperor, get out. Hand over the inheritance sacred artifact and you can keep your dog's life. Li Lan spoke calmly. Arrogant. Yen Emperor shouted in a cold voice. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Li Lan was the first. He held a blood-red longsword and instantly slashed out a powerful sword chi, rushing towards Li Lan. Before the sword chi even touched Li Lan, it had automatically dissipated at a distance of 100 meters, which made Yen Di surprised. How was it possible? Could it be that this person was not an immortal emperor, but a heavenly emperor? You've already fused the two holy weapons? Li Lan looked at the long sword in Yen Di's hand, which belonged to the heavenly Dao sacred artifact, but its aura was much more terrifying. Then there was only one possibility: this Yen Di had fused the Wood Emperor's holy weapon. I don't believe that I can't kill you, Yen Emperor shouted coldly. In an instant, the sea of inferno boiled and suddenly rose up in rolling heat. A magma inflammatory dragon surged out from below, soaring and circling in the air, aiming at Li Lan and swooping down. Break! Li Lan spoke indifferently, and the icy cold saint sword flew out from his sleeve and stood in front of him. An endless coldness erupted in an instant, freezing the countless inferno dragons before instantly exploding and turning into countless ice slags that fell into the inferno sea. Ice-cold Kuan Pang execution sky slash. Drawing in the coldness of the heavens and earth, it condensed the ice-cold Kuan Pang. A huge shadow appeared behind Li Lan. It was a huge Kuan Pang that emitted a horrifyingly cold aura. It tilted its head and let out a long whine as it instantly rushed towards the Yen Emperor. At the same time, it was followed by a stern sword chi that chopped towards Yen Di. Yen Di instantly felt bad. As he looked at the Kuan Pang and the sword chi, he only felt the aura of death coming from his face. This person's realm was above his. He subconsciously waved his hand. Endless magma gushed out from within the Yen Sea, forming hundreds of magma walls in front of him in an attempt to ward off Li Lan's attack. But no matter how invincible the Inferno Emperor was, a large realm difference from Li Lan would not help. Even if an immortal emperor was in the Great Circle and ran into a heavenly emperor, it would be hard to escape death. Not to mention that Li Lan was still a late-stage heavenly emperor. The Kuan Pang was unstoppable, easily breaking through the countless magma walls and penetrating through Yen Emperor's body. The sword chi split his body from the top downwards. You're a heavenly emperor. Yen Emperor looked at Li Lan with wide eyes before he died. Within the immortal emperors, he was invincible, but the heavenly emperor above the immortal emperors, what was he going to block? Good death, but the one who came was a genuine late-stage heavenly emperor. Chop! Li Lan put his fingers together and swung down. The ice-cold holy sword instantly came to Yen Emperor's front and chopped down with a sword, completing the final patchwork, destroying his soul and never allowing him to take over and resurrect. Chapter 37 I Am the Green Emperor? The Yen Emperor flew away in ashes. The storage ring in his hand as well as the heavenly Dao sacred artifact fell down, and with a wave of Li Lan's big hand, it flew into his hand. The long sword in his hand, the hilt of the sword was actually made of wood. The body of the sword was reddish, a magma pattern, very hot, but the two did not repel, but instead, they blended very well. At this time, the ice-cold saint sword and the broken blade golden lance in his sleeve as well as the rock emperor's mountain opening giant axe flew out, all of them buzzing and reacting. In an instant, the four saint weapons flew into the air, emitting dazzling golden light as they slowly fused together. Rumble! The heavens and earth changed drastically, and dark clouds spread out, but they quickly dispersed. This world is not bound by heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth want to rain down a heavenly calamity but have no way to do so. Li Lan laughed coldly. The heavenly tribulation just now was obviously the laws of heaven and earth wanting to rain down heavenly tribulation. After all, this was the moment when chaotic immortal artifacts were born. As a result, because this was a small world, there was no way to break through the laws of the world, so it could only end. Slowly, as the golden light dispersed, a golden orb slowly fell and landed in Li Lan's hand. The moment it made contact, he understood what kind of chaotic immortal weapon it was. 5 Elements Chaos Orb. It can change its form at will, and each strike comes with the terrifying power of the 5 Elemental Great Tao, as well as the ability to constantly extract the source liquid of the 5 Elemental Great Tao, and 5 terrifying 5 Elemental avatars. And many other wonderful uses. Worthy of being a chaotic immortal artifact, it really is extraordinary. It even has more than 10 kinds of effects. Li Lan smiled faintly. With this 5 Elements Chaos Orb, it wouldn't take long for his 5 Elements Tao to be perfected. You're here. Right at this moment, that voice from before sounded again. Li Lan frowned slightly as he felt an aura emanating from inside the volcano. With a flash of his figure, he arrived in front of the coffin. Looking at the hanging coffin suspiciously, he spoke faintly. Is it you who keeps talking? Let me out, you naturally know the answer. Without hesitation, Li Lan slashed out with his sword, splitting the coffin open. A terrifying demonic aura erupted from inside, causing Li Lan to be slightly startled. He sensed this aura. It seemed to be the same as him, the same as a heavenly emperor. Running into a heavenly emperor so soon? Is it a foe or a friend? As the demonic aura dispersed, there was actually a white-skinned and beautiful woman lying inside the coffin, dressed in immortal robes, with her eyes tightly closed. In the next second, she violently opened her eyes, revealing snake-like pupils, looking at Li Lan with unblinking eyes, the aura on her body becoming more and more astonishing. Celestial Emperor Perfection. But suddenly, the aura suddenly dropped, coming from Heavenly Emperor Perfection to Immortal Emperor Perfection, and then to Great Emperor and Saint Zun. Until the Saint Realm before stopping. What's going on here? How did it fall so many realms? The woman slowly floated out and hugged Li Lan, while Li Lan felt shocked that he didn't make a move and didn't recoil. It seemed that he and this woman had known each other for a long time. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Lord Qingdi. In an instant, Li Lan's brain jolted as a memory that didn't belong to him yet seemed to belong to him surged into his mind. It was a magnificent back figure. That person was wearing a green-colored robe, a green-colored lotus flower was suspended in the heart of his left hand, and in front of him stood countless demon tribesmen, kneeling in unison. Today, it is the time for our demon race to step into the heavens, follow me to crush the god race. That back figure shouted in a cold voice. Billions of demon races cried out in unison, crusade against the god race, there will be no end to death. That back figure slowly turned around, revealing an appearance that was surprisingly identical to Li Lan. The image came to an abrupt end here, but it left Li Lan doubly shocked. I'm the Green Emperor? But who is the Green Emperor and what is the divine race? Li Lan muttered. What secret was hidden here, and did the heavenly Tao ask him to come and search for his own corpse? Lord Qingdi, I've waited for you for 700,000 years, and you've finally come back for me. The woman hugged Li Lan tightly, but before Li Lan could inquire, she slowly fell asleep. The body collapsed. Li Lan could only princess hug, slightly frowning at the woman in his arms. What the hell is going on here? This woman knows my secret. I have to wait for her to wake up to find out. His divine sense swept through the place and found that there were no treasures, only the coffin was left. It was still a treasure, and he put it away. With a flash of his body, he returned to the Ice Flame Tiger, who was terrified when he saw the woman in Li Lan's arms. This is Lord Demon Emperor. Is this your Demon Emperor? Then do you know the Green Emperor? The word Green Emperor caused the Ice Flame Tiger to become even more terrified, and he hurriedly nodded his head. Of course I know, the Green Emperor, that's the legend of the demon race, the one true god. Tell me in detail. Rumor has it that 700,000 years ago, a green lotus manifested in human form and ruled the demon realm with invincibility. In less than 10,000 years, he broke through the heavenly emperor and became the demon race's emperor. That was the first generation of emperor. He led the demon race's crusade against other races, killing every piece of the world. But one day, a race named the divine race came to the immortal realm and began to abuse all the races. Qing Emperor led the demon race to crusade against the god race, and that day, he alone killed 10 god race heavenly emperors, staring off countless god races, but he was also seriously injured from that battle. Yet he. Speaking here, the Ice Flame Tiger paused for a few breaths inside and opened his mouth. He used his own green lotus power to open up a brand new demon realm for the demon race, preserving the demon race from invasion for 100,000 years. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid that the demon race would have died by now. Li Lan was slightly shocked. Was he this great before? Although he wasn't sure if he was the Green Emperor yet, but the memory somehow appeared in his mind. That Green Emperor looked exactly like him, a high probability that it was him. Then do you know what the Green Emperor looks like? I don't know. The Green Emperor's portrait and stone statue were all annihilated in the middle of that great catastrophe. Only a few demon clans know about it, and Lord Demon Emperor knows about it. Li Lan looked towards the woman in his arms. Since she knew and called him Lord Qing Emperor, it seemed that his identity was calling out. Heavenly Tao, what exactly do you want? To make me search for my own corpse? And what secrets am I hiding? Li Lan now felt that his own life was getting more and more outrageous. Not only was he a Kuan-Peng Heavenly Emperor in his previous life, but he was even the Qing Emperor, a demon race Heavenly Emperor who fought 10 Heavenly Emperors solo and still managed to kill all of them. It was simply unimaginable. 8 corpses and bones. Could it be that the other corpses and bones were all his? Li Lan felt his scalp numb. If all 8 corpse bones were his, then how many eras would he have to have lived for? Are there any other treasures here? The Ice Flame Tiger shook its head. No, other than the 5 Emperors' inheritance, it's just some ordinary stuff that you shouldn't be able to look at, Master. Alright, then leave this place. This was a place of inheritance transformed by the Demon Emperor, so there shouldn't be the corpse bones of the Qing Emperor. All in all, the corpse bones of the Qing Emperor must be in the 10,000 Demon Mountain, or else the map given to him by the Heavenly Tao would be useless.